The best hunters from the top guilds formed an overpowered party to raid a high-rank dungeon. Result: almost all of them got destroyed. Lucky for them, the group had a pretty woman, who besides driving every man crazy, killed all the monsters by herself. The problem is the bag carriers were left alone, and almost all of them died to the dungeon's monster knights. One bag carrier was still standing, big chilling and not afraid to die. When a monster attacked from behind, he dodged it effortlessly, and unleashed a firepower so strong it completely destroyed the knight. The hot female knight showed up, attacking the boy thinking he was a demon, for still being alive after that attack. But after getting humiliated and embarrassed by the boy, she found out he was one of the bag carriers, and apologized. She had no idea a bag carrier could take down monsters at that level. So the two of them teamed up and cleaned out the raid. While she took care of the monsters on the front line, the boy went straight for the boss, and destroyed everyone in his way. When they reached the final altar, they found a demonic vampire sitting on the throne. The boy put on a mask and completely changed his personality. Suddenly, he started negotiating with this pretty baby, saying he was on her side. The demoness didn't fall for it, and attacked with multiple blood lances. When the blonde knight stepped in front to protect him, the boy killed her just to prove he didn't care about humans. The she-devil was shocked, even she hadn't seen that coming. In the end, she agreed to have her soul sealed inside the boy's item. Once the seal was complete, the blonde knight came back to life and stood up completely confused, wanting to know who he was. This is Kang Jin-yuk, the most powerful boy nobody knows about. This boy spent 11 years playing the game Power of Trials, and became the only person to ever beat it. The problem is that it caused an anomaly in the world, and the tower from the game appeared in real life. Everyone received a system message warning them they had 90 days to clear the tower, or everyone would be wiped out. While everyone panicked, Kang saw an opportunity, since he's the only one who knows everything about that tower. At the first event location, he found a giant tree with magical fruits where everyone was desperately trying to grab them. The MC just watched because he already knew the fruits were bait. When the tree got furious and started attacking everyone, people ran away while the MC stayed there waiting for the right moment. In the middle of the chaos, there was a famous guy who scammed several streamers with abusive contracts. This is Lee Yunxing. He recognized the protagonist from the game, and knew that Kang knew everything about this tower. Yunxing went up to the protagonist and asked to join. The boy wasn't dumb and already knew his reputation. The MC set up a plan where the guy would be the distraction, and Kang would take down the monster. As soon as the tree attacked and Zhang got caught, he started screaming for help. The protagonist simply didn't give a damn and let him die. Now that he was in the clear, he knew the only way to defeat the tree was to rip out its heart. He had spent years in this game and knew every single move it had. It felt like he had waited his whole life for this moment. Kang grabbed a piece of wood, jumped onto the trunk with a massive leap, and tried to rip out its heart. The tree activated its defense system and hid the heart deep inside the trunk. Kang with his piece of wood split the entire trunk in half, and became the first to defeat the mangrove tree of greed. The system asked him to enter a nickname, but since he would appear on the Hall of Fame the next day, and didn't want to be recognized, he registered as unknown. Inside the trunk he grabbed the essence orb of the tree, which gave bonus status points. With that he jumped 4 levels at once, becoming the strongest player at that level. An hour later, the video was up, and the world knew he had defeated the monster alone, but nobody knew his real identity. Companies offered billions of won, but he refused because his knowledge was worth more than billions. The next destination was the tower at the National Museum of Korea, where the most valuable relics in the world were kept. When he arrived, there were already people burned to death on the ground. That's how he found out there were already other top players going after those valuable artifacts, and they weren't very friendly. The artifact at this location is the Great Map. It has all the information about the Tower of Trials, monster locations, items, where the labyrinths and ruins are. Kang knew it wouldn't be easy to get that artifact. 5 minutes earlier, this girl and her 80-year-old kid-looking partner were the ones behind it. With the world in chaos, a bunch of people came to steal the magic items. Everyone was fighting over them. Then this guy shouted for them all to back off. That made everyone look his way. He flat out said he was taking everything. Obviously, nobody agreed. He showed off his awakened power and seemed like the strongest there, until the old man revealed something even crazier. He burned the guy to charcoal without a second thought. That's what arrogance gets you, the young-looking old man says. Then Lee Yu-miori tells the crowd that everything in the tower belongs to her, and Grandpa. If anyone has a problem with that, they can fight her now. Then Kang Jin-yuk walks right past her, acting like she isn't even there. He only cares about the artifacts. He complains that they almost damaged one of the good items. Annoyed by the disrespect, Yuri orders her Anubis summoned to attack. That thing can kill someone in one hit. But when the powerful spear comes flying in, Jin-yuk casually knocks it away with one punch. That strike should have smashed through a wall. So what the hell? Yuri is stunned, and everyone else is too. None of them know Kang Jin-yuk's real identity. He even rates the girl's skill a plain 5 out of 10. That ticks her off, so she pulls out 4 more statues to summon. Jin-yuk looks almost impressed by all that power, but not scared at all, and Yuri can't figure out why. She's got giant deadly soldiers, and even the protagonist admits her power isn't weak. He also knows that Old Man is no ordinary person. Still, compared to him, they're nothing special. Yuri says she can't stand him. He's way too full of himself. Jin-hyuk asks what really separates arrogance from confidence in your own strength. Then, to prove he has every right to look down on her, MC uses the amulet he just picked up. If she wants a summon fight, he'll show her a real monster. The moment he orders the mountain god tiger to wipe them out, fear runs through Yuri. That tiger tears through her dogs like they're nothing. Thinking she might be next, leaves her hopeless. Is this really the end? Dying a virgin while looking like that? But when Jin-hyuk walks up with a smile, she starts hoping for something else. He says the game is over and he wants it. Yuri covers herself and refuses. Then he crouches and makes it clear he meant the Tutankhamun mask artifact. Yuri gets even madder, maybe because he wanted the mask and not what she thought. Jin-hyuk keeps staring until she gives in, then signals the tiger to stop. That's the only reason she doesn't end up in its stomach. She has no choice. Living now is better than dying here. Yuri asks if he's after the map of the eastern lands. Jin-hyuk only smiles and warns her the tiger is staying behind. Anyone who follows him dies. What none of them know is that the protagonist isn't like the rest. Just a few hours earlier, he was a total loser, basically like us watching this on YouTube. He spent most of his time gaming. For 11 years he grinded one game until he became the #1 player. And this game was brutal. Crazy bosses, huge maps and traps all over the place. Almost every other player quit in rage, but this virgin loser kept going. For 11 long years he pushed through and became the first and only person to beat it. The second he cleared it, a live stream showed something insane happening live. The tower from the game's intro appeared in real life. Then a system window popped up and told everyone they had awakened. It also said humanity would be wiped out in 90 days if nobody cleared the tower. While almost everyone panicked, Jin-hyuk saw a chance. He ran straight toward the tower while everyone else fled. He wasn't alone though. Other former players also realized it was the same tower and rushed to the first event. One of them was a guy from the same streaming company who asked to team up. Jin-hyuk didn't bother acting nice. He smashed his head forward and knocked 2 teeth out of Lee Jong-soo. Message received. They weren't friends and never would be allies. Jin-hyuk knows more about the game than anyone. Teaming up with weak people gives him nothing, so he had zero reason to cooperate. As soon as the event began, a giant tree rose in the hall. The red fruit hanging from it was the reward everyone wanted. People charged the tree like starving animals. Each fruit gives a +3 stat boost. After every fruit was taken, Jin-hyuk just smiled. The tree got enraged that its fruit had been eaten and started attacking everyone. While the crowd ran for their lives, MC stayed calm. He asks Jong if he's scared, then says any fool should know the real treasure only appears after all the fruit is gone. Jong doesn't trust him, but he knows Jin-hyuk played this game for 11 years. If anyone knows the truth, it's him. So Jong suggests a truce and says they should move together. But the second they start running, that bastard stops and yells that this is what Jin-hyuk gets for trusting the guy who lost 2 teeth. He tries to leave him behind, but the protagonist dodges the tree's attack. The branch misses him and flies toward Jong, wrapping him up in a position you definitely recognize from those weird tentacle shows. Jong begs for help, but Jin-hyuk only smiles and thanks him for serving as bait. The real target is the mangrove of Greedheart. MC already knows the plan. Too bad that guy is so useless he can't distract the tree for more than a moment. So Jin-hyuk grabs a broken branch as a weapon. Using his strange physical skill, he dodges and blocks until he reaches the prize. The second he grabs the heart, the tree dies on the spot. Inside it is a valuable gem that's much better than the fruit. When he uses it, he gets 12 attribute points to spend. After assigning them, Jin-hyuk becomes the strongest level 1 player around. Since each level only gives 3 points, those 12 points are like jumping to level 4 stats. An hour later, the news reports that the first mangrove of greed was cleared. A video of it is set to hit the internet in 10 minutes, and people instantly lose their minds. Most comments say it had to be luck or cheating. Once the clip goes up, the doubt gets even louder. Seeing the hero with a blurred face, viewers wonder if he hacked the game, and the backlash keeps coming. On his main account, offers for sponsors and partnerships start pouring in. Even Jin-hyuk knows clearing the mangrove at level 1 is insane, but he still didn't expect this much shock. It makes sense though. Most people never reach the late game. He is stunned to get collaboration offers worth 1 billion. His life had always been rough. He was always short on money, and often late on rent. Sometimes he even went hungry just to save cash for streaming. He used to do eating streams, so if these offers came earlier, he'd have grabbed them fast, but not now. He won't share what he knows. Not for 1 billion. Not even 10 billion won. Right now, what matters most to him is information and monopoly. That sends him to his next stop. When the game began, mana spread from the tower through Seoul. It didn't change much right away, but tower artifacts suddenly became holy treasures. The catch? They were fake, just copies, while the real legendary items stayed inside the tower. Jin-yuk is heading to a place where he can collect more of those replicas. The National Museum of Korea is basically a giant treasure chest full of them. Of course, he isn't the only one after them. Unlike the tree event, there's only one museum, so people from everywhere will gather there. That includes former ranked players and pros. When he enters the event area, it's quieter than expected. Then he sees someone got there before him, and that person is already burned black and smoking. He expected people to adjust fast after the world changed, but some adapt even faster and become dangerous in just one day. The item everyone wants is in the classical medieval gallery. It's the great map of the Eastern Land, and no, it's not a map of Korea. It holds tower info charged with magic. The map shows where labyrinths and ruins are, plus what monsters live there. That's why everyone wants it. Even if it only covers up to the 10th floor, it's enough to stir up greed and make them ignore the truly important artifacts hidden in the mud. That's when Jin-yuk reaches Yuri and the others. He crushes the girl with ease and heads for the next floor. The protagonist has already made his preparations and is now after the strongest ability in the tower. As they move from the second floor to the third, the old man finds an artifact. He wonders what's going on with Yuri and how that mysterious man got there. He also asks if the man defeated Lee. Jin-yuk, meanwhile, recognizes the level 1 barrier blocking the way. The old man says he's never seen anything like it. Still, he knows physical attacks and magic won't break it. MC searches for the point where the mana flow splits so he can get through. He already knows the barrier can be broken, but only under one condition. He tells the old man to keep using flame magic to weaken the barrier until he gets inside and comes back with every relic he can carry. Then the old man realized he had to keep the magic going while the protagonist was inside. Kang knew making a top-tier magic user his enemy would be a bad move. After thinking it over, the elder decided he had no choice but to trust the boy, so he said he would trust him. The boy answered, "I'll be in your care, Grandpa." Right after that, the old man said he'd do his best, and gathered fire in his hands. He kept striking the barrier with magic to wear it down. Meanwhile, our protagonist waited for a gap. The second the barrier opened a little, he got ready to slip through. He wasn't tricked for a second. Just like the other floors, someone had already come before him. The iron sword with Qianlong written on the sheath was gone. He could tell the thief had already finished here and left. He was sure that same person had set up the barrier before leaving, with what he wanted. Kang noticed they avoided fighting and refused to take unnecessary risks. Still, the enemy had no idea he picked up a second relic. He grabbed the Yongyong Tongbo next. It was an innate ability, and the final piece he needed to make a stronger power with the Persian ceremonial mold, and the other items he had already collected. Now all three relics reacted together, and the system announced he had somehow completed the fusion. He obtained an SS rank relic called the Eye of Truth. It was extremely rare, letting him view a person's status window and tell if they were lying. The Eye of Truth was the best of the 5 eyes in the world. Another reason he came here was a hidden mission: combine 3 replicas to make an S-rank item. By meeting the conditions, Kang gained the innate skill fusion. This power let him copy abilities and merge them into better ones, even creating stronger forms. If a copy's condition was too hard, it could change a little. The old man called out that he couldn't hold on much longer, and told him to come back if he was done. Kang Jin-yuk then thought about copying the old man's ability and figured out how to do it. The condition was making Mind show his true feelings under that mask, so all Kang had to do was get Mind Jong-yor angry. When the old man told him to hurry, Jin-yuk suddenly said, "Stop using your ability." That left the elder confused. Kang said there was no reason to keep doing it anymore. Stunned, the old man asked why he had made him use his powers in the first place. Then our hero said "Carpo" and shut the barrier. He knew the trick. This barrier could be broken with Latin. The old man hadn't really helped at all. Kang muttered the word quietly. Non-stop attacks were pointless if they couldn't even pierce the barrier. All it did was waste mana. Now he knew the elder's magic was drained, and the next move was making him mad. He already knew everything about the tower, so a map that only covered up to the 10th floor meant nothing to him. That didn't mean he would let others have that information. While Min Jung-woo stood there confused, our hero carried out the plan he had already set up. He made it clear he didn't need the map, then pulled out a lighter and set it on fire. Since other people might use it to learn about the first 10 floors, he destroyed it. The old man could only stare, mouth hanging open. As the ancient map burned away, Kang made sure no other players could use that knowledge to catch up. The old man got furious over the map and started threatening him. That was enough to meet the condition and copy the elder's power. He successfully copied the bow rank fire element ability. He stored that copied skill in the world's memory. Now he could control fire, and his bond with the element grew stronger. Fire became the first power he ever copied. Min Jung-woo warned that he would regret this and raised his magic to attack Kang Jin-yuk. His level 1 fire element flared up. At the same time, Kang explained why he burned the map, and then he summoned flames the same way the elder did, shocking him. Now the old man was sure the skill was the same as his, except Kang's version was stronger. He realized this man was no ordinary person. He didn't even need the map. The old man could only wonder who he really was. Kang replied, If you want to climb the tower in peace, listen to me. 4 experienced players had shown up at the museum, including Kang. The others were the old man, a girl, and one unknown person. Kang understood why they were trying to cut down the risks now that the world had turned into the Tower of Trials. Still, he wondered if they were also trying to move ahead of him. If so, he needed to collect as many unique abilities as possible. He told the old man, "I'll contact you soon." He also said the old man and the girl downstairs should level up as fast as possible. That way he'd have pieces he could use later. Even so, the road ahead was long, and he still needed many more skills. With only one body, he could never gather every ability out there, but he would still claim the best and most important ones for himself. Then hunger and exhaustion hit him, so he decided to stop and eat. He went into a restaurant. On the TV, a news report said 23 people were killed and 50 injured at the National Museum of Korea. Many were badly hurt, and the death toll was still rising. Reports also said the same kind of chaos was happening in the United States, Europe, and Japan. Just as he expected, players all over the world were moving the same way to climb the tower. A reporter then reviewed the security footage from the museum, showing the clash between Anubis and Kang Jin-yuk's mountain tiger. No one watching could believe it, even though it was real. People in the restaurant were stunned that a normal person could do that. They even realized it was the same man who beat the swamp monster, because the movements matched. Our hero knew he had to hide his identity better. Too many people were starting to recognize him. The government began investigating the structure, now called the Tower of Trials, and quickly formed the Awakened Association, made up of veterans with different powers. Their response was faster than he expected. Since they had already gathered awakened people with innate abilities, he figured they might be more flexible than most. Even Kang hadn't expected them to move this fast. Then another TV report came on from the Department of Awakened Individuals. A man named Sang Jin, dressed in a suit and tie, was introduced as the head of the new Awakened Association. He started recruiting, offering 60 million won and a government job to new members, but that offer didn't apply to the man from the videos. For Kang, Sang promised full government support for anything he wanted. People watching said they were jealous even without knowing who he was. In the end, our protagonist understood the real target of the report was him. They were trying to use him as a tool, and no offer would make him join. In this world, one properly trained person was worth more than 100 ordinary people. Han Sang-jin knew that, which was why he was practically offering Kang a blank check. Sang-jin had been made president because he had the skills for the job, or maybe because he knew more about the Tower of Trials than most. Either way, our protagonist hoped Sang-jin had a useful ability worth copying. He checked the time and saw it was 7 p.m. Once the clock reached 9 o'clock, the Tower of Trials would open, and when that moment came, it did. New players rushed toward the tower right away, amazed by what they saw. It looked exactly like the Tower of Trials from the game. But our hero only saw a bunch of newbies getting excited over something small. As a reward for entering, everyone got 100 coins. This money could only be used inside the tower, and players could upload videos of their progress to earn 100 more coins for every 10,000 views. There was a premium cost though based on the player's status. Every tower player who watched would count toward the first 10,000 views, so choosing what to watch mattered. The live stream feature, for example, would only unlock after they reached the boss of the next floor. And if anyone faked views or cheated in any other way, the punishment would be severe. This system also linked people climbing the tower with those staying outside it. Viewers could choose players they thought had the best chance to reach the top, helping boost their views. That made this one of the tower's most interesting systems. The more famous a player got, the more coins they made. Meanwhile, players ran to the Goblin Cave to grab good spots and farm coins. They wanted to finish fast and stay ahead of everyone else. For Kang Jin-hyuk, making coins here would be easy because he knew this place inside out. Even so, he had no interest in uploading videos yet or depending on them for money. Giving away what he knew would be a huge loss and a terrible move. In his past life, there was a time on the lower 30 floors when he got stuck. To move on, he had to hunt for hidden pieces on the lower floors. That meant going back over places he had already cleared. In the end, he found the answer in an abandoned ruin. That was when he learned his character had been flawed from the start. Realizing the character he had built for years was trash hit him hard. After putting so much time into it, he had even thought about deleting the character. 6 years had passed since then. Now the protagonist stood before a B-rank labyrinth, the maze built by Daedalus in Crete, known for its twisted paths and deadly traps. The way past floor 30 starts with building the right base, and that answer is in this place. This labyrinth, he never wanted to come back, and that bothers him. Even so, the second he opens the door, old memories hit him. Inside are priceless relics and ancient treasures. Blue glowing moths drift through the air. One settles on his hand. Then he runs into a group he doesn't know, and asks who they are. A cheerful woman says they were looking for a farming spot and wandered in. She adds that the labyrinth will close soon. They had started tailing him 10 minutes earlier because he seemed different. After entering the tower, he came straight here and opened the labyrinth without a key. So the friendly girl told the others they should go in and follow him. The rest weren't sure it was worth the risk. Then she suggests they clear it together and split the reward. Kang can tell she's trying to fool him with the strength in numbers act. Thinking she's the leader, he uses Eye of Truth to check her. Right then she says, "My name is Park Hana, I'm 22, and before this I only made it to the second floor." Her name and age are real, and she's only level 1. He also spots an interesting skill, Communion. It lets her quickly get close to anyone and wipe away their unease. To copy it, he has to work with her for 240 hours and make sure no one else is nearby when that time ends. Jin-Yuk knows that skill will matter later when he deals with a future enemy. Jang Chul-sik says he quit after spending some time on the first floor. 2 girls speak up next, saying they reached the first and third floors. The other 2 boys say this is their first time in the Tower of Trials. He introduces himself with a smile as Kang Jin-Yuk. Since this group will try to cling to him later anyway, he doesn't bother learning their names. The friendly girl asks if he's played before and how far he got. As she wraps a hand around his arm, she activates Communion. A faint pull appears, but the skill doesn't fully work. He sees how she uses it and knows he might have fallen for it if he didn't already know. He only says he went as far as he could in the game. Park Hana is thrown off. The skill should have worked better than that. She asks what monsters live here and what makes them dangerous. Jin-Yuk tells them the labyrinth shifts on a set cycle. Everyone panics, and Hana blurts out that this is supposed to be a first-floor labyrinth. Then a trap goes off. Huge stones slam through the paths and rush at the group. One nearly crushes Park Hana. She barely gets away in time. Someone yells that standing still will get a beginner flattened. In the end, they all escape. The stones finally stop. They're shaken. They thought this was just some easy ruin. Jin-Yuk asks if they've really never seen a shifting labyrinth before. Hana says this place is way too dangerous for level 1 players, and they need to leave fast. She asks her friend to use her skill to find the exit, but the girl says the skill stopped working once the labyrinth began moving, so they can't find the way out. They're trapped. Jin-Yuk finally gets why they came in so boldly. They were trusting a navigation skill and thought this place would be easy. He ignores them for now, since something worse is coming soon. Park Hana shouts at him. Why didn't he warn them the labyrinth changes, or that the walls could fly at them? They're hurt even after dodging, so they blame him for hiding what he knew. Jin-Yuk takes a breath and asks one thing. Did he ever tell them to follow him? His voice turns cold. They came on their own, and he forced no one. One of the boys snaps. He summons a sword and moves to attack the protagonist. The boy yells that he hated him from the start, but before he can finish, a huge hit sends him flying. The others break down in panic. That's when a monster appears inside the Cretan labyrinth. The Minotaur charges straight at the boys. Its axe rips free from the wall and drops back into its hand as it roars. Park Hana thinks they're all dead, but Jin-Yuk shouts for everyone to move. Then he rushes the monster himself. The others can't understand what he's doing. He runs right at the Minotaur as it attacks. The axe crashes down and he slips past it. He leaps up to the monster's height while dodging, though the blade still grazes his shoulder. In return, he gains the hidden evasion attribute. That stat lowers the gap against stronger enemies and widens it against weaker ones. In simple terms, it cuts each level gap by 3 attribute points when he fights someone above him. Using that new edge, he kicks off the Minotaur's horn for speed. When he lands, he knows this is how he gets stronger even at level 1. After endless trial and error against this monster, this was the best method he found. The red-eyed beast charges again, but he has survived this thing's attacks tens of thousands of times in past runs. So he dodges easily, and his gap attribute rises by 0.5. His body remembers every pattern, letting him widen that gap again. Each clean dodge keeps raising the stat. This is veteran experience at work. He even clears the monster's axe with a jump. No attack matters if it can't land. The rookies are horrified. They almost picked a fight with him and would have been destroyed. Park Hana can hardly believe they planned to beat him, then kill the monster and take the loot. Looking at the Minotaur now, she sees how insane that idea was. Jin-Yuk says the monster is too slow to hit him like this. That only makes it roar louder and swing the huge axe again. MC knows getting stronger fast is actually simple. He just has to risk his life. Like the moment that axe almost took his neck, the closer he gets to death, the bigger the reward. That near miss raises his gap attribute by 1. A few cuts for an attribute point is worth it, though one mistake could kill him. Then he notices the new players trying to slip away. Park Hana is studying the walls, desperate to find an exit. Jin-Hyuk suddenly appears behind her and asks where she thinks she's going. She jumps in shock, and he tells them to do what he's doing, if they want more attributes. Dodge attacks and hidden stats will come. With clear sarcasm, he says he's sharing valuable advice. At the same time, the Minotaur barrels toward them again. Park Hana starts crying as the axe smashes into the wall and explodes stone everywhere. Jin-Hyuk scolds them for freezing up. They should have ducked or made space. One of them dies because they didn't. He stands before the Minotaur without the slightest fear. Then he spots the wall shifting and quickly gets out of there. He even says goodbye to the Minotaur, which is about to get trapped by the moving walls. The Minotaur goes wild at Jin-Hyuk's trick and immediately charges the wall. It keeps hacking at it with its axe. The survivors are stunned. They were a breath away from dying. They ask if it's over, and whether that thing can still come back. Jin-yuk explains that the Minotaur is drawn to the residue from the glowing moth he touched, so it will keep chasing them. Park Hana asks why he'd do something this crazy. He answers plainly. He's raising his attributes. If they want, they can rest until the labyrinth shifts again. After that, they'll play with the horned monster some more, until it breaks through and reaches them. Park Hana asks how long they have to keep running from that enraged beast. Jun-yuk says, until they escape the labyrinth, about a month. The rookies are horrified. They're stuck in this nightmare for 30 more days. Without him, the monster won't target them, but they also won't gain anything. Then he asks which route they were planning to take. Roaming this maze blindly is only going to get them killed. The rookies ask if he knows where the exit is. He says he knows this labyrinth inside and out. Park Hana realizes they can't escape on their own. With no other choice, she decides to follow him to the exit. But Jin-yuk reminds her, nothing comes free. He raises his sword at her, and demands all her coins. Elsewhere, other beginners are fighting goblins. One player is streaming it live. He's one of the Tower of Trials veterans. After 15 hours of solo play, he's getting tons of praise and attention online. The man with the red headband can tell the plan is working. Forums are full of talk about Yongquan and his brutal goblin fights. He thanks his team for helping, even though viewers think he did it alone. The footage was edited well enough to hide all the buffs he got. Then a rude comment claims someone cleared the same dungeon in only 5 hours. Yongquan brushes it off, saying haters are normal. But soon, a new video hits the Hall of Fame and knocks their ranking way down. That new star becomes the first person in the world to refine an item to +10. Juan can't believe it, and our hero's video shoots up the rankings. 10 minutes earlier, he told the group not to just stand around. They needed moss for bedding and wood for a fire. The rookies obey, even if they clearly don't want to. Meanwhile, our hero opens the market. His first goal is simple, protect his coins, so he buys 3 enchanted tarot cards. He also picks up an old bronze key, some wagon parts, and 10 refinement scrolls. They're the kind of junk nobody else would touch, but he buys them anyway. Because what matters isn't the item, it's how you use it. Jin-yuk then combines the 3 cards. It works. The result is the Wheel of Fortune, named after the Roman goddess of luck. It's an S-rank item that boosts luck for 10 minutes. The protagonist knows luck only works within certain limits, so most people would never understand how useful this is. But he does, because he remembers everything from his past life. Once he uses the Wheel of Fortune, his luck hits the max. He already knows refinement scrolls usually have terrible success rates, but with max luck that rate becomes 100%. So he pours all of them into his dagger, and every upgrade works. Just like that, his old dagger reaches +10, the highest level possible. He also gets a bonus achievement for making the first +10 item on the Korean server. That puts his name in the Hall of Fame for a full day, and earns him 5,000 coins. At last he has something truly worth using, his purple dagger. On the 10th day in the labyrinth, they finally get a bonfire going with the wood they gathered, and they make a bed out of moss. But food is still awful. They've got nothing except mushrooms and moss. Jin-yuk sleeps soundly by the fire on that moss bed. The others can't relax at all, though. The Minotaur has kept attacking ever since that day. According to Han, it doesn't even look like Kang MC made a channel to chase subscribers. He just enjoys playing alone like a madman. Still, it'd be amazing if they could learn his strategies and where the divine relics are. Park can't believe they're seriously trying to get help from idiots outside the tower. He shuts them up and asks what the Raven Guild said about all this. An anonymous reply says the guild is investigating, but they know nothing about the labyrinth, and need 3 more weeks to reach them. That leaves Hana feeling hopeless. She's stuck in this place for at least 3 more weeks. She tells her friend there's no guide for what to do here. Then Hana shares her plan. Kill Kang, take the stone chamber they found, and stay there until Appa arrives. That should let them survive and get out. The only problem is how to kill him. Her friend grabs a stone and says now is the best chance. While Jin-yuk is asleep, they decide this is the moment. A crushed skull means instant death, but Hana stops his hand. She reminds him his reaction speed is insane. They won't beat him in a straight fight. The second they move, he'll probably wake up and strike back. The man drops the stone and asks what else they can do. They can't keep living like this. Hana says they won't have to. Appa, from the Raven Guild, gave her something special. It's a deadly poison. Just 1 drop can melt 100 trolls. It comes from the stinger of a giant zucchini wasp. If they use it right, Jin-yuk is finished for good. Our protagonist wakes up and is disappointed to see it's moss and mushrooms again, like some survival show. Park Hana tells him if he wants better food, he can go catch rats. Jin-yuk asks her to hand over the water behind her and to give him more mushrooms too. They can't believe he wants more of that nasty food, but they still put it on his plate. As he gets ready to eat, Hana can't believe they're actually serving him. The protagonist starts eating, and the chat goes crazy. The pair are thrilled, sure they slipped the poison into his meal. Then someone suddenly knocks the plate away and starts spitting out the poisoned food. But it's not Jin-yuk, it's Hana's friend. A moment later, he collapses and writhes on the ground from the poison. MC tells them they were fools if they thought he'd eat poison food. When he asked for more mushrooms, he swapped the plates while their backs were turned. Then he adds that secret transmissions count as cheating. The girl argues he has no proof, but the chat already realizes Jin-Yuk found the hidden live stream. That live feature can only be used during a boss fight for the next floor. The system warns that if no cheating is found, the person who reported it will be punished instead. Even so, he goes through with the report. Her face gave everything away. He can't believe she tried this, and says he's disappointed in Park Hana. As he files the report, she gets a warning and starts to panic. The evidence is complete, and her anonymity is about to be removed. The hidden stream is exposed, and the chat starts disappearing. Her viewers drop to 0. They're banned from watching videos for a month, and a second offense means a permanent ban. Hana panics as her whole chat vanishes, and her own punishment is even worse. Right then, the Minotaur shows up with its huge axe. It lets out a thunderous roar, and charges like a raging bull. Hana asks if Jin-Hyuk is finally going to fight, and begs him to tell her where to run. He fires back that she has some nerve. She tried to poison him, and now she wants his help. She keeps begging, but he refuses. At the same time, he finally meets the condition for stealing her technique after spending 240 hours with her. That lets him copy the communion skill. After looking her over, he coldly says he doesn't need her anymore. The girl screams that he'll regret this. Appa is part of the Raven Guild. The Minotaur swings its axe in a huge strike meant to kill her. Both Jin-Hyuk and the girl dodge the blow. He wants her to see this clearly, so she understands who she should really fear. Then he charges the Minotaur with his enhanced technique. He lands a shallow cut, and kicks off the wall to drop back down. The damage is small, but that's fine. His goal is to shrink the level gap. He knows he can't beat the creature head-on yet, so he needs the Minotaur put under the same kind of limits. At that moment, Jin-Hyuk rushes in, slips past an attack, and activates Fire Element Level 1. A strong burst of flames slams into the Minotaur. The monster pushes through the fire and charges him again. But then something makes the giant beast stumble. It drops to its knees and completely stops moving. If its muscles swell too much, the meat gets hard to chew. Jin-Hyuk says he's almost got it, but he knows the monster still hasn't shown its trump card. Suddenly, the Labyrinth Guardian activates Berserk Level 10 and releases a roar that shakes the ground. The Minotaur rises, roars again, and grows much more powerful. Park Hana is terrified, wondering how anyone could beat something like this. Green energy pours from its horns, while smoke blasts from its nose. Its attack power and speed jump by 30% for 5 minutes. On top of that, its intelligence rises enough to let it speak. The Minotaur declares that it will kill our protagonist and scatter his pieces through the labyrinth, so no one ever enters it again. Jin-Hyuk senses that the monster is using its magic far better, now thanks to that new intelligence. Still, he openly challenges it to a fight. The Minotaur accepts, swearing it will crush him before rushing in with another giant axe strike. Jin-Hyuk blocks it with his max dagger. Then he knocks the Minotaur's axe flying away and keeps defending against its non-stop attacks. The battle moves insanely fast. Park Hana can barely follow it with her eyes. She realizes the protagonist isn't even dodging now. He's taking the blows straight on. Even with a level 10 boss skill active, the Minotaur is fighting him evenly. Hana thinks not even the whole Raven Guild could beat this monster. Yet Jin-Hyuk is beyond crazy. He's meeting every attack head-on and actually smiling. It's like he planned all of this and already knew exactly what would happen. MC thinks back on how much he hated the stale life he used to live. No matter what he did, nothing ever changed. Not in the real world, not in games. Everything stayed the same. But this new world gives him what he always wanted. His 57 gap points prove it, making him far stronger along with his summons and dagger. And that gap stat keeps rising, especially when he throws himself into danger like this. The Minotaur keeps raging, smashing through the labyrinth walls. Then the veteran Jin-Hyuk leaps at it with his dagger and lands a flurry of quick slashes. The Minotaur growls that these cheap tricks won't work on it. It mocks him, saying he's just a worm who can't even scratch it. But the second it says that, the monster freezes. It stops right in front of Jin-Hyuk, unable to move. The 5 minutes are up. Berserk level 10 has ended, exactly as he counted on. He knew the moment that timer ran out, the monster would lock up completely. Berserk pushes someone past their limits for a few minutes, then leaves them helpless afterward. Now the Labyrinth Guardian is stuck in a suspended state right in front of him. With 57 gap points, he can cut the power difference by the same amount as 19 levels. He still needs 20 more days to reach his final goal of 100 points. Jin-Hyuk knows the Minotaur only stopped because its rage mode ended. As soon as the labyrinth shifts and a new day starts, it'll begin hunting again. He smiles and says there are still 20 days left, remembering that he already said clearing this place would take a month. He said it would take a month to beat the labyrinth, and 20 days later the Minotaur comes back at full power, crazed with rage. A hit flies in from the right, and his gap stat rises again. Then he reads an attack coming from below and jumps clear. At last, gap hits level 100. The labyrinth beast lets out an angry roar. As it starts slowing down, he drives a punch into its jaw. Thinking he might be imagining it, he steps onto the Minotaur's horn as the monster collapses to the floor. That was his final goodbye to the beast. Now the only thing left is dealing with Park Hana. He tells her he plans to hire an intern for Veteran Players Company. Then he asks if she wants the job, pointing out how little excitement she's shown. Putting on a fake smile, she says she would love to join the company and work there. He asks what she can actually do for them. Hana answers that communion would be very helpful for running a company, but he cuts that off. He already has that skill. So she quickly changes her answer and promises she will never betray him. That still doesn't impress Jin-Yuk, and he sounds disappointed as he moves on to announce the intern results for Veteran Players Company. When she asks for a little more time to think, he tells her he's already given her plenty. In a panic, she blurts out that she can hand over Bram's ring. Jin-Yuk says he was already working a deal with the Chinese to get that ring, which immediately grabs his attention. Once he hears the Raven Guild has it, he takes her seriously. Bram's ring is one of the best first-floor items. It boosts speed, gives magic resistance, and weakens monster magic. Since it has 3 strong effects, he checks her with Eye of Truth. She's telling the truth, and he doesn't sense any big scheme. So he tells her congratulations. She's hired as an intern at Veteran Players Company. Then he lays out the rules. Interns don't get paid, and whenever he calls, she comes. No matter where she is, even at 3 a.m. Last, he explains how long the contract will last. Right then, Jin-Yuk reads the world's memories and decides to fuse fire with communion. After the fusion, he says things are about to heat up. The moment he activates the A-rank soul mark, Hana realizes this isn't a normal contract. With a dark smile, he says he wouldn't ask for her thumbprint on plain paper, then congratulates her on becoming an intern and stamps the soul mark onto Park Hana's face. She screams. The mark forces the target to obey its owner. She can't do anything that might harm him, and if she resists, she'll be burned. Then light appears. They've become the first people to clear the labyrinth's first floor. Hana is beyond relieved to finally get out of that place. The clear goes into the Hall of Fame, and both players get 5,000 coins. While she's still happy about the reward, Jingbok gives her an order. Transfer the coins to me. She has no choice, and sends them over. The protagonist is sure nobody has more money than he does now. He also tells her to bring him the ring in 3 days. When she starts saying that's not enough time, he cuts it down to 2. The soul mark burns on her face, forcing her to obey. Later, a TV report talks about Dangun, the guild representing Korea, now on the 3rd floor. It's the top guild in the country, and with other nations struggling, people expect a lot from Korea. China, meanwhile, is hiding what's going on. The report says Korea shouldn't depend on others but beat them with its own power. They even claim they can take down the 3rd floor boss alone. Hearing that, Jin-Yuk thinks about how badly they'll regret this later. He gets why they want to be first, but he sees no real reason to rush. Each floor gives players 90 days, so there is no need to hurry to the 2nd floor, let alone the 3rd. If your basics are weak, the challenge gets much harder. And once you hit that wall, the pressure jumps fast. That's dangerous, because humanity won't get a second chance if it fails. So he decides to spend this month gathering public information. In a world full of lies, he needs people he can trust to collect solid data. Luckily, he already knows a dependable source. He logs into that site and contacts Big-Headed Bro, whose real name is Li Taimantang, and Punchy Hothead, really Yunyanhua. Jin-Yuk notices they're pretty different from how they acted in the game. They were veteran players who fought beside him in the Tower of Tests 2 years ago. Today is the first time he's met them face to face, so he uses Eye of Truth to check their info. Li is level 11, and has the innate skill King of Machines. Just like Jin-Hyuk expected, Li got the same power again. It's great for large battles, but it burns through mana fast. Yoon is level 12, and her innate skill is Taekwondo Devotee, which hits hard. Since their levels are close, MC figures they're hunting together. That fits. They always teamed up before too. For him to copy their abilities, all 3 of them need to reach the 20th floor together. He introduces himself and awkwardly admits his old game name sounded like a fart. He's still embarrassed. He picked it at 11. He adds that he's 26 now, and used to stream online, and Lee says he watched those streams. Lee tells him to drop the formal speech since they met plenty of times in the game. Talking casually would feel a lot more natural, and Jin-Yuk knows they're both easygoing. In the past, plenty of people only wanted to use or betray him. Maybe dealing with trash like that had changed him. Even so, being with Lee and Yoon Yang feels strangely comfortable right away. As they talk, he learns everything that happened while he was stuck in the labyrinth. That includes what the top guilds around the world have been doing, and how other streamers have been acting. He also hears about demon groups kidnapping people and stealing their coins. Then Lee realizes Jin-Yuk spent a whole month in the labyrinth, so he probably never took the test. The protagonist is puzzled, and asks what test. Lee explains that huge numbers of people rushed into the tower, and the deaths on the 2nd floor got insanely high. Because of that, the Awakened Association blocked anyone from climbing unless they passed a special test. Those who pass get an ID code, like the barcode on Yoon Yunhwa's wrist. Han Sang-jin, the head of the Awakened Association, used lower death rates as an excuse to gather players with innate talents. Since that's where things stand, Jinyuk decides to check out the association system for himself and make use of it. When he reaches the awakened association tower, he heads inside. Anyone ranked F or lower is instantly blocked from entering the second floor, but a high rank brings calls from the country's top guilds. That's why 3 kinds of people gather at the test site. There are people who just want permission to climb, reporters looking for a good story by judging others' ranks, and those showing off their rank in public. One example is Park Hana from the Raven Guild, the girl who made it out of the labyrinth with Park Hajin beside her. Behind them stands Kim Kitae from the Fighting Dads Guild, and cameras start flashing everywhere. Jinyuk gets annoyed by the packed crowd and thinks the whole place feels like a pig pen. Park Hajin says everyone here is dreaming about money, and Kim Kitae barks for people to move aside. Kim Kitae warns Park Hajin to do well today, saying he only came because of Park's brothers. The 2 brothers quickly promise they won't let Kim down. Their guards start shoving people back, yelling that anyone who doesn't move will get hurt. One of those bodyguards then threatens someone who still hasn't moved from his spot. Jinyuk asks why he should, since he already took a number and is waiting for his turn. Park Hajin pushes the guard aside and angrily steps up to him. He says he doesn't know who MC is, but warns him he's making a big mistake and needs to move now. The crowd stares in shock as he stands his ground. He realizes this is the man Hana kept praising. He activates Eye of Truth and checks everything on the level 8 player. Park Hajin grows uneasy under that stare, and Jinyuk learns the condition for copying his powers. To copy the innate skill, he needs to raise their friendship. But if Park Hajin turns hostile, the protagonist can copy any of his normal skills. The second he learns he can push hostility to the limit, he gets very interested. Park Hajin keeps threatening him and demands that he move. Meanwhile, Hana watches in shock. Jinyuk flashes her a nasty grin, and cold fear runs through her. A moment later, he grabs 2 of her brother's fingers and snaps them. Her brother screams, furious and in pain, then gets ready to attack MC. The reporters all back away so they don't get caught in the fight. Jinyuk watches for a beat, then picks up his water bottle and throws it at Park Hajin. Park Hajin cuts the bottle apart, but when he tries to rush forward, something hits him, and he drops to the ground. Nobody understands what happened. Most people think he just slipped and fell by himself, but Hana knows Jinyuk well enough to realize it was his attack. Then Kim Ji-tae from the Fighting Dads Guild steps in to stop the fight, and he instantly uses Eye of Truth. It doesn't work because the level gap is too big, which means Kim is at least level 20. Kim Ji-tae says Jinyuk is trouble, but also too useful to ignore. The protagonist asks if that usefulness is because he's sending Goryo Ginseng. Kim freezes and asks how he knows that. MC says that part doesn't matter, and tells him to ask something more useful, like how to handle the side effects of Goryo Ginseng. Kim Ji-tae casts a black barrier around them both. Kong's friends rush over, but the barrier seals before they can get in. Kim asks if Kong's information is really true. What he cares about most is Kong's demand for exclusive control of 10 dungeons. Goryo Ginseng is famous for restoring health and magic, but if you eat it raw, it causes poisoning. Kong says that's exactly the problem they're facing, and he knows 3 items that can fix it. First, Carassian Bile, Moonstone, and Mandrake Root. He doesn't know if they're missing the others, but he's sure Mandrake Root has been hard to find. Then he offers the locations of all 3, and asks Kim to trust him. Kim quickly sees that Kang's words match the reports from his explorers. That only makes him more curious about who Kang really is. He chooses to trust Jinyuk for now, and lifts a dagger toward him. One warning follows: try anything clever and he'll catch it. Still, giving away 10 top dungeons the guild already controls is too much, so Kim decides the deal needs limits. But our protagonist says Kim has it backwards. His eyes glow. He's the one offering a chance here, not Kim Ji-tae. Then a woman smashes through the barrier and sends a man flying. She tells everyone to back off if they want to live, and the black barrier starts breaking apart. Jinyuk steps away from Kim and tells Yoon Yukwa to calm down. Worried, the others ask if he was taken by force and press him for what happened. They figure Kim must have been easier to persuade than expected. Park Hajin can't accept it, and asks if they're really being let go that easily. He begs for one more chance to turn things around with his power. Kim answers by grabbing the boy by the throat and warns him not to be stupid. This man isn't weak, and challenging him again will only bring regret. Park Hajin nearly blacks out. After Kim lets go, he's left wondering what happened inside that barrier to make Kim shame him like this. Burning with anger, he decides he'll kill the man. At the same time, our protagonist meets the condition to copy Park Hajin's D-rank light breath skill, a passive ability that helps control breathing and heartbeat for better movement. After provoking Hajin, the skill is stored in the world's memories. Now he heads to the test, to learn his real rank. He also wonders if his intern took the test after eating wild ginseng, since she ended up in first place. The exam is simple: strike the magic crystal with a weapon or skill. What matters is how much potential hits it. That's what sets the rank. Someone asks if he'll really use a weapon without an innate skill. Kong says his dagger is enough. The examiner tells him to begin whenever he's ready. Jin-Yuk then walks to a different crystal. They stop him saying that's a medium-grade crystal and he should use a lower one. Those crystals aren't supposed to react normally to someone like him. He ignores them and pushes his gap attribute to the limit, sending huge energy through his body. He wants to know how strong he became after leaving the labyrinth, so he drives his dagger into the crystal with all his power. The examiner is stunned. Most people can't even leave a mark on it. He's never seen anyone split a crystal in half before. Jin-Yuk is immediately judged an S-rank magic power player. Shaken, the examiner decides to report it to his superiors, but our protagonist asks him to wait 1 week. For personal reasons, he wants the result kept secret until then. Jin-Yuk says life taught him one thing: sometimes threats work better than rules. Then he asks how Yun-Yuk-Hwa managed to show up without anyone noticing. She brought what he asked for, and he takes Brahm's ring, an A-rank item that grants overwhelming monster-like magic power. He activates the mark and says the 2 days he gave her were plenty. Then he warns he'll remove the soul mark only if she behaves very, very well. His friends ask if he somehow got an F rank, since they were sure he'd place above them. He says it's only temporary, and he'll retake the test in a week, but that's a lie. The second exam happens in a dungeon, and he plans to grab a few items first. He tells them not to worry, keep climbing the tower, and wait for him to call later. The first test checks magic power, and gives each person a rank. Anyone who passes moves on to the second test, where they just need to clear a dungeon in the test tower. Since there's no difficulty cap, most pick goblin or orc dungeons. But he's going somewhere else. A ruin on the first floor that's been treated as a forbidden zone ever since it appeared 11 years ago. No one has cleared it, and in this new reality, that hasn't changed. It's been a long time since he came back here, the Chamber of the Fallen. Still, he's not alone, and that already tests his patience. These ruins are on the first floor of the test tower, and as an F rank he can't enter by himself. The regulating guild would never allow it, so he signs up as a porter, hauling boxes to get inside. A man asks Kong why he came to a place like this. Kong answers that he needs money and lives alone. The other porter says he's here for his wife and kids. Our hero knows men like that are often the first to die. The porter warns him that 5th ranks have to be extra careful. One mistake is enough, and no ambulance can save them. Jin-Yuk tells him everyone here will make it home. The man doesn't really get it, but he appreciates hearing it and seems more hopeful than the rest. The Chamber of the Fallen raid is about to start. It's S-rank difficulty. Beat the boss and take the throne of the ruins for a divine relic. If they fail, the relic choices will be limited. Soon, the porters reach a resting point. It's the last short break before the raid begins. Just then, the reward for being first to conquer the tower arrives. It's a set of special items. When opened, it gives him 10 extra points in luck and adaptability. He also gains the Cold Heart skill, which helps him stay calm under pressure. On top of that, the passive skill Monopolize activates. It stores the last reward given and can strengthen future rewards. Our protagonist is thrilled. Out of the countless rewards in the test tower, he somehow pulled amazing ones. With abilities like these, luck won't matter much anymore. Then a group of men steps out of a portal. One of them groans that his head still hasn't gotten used to this, no matter how many times he does it. The porters realize this is the Balhae Guild's main strike team. Using Eyes of Truth, Jin-Hyuk tries to read the man who seems to be the captain. The man moves through the group, arranging the ranks and making sure they stay behind the advance team. His name is Song Chunhua, level 14, age 29, with extremely high stats. The condition to copy his skill is earning his loyalty during this raid, which makes our veteran uneasy. That won't be easy. For the raid captain of a top 10 guild in the country, that condition feels especially strange. Still, he decides it's fine, as long as he doesn't miss what he came for. The guild's mage warns that it will be dark from here on, so everyone needs to stay close because no one can be rescued. Then the mage activates a level 1 illumination spell with his staff. The spell lights up the ruins. They soon find that the monsters the advance party met have all been wiped out. Even so, the ruins still feel eerie. Someone reports that the porter group has arrived and should stay with the guild. Our protagonist finds it odd that nobody died after fighting that many monsters. From what he'd seen of this guild's attack power before, that shouldn't have happened. A man in his group snaps at him to stop standing around and deliver water and ice. As a lowly porter, he's supposed to serve the foreign guests. Their armor has a cross mark on the shoulder. He'd been wondering who they were, then remembers the Zion Guild, Europe's elite. Among them, Kang spots a very short person and thinks getting close to this group could help. While handing over the water and ice, he starts a conversation. The moment he uses his communion skill, the target forms a good first impression of him. The short knight turns out to be a beautiful young woman. Our protagonist recognizes her as the youngest daughter of Europe's noble Laurentian family. She's a versatile player with divine power for attack, defense, and healing. A hero from Amsterdam after its near destruction, she's known across Europe as the Saint of Amsterdam, Teresa de Laurentia. Now he understands why no one on their side had died. She was here. Everyone wants to climb the tower, so it's surprising they picked the ruins instead of the third floor boss. He tries Eyes of Truth on her, but it fails. The level gap is way too big. He can hardly believe it. She's probably above level 20. But then his luck and adaptability stats cancel out that difference. Because of that, Eyes of Truth reaches level 2 and activates. Now he can finally see her full status. Teresa de Larontia is 22 years old, level 29, with outstanding stats and a place among the top 100 players. That means the condition to copy all her abilities is simple: save her life when she's in real danger. No wonder everyone is obsessed with her. Her stats are insane. He also spots an active class quest, which explains why she skipped the boss and came to these ruins. She thanks him, and Jin-Yuk answers. He should be thanking her. Thanks to her, he now has a chance to get one of the strongest paladin abilities. That skill is called Blessing of the Stars. The hard part is making sure she ends up in danger so he can save her. That condition won't be easy to pull off. Then screams break out as people call for the guild captain like someone's about to die. They tell Hyunj the situation is bad. The Guardian Sentinel has appeared. A system message follows. The Ruins Guardian has found the intruders and started its attack. 10 minutes remain. The Ruins have a defense system that reacts to outside interference. Once triggered, it sets off a bomb and summons the Sentinel. They figure some idiot must have set it off, but there's no time to argue. The Guardian is already awake, and only 10 minutes are left. Fighting the Guardian with their current strength would be suicide. They'd just get wiped out. Hyung first thinks about getting the non-combatants out in 10 minutes, then hesitates. If they run before even trying, it's all over. He knows how hard it was to become captain. Not wanting everything to end here, he chooses to push deeper into the ruins. The others think he's lost it, especially with the support team not here yet. They warn him the Guardians can come from anywhere. Still, he orders everyone to follow. As guild captain, the burden is his, and with Teresa there, they can do this even without reinforcements. They have Saint Teresa on their side. More knights rush in with the same warning. The Guardians are active. Even so, they say a major guild like Balhai wouldn't move without a backup plan. One man insists they should trust the captain. By now the Guardians should already be beaten. But right after he says that, a huge sentinel appears behind him. It crushes him instantly like he was nothing. The fighters facing the sentinel freeze in fear. Now they have to deal with several sentinel guardians at once. The front line shouts that the guardians are here. The captain gives quick orders. Tanks up front, carriers stay back. Everyone moves at once, and he tells the support line to buff the tanks and raise their damage. Song Chunhua uses Iron Shield, level 3. Then he sets Wedge Formation level 2, putting all shield users in front. Lee activates Warrior's Song level 2, boosting the front line's power. Holding formation, they charge the sentinels, and the fight turns brutal. Buffed shield bearers push forward, trying to bring the sentinels down, but they quickly call out. They need more tanks and a healer. Solo players are already dropping. The captain expected losses, but there was nothing he could do now. He couldn't spare attention for random solo players. Instead, he focused on helping his guild members fight as a unit. The solo players didn't know how to handle group battles, and the sentinels picked them off. They felt abandoned, and without help, they were going to die. Then Saint Teresa stepped in and used cross sign level 4 to save them. She wiped out several sentinels at once and kept the solo players alive. Then she noticed 2 guardians had slipped past the attackers, putting the non-combatants in danger. So she rushed back toward the hall to save the porters. At the supply point, one porter had been left unprotected and was badly hurt. He was on the verge of death as a sentinel raised its axe at him. Before it could strike, Jin-Yuk cut the sentinel into pieces. He remembered the old man he promised to get out alive. There was no time to relax. The porter warned him. Another guardian was right behind him. He dodged on instinct and fired off a flame skill. He grinned as he got ready to burn the giant knight down. With one hit, he dropped the monster and left it there for someone else to finish. He had to stay level 1, so he didn't want to land the final blow himself. He couldn't believe someone had awakened the guardians in a ruin this deadly. There was no upside to it, and he wanted to know who did it. Right then Teresa arrived to rescue the porter. She had thought Jin-Yuk was a decent guy, but what she saw looked like him threatening a non-combatant with a knife. Convinced he was Kang the protagonist, Hyak, the one who triggered the guardians, she declared she was arresting him at once. Before he could make sense of it, Teresa came at him with her sword. She tells him not to resist because she doesn't want to hurt him. He tries to explain it's a misunderstanding, but she won't hear it. Her attacks keep coming, so Jin-Yuk finally fights back. He shoves her against the stone wall, hurting her just a little. Holding his max-level dagger on her, he says he wasn't the one who woke the sentinels. If he really had done it, he says he could have killed her already. The porter cuts in, asking why they're fighting. Jin-Yuk just saved his life. Hearing that, Teresa quickly apologizes. MC lets it go, saying anyone could have gotten the wrong idea. Then she asks why he hid who he was. He says it's for the same reason she is. He's on a secret class mission too. He needs St. Peter's written oath, is using the Zion Guild as cover, and is also after a hidden item. That leaves Teresa wondering how he knows so much. Jin-Yuk adds that he wants to learn everything about this ruin, and her skills will be key to that. So he asks if they can move through it together. Meanwhile, The guild captain says they need to regroup before going on. He tells Teresa there is no reason for her to act alone. She fires back that he already has a map to the checkpoint and should know the plan. Besides, their contract says each team moves under its own command. That shuts the captain up. In the end, he gives in and tells her to rejoin them before they reach the map's edge. Teresa agrees and says she'll find them. Then she asks to take one porter with her. Hyung allows it as long as she comes back. The other porters know she's heading into hell, so none of them want to be picked. Jin Hyuk raises his hand and volunteers to go with her. The other porters try to stop him, saying it's too dangerous. But he knows he won't get anywhere if he just follows the crowd. So he asks if they never had wild dreams when they were young, just like he does now. Then he boldly shouts that this is the moment he'll fight for love, even if it costs his life. The porters are touched, and they finally get what the young man wants. In the end, they cheer him on as he leaves with Saint Teresa. Soon, the two run into several undead. St. Peter's written oath sits on a sarcophagus, surrounded by them. Jin-hyuk asks if she knows they need to break the barrier around the sarcophagus, and she says yes. Then a warning appears. The owner of the Chamber of the Fallen is watching them. It's an indirect message from the boss, who has never shown interest in players before. Teresa asks if he saw it too, and says the message must have come from the boss. Still, she doesn't understand what watching them means, and wonders if maybe it recognized her. Jin-hyuk shocks her by saying no, it recognized him. Teresa then asks about the strategy he claimed to know for this place. She jumps straight into the undead mob and activates Warrior Song, raising all her stats by 3 for 10 minutes. She's following Jin-hyuk's simple plan, draw all the monsters to her. The whole pack rushes her at once the second she releases divine power. Chaos breaks out and she casts light, then starts cutting them down without stopping. While she keeps them busy, the protagonist moves through, crushing heads under his feet. Teresa has pulled every monster's attention. That helps, but since she's doing most of the killing, Jungbaо has fewer chances to level. Suddenly, red lightning crashes into the middle of them, catching both off guard. A lich in black robes holding a red staff fired the spell. Then a sentry lunges at MC, and he bends away from it like he's in the Matrix. He immediately realizes something is wrong. Headless Knights weren't supposed to be here. Why did the pattern change? Next time, he thinks he'll need to account for outside factors too. The elite lich's Black Thunder can be used against Headless Knights, and it's strong enough to kill even a veteran like him. Once again, the lich charges Black Lightning wrapped in a red aura, but Jin-hyuk is ready. He stays calm and dodges. The lightning slams into the Class 3 barrier, and his plan breaks it apart. With that, the barrier around the sarcophagus is gone. Jin-hyuk grabs his dagger and smashes the sentry with ease. Now he wonders what the monster will do next, especially since Teresa has nearly cleared all the undead on her side too. Only the elite leech is left. Then it's cut down in a single strike. Someone calmly steps on its skull and crushes it. Jin-hyuk knows only one person moves like that, and reads monsters that well. The newcomer says they knew he would be here, then they point a sword at him, and say it's been a long time. Don't you recognize me? Jin-hyuk instantly uses Eyes of Truth, which this time isn't blocked by the level gap. He sees the status window. Choi Yu-sung, 28 years old, level 29. To copy his skill, the protagonist has to beat him with a sword, the weapon Choi trusts most. Choi carries an iron sword engraved with Chenlong, a blade stolen from the National Museum of Korea. Back when all of this was still just a game, there was one person who kept challenging MC after losing to him twice, no matter where they were or what they were doing. He used a pure warrior build. Kang squints at him and goes, "Wait, you're that crazy stalker from back then." The man gets annoyed that Kang still didn't recognize him, even after the game became real. Kang finally remembers, but he can't believe the guy from the museum is really him. After losing again and again in the old game, the man insists things are different now. Since they both started over from the beginning, he says Kang won't beat him this time, but Kang just shrugs. If he wants a fight, fine. Still, he asks if the stalker is sure about this, because his teammate won't just sit back and watch. Once he notices Saint Teresa, the stalker clicks his tongue at Kang's troublesome backup. Even so, he says no one will interrupt their duel. Then Choi Yu-sung uses battlefield selection. He slams his sword into the ground and creates a separate arena for their fight. Kang tells Teresa he'll come find her when this is over. She gives no response. A moment later, Kang is pulled into the duel. When they arrive, the stalker says no one can bother them in here. Then he makes his move, activating level 5, man-to-man to boost his stats. At the same time, Kang Jin-hyuk's stats drop by 10. The arena effect and man-to-man stack together, making things worse for him. That puts Kang at a huge disadvantage. Because the gap is so bad, a special fusion condition kicks in. When the normal copy requirements become too unfair, they get adjusted. So the skill copy is approved before all the conditions are finished. Kang chooses to copy Choi Yu-sung's unique skill, the S-rank Song of Sword. It raises his sword sense by 200% and makes every strike cleaner. Then the copied skill is added to Kang Jin-hyuk's world memories. The stalker, irritated again, snaps that Kang is ignoring him and rushes in with pure hatred. Jin summons his dagger, and the two clash on even footing. Kang asks what he's trying to do. Weren't he supposed to be a mid-range fighter? Now he's using swordplay, and looking like he likes it. That only makes the stalker madder. He says Kang ignored him to the very end, then unleashes soul-catching sword energy. Going all out, he rains down one attack after another. Kang calls him desperate. Using sword energy on a beginner swordsman, he slips past every strike. Being called a beginner swordsman only ticks the stalker off more. Kang knows his dagger will snap if it takes sword energy head-on, so he decides to make a skill that can counter it directly. He combines Song of Sword with the demonic soul pill. As the pill runs along his dagger, the fusion activates, the skill and item merge, and a burst of light gives birth to a new unique skill, SS rank Sword Tomb. It boosts his sword understanding by 500%, and his body starts moving along the best path in battle. He uses it together with level 1 Black Moon Knight. Even now, this is less than a tenth of his old power. His current mana still can't fully handle it, so he knows he needs much more to reach his past level. The stalker is stunned by how much power Kang suddenly gives off. This arena was made for him, and Kang isn't even fighting with his main specialty. Everything should favor the stalker, and yet Kang Jin-hyuk takes over the fight. Wrapped in heavy aura, he swings his dagger, the enemy blocks, but the force drives him down into the ground. On top of that, his sword is knocked from his hand. Kang tells him, "I beat you again." That makes it Kang's 138th win. When the stalker asks to be finished off, Kang answers, "The next match will be number 139. He says the tower isn't something to take lightly. Rankers die the moment they get careless, so they need as many strong players as they can get, especially someone like him. Then Kang holds out his hand. The truth is, he'd need 60 days before he could buy another skill from the same person. Keeping this guy close means he won't need to track him down later to copy more abilities. And since the other man is eager to hand over his skills, Kang starts the communion. The enemy admits he lost this time, but says next time will be different. Then battlefield selection is cancelled. Only then does Kang realize he doesn't even know the guy's real name. He says they're not close enough for that, but the man still wants Kang's name. Kang doesn't want him blurting out his old in-game name, yet he ends up saying it himself. Fart. Right after that, Kang asks Chon Shuhua if the nearby monsters are already gone. The mage says his detection skill is picking up magic. He thought they had cleared everything already, but now some unknown presence is heading their way. He looks up and spots a huge iron golem coming at them. On top of it rides a white-haired man with pointed ears. The team captain immediately realizes he's a high-ranking vampire. The vampire introduces himself as Bellis, calm and polished, and welcomes the humans. He says he's a blood relative serving Hyojinsu, the master of the ruins. The captain puts a sword to Bellis's neck and asks what he wants. Bellis sees right away that he's the leader, and says he came with an offer. Really, it's a choice. Come quietly, or fight and suffer for it. Then Bellis uses Blood Feast, taking control of the blood in the area. Blood starts leaking out of people's bodies, and the group begins draining fast. Half will be used as food, while the rest get dragged away. Seeing his men die like this leaves Chan Shuichi completely horrified. Meanwhile, back with the paladin and Kang, Teresa uses level 5 divine purification. She absorbs the SS rank frozen tear, and her magic power rises by 12. She got the frozen tear together with the demonic soul stone, and it's incredibly hard to find. With divine power, her magic was already at 12, now it doubles, and Kang is pleased with that result. Then the master of the fallen chamber sends them an invitation. It says if they want to save the attack team, they must go to the inner hall and meet the master. If they accept, every monster and trap on the way to the final room will disappear. Teresa figures the attack team was kidnapped and taken as hostages. Without hesitating, she says she'll go. If there's even one person to save, that's enough reason. Still, she wonders if she can really beat Hyojinsu like this. What if she ends up becoming Hyojinsu's toy? Exactly as planned. She can't picture winning without the attack team's support. She only wanted to protect people as a paladin, and now she wonders if she chose wrong. Her new companion tells her the attack team doesn't matter. He'll go ahead. If she's struggling to choose, he says she can hear his advice. He calls Jin dishonorable and selfish, and says that's why he keeps challenging her. Even so, he's sure he's the only one in this world who can defeat Hyojinsu. Then he apologizes for talking too much, and the paladin thanks him for the advice. After that, Teresa asks Kang to join her party. He warns her his contract fee isn't cheap, and asks if she still wants to go through with it. She promises to give him every coin she has if he helps her fight the chamber master. That tells him she's serious, so he accepts the deal. Once the contract is set and they accept Jinsu's mission, the monsters go still, and the two head for the final hall. The magic pouring out of that place is enormous. Kang tells Teresa not to be afraid, and asks if she understands how strong their enemy is. The strongest person doesn't always win. Then Kang Jin-hyuk says he has a plan. No matter what happens inside, she has to trust him. With that, they open the final gate. Inside, they find many people gathered around a throne. Beside it stands the white-haired vampire, Bellis. Spread out on the throne, looking pleased they finally arrived, is Hyojinsu, Alice von Ataraxia. She says she was tired of waiting for them, Kang asks if the captives are safe. She says she'll let them see for themselves. Then she turns off her dimensional break ability and reveals the hostages. Kang sees that even Hajin is tied up, blindfolded and gagged. That confirms his guess. This idiot was the one who woke the Guardians. Tinyu Jinso says she invited them because of Kang's scent. To her, it's the sweetest smell she's ever known, even sweeter than blood. No other human compares, and the scent excites her. Kang thinks no one has ever told him his blood smelled sweet before. He's obviously uncomfortable. A vampire is staring at his life force like a meal. Tinyu Jinso says she likes to savor things, so she'll let him live at least 60 years. Kang quickly realizes that means spending his whole life beside her with a fang in his neck. While he's thinking that, she suddenly throws a projectile at him, blowing apart the wall next to him. Kang says he appreciates the offer, but he has no plan to spend the rest of his life with her. That answer clearly annoys the vampire. She snaps that his opinion changes nothing. Teresa asks if he's okay. Kang says he's fine since it missed, then adds that the vampire may be intense, but he never promised her anything. The only thing he'll offer her is something sweeter than his blood. She mocks the idea. Nothing matters more than his blood, and no offer will change her mind. Then Kang makes an unexpected proposal. He offers her freedom. That one word enrages the vampires around them. They demand to know how he dared say it there, but Heo Jinso shuts them up right away. She tells Kang he'd better answer for what he just promised. Kang says if he couldn't pull it off, he never would have come to her. As she keeps pressing him to prove it, Kang Jinhyuk gives his name. He declares that, as a representative of the demonic humans in the tower, he'll free this place. Then he puts on a black mask. Demonic humans are people who threw away their humanity. Some do it for money, some for revenge, and some for their beliefs. They block players from climbing the tower, and sometimes even work with monsters. The vampire says she's heard of people like that, and asks if he's one of them. Kang answers that he's already dealt with the temple on the 27th floor. He adds that the trick used to fool the barrier around these ruins matches what the temple told him. Teresa wonders how he's pretending to be a demonic human, and what kind of thing this temple is if even vampires fear it. Kang tells Heo Jinsu that if she knows the temple, then she should know he isn't bluffing and trust him. She refuses. Demonic human or not, plenty of people claim they can fix her condition. Then she says he talks too smoothly to trust, and summons her blood spears. Even so, she almost sounds disappointed. His blood is just too sweet to ignore. The spears fly at him, and Kang stays still. Teresa jumps in front of him, and uses sacred reinforcement. A huge cross-shaped barrier of light rises to block the attack. The blood spears slam into it, but can't break through. Teresa tells him to stay behind her. She says she'll hold on as long as her divine power lasts. She strengthens the shield even more, and knocks the spears away. The vampire mocks her for struggling so hard against such a small attack. She says divine power makes her sick, then triggers blood explosion. While Heo Jinso aims to destroy the paladin, Teresa wonders how much longer she can last. Still, she trusts Jinhyuk to make his move. Then, to her horror, he turns his dagger on Teresa. He drives it into her chest. Both Teresa and the vampire are stunned. Kang asks Heo Jinso if she'll trust him once he proves this wasn't just talk. She finds it funny that he stabbed the ally who was protecting him, but says he still needs to prove more. Teresa barely manages to speak. They were supposed to save the strike team together, so she asks if this was his plan from the start. Without answering, he finishes Teresa off. Her shield is left smeared with what looks like tomato sauce. The vampire laughs, impressed, and lets him explain himself. Kang says he has a 7-star spell that can get past the barrier trapping her. Holding up Braham's ring, he says he can seal her soul inside it and fool the barrier. She's never heard of putting a soul into an item before. Kang then reveals why he stayed at level 1. He even gave up experience he could have earned in the testing tower. It was all for the 7-star spell Soul Transfer. That spell can only be used at level 1. Since he meets the condition, Soul Transfer activates. A magic circle appears. It has a 1-year cooldown, and can hold only 1 soul. He gets a notice saying the spell will finish only if the target agrees. The circle will vanish forever, after 1 minute, and the magic works only if she accepts. Kang looks at Heo Jinsu and asks what she'll do, accept his offer or not. The other vampires are stunned that a spell can be used like this. Through telepathy, Heo Jinsu tells Valis to kill Kang if he tries anything. She still doesn't feel safe trusting a spell she's never heard of, but she already prepared for danger, and she's been trapped here for 1,000 years. If she misses this chance, she may never leave this underground palace. So she asks one last time if she can trust him, and reaches out her hand. Kang says that if she gives him this chance, he won't let Heo Jinso regret it. Then Jinhyuk uses communion, making her feel more favorably toward him. At last, she agrees to the soul transfer. Brahm's ring starts taking in the soul of the progenitor, Alice, and the ritual begins inside the magic circle. When it ends, she realizes the ring feels far better than she expected. Kang picks up the ring and says he's glad she likes her new home. Tianjin-so immediately catches that phrase. Then Star's blessing suddenly activates. Teresa is still alive, and she starts to rise. Kang removes the mask and welcomes Teresa back. That blessing can revive someone once, as long as death wasn't instant. So the paladin returns with a smile, like this was part of the plan all along. Now he doesn't need the mask anymore. While the vampire trapped in the ring starts cursing him out, she orders Velas to kill him. Velas instantly draws his sword, but Teresa tells the others to guard Hyojinso. They still have a lot to ask her. Since this isn't over yet, they get ready to fight the remaining vampires. Velas swears Kang won't leave alive for betraying their master, then uses Blood Wave. A flood of blood rushes toward them. Kang answers with his level 5 fire element skill. He drives a huge blast of fire into the ground, wiping out the blood magic completely. After that, he tells Teresa to free the hostages. She uses Sign of the Cross to rescue Hyen and the strike team. The captain is relieved to see Teresa and asks what's happening with the vampires. She tells him Kang is handling them by himself. Velas can't believe a human can resist his power. Kang says fire magic naturally counters blood, and they're forgetting one important thing. The moment their master was sealed in the ring, they already lost. Then he activates Tomb of Swords along with his mask and a summoned dagger. Velas switches to Dark Battle Spirit. Since magic failed, he says he'll win with the sword, break the ring, and free his master. Right after that, all the enraged vampires charge at Kang. The captain is stunned to hear Kang is fighting alone, and asks who he is. Teresa knows that if he's wearing a mask he wants his identity hidden. Meanwhile, Kang cuts down the vampires with ease. Teresa says she only met him by chance, and doesn't know much about him. Then she adds that the stab really hurt. She never thought her first death would come from an ally. Even so, they won in the end, so she says it was worth it. Teresa starts crying as she thanks Kang Jin-hyuk for saving everyone, including Teresa, the owner of Stard's blessing. By meeting the conditions, he copies her unique blessing skill. Now that SS rank power to return from death is stored in his memory. He asks why she's crying, and the paladin says she can't help it right now. Then she asks if he knew she could revive. He did know from seeing her skills, but he plays dumb and just says he's glad she's alive. After that, they move to collect the divine artifacts from the ruins, but the captain steps in and says the raid items belong to his guild. Kang points out that he saved their lives, so it's crazy for them to still demand the reward. Song answers that he'll give Kang something better, money, enough to satisfy him. Kang thinks the captain is shameless and completely useless, then says if he wants the artifacts that badly he can take them. The captain is thrilled until Kang warns that he'll regret it. Among the relics is a fragment of Merlin's staff, the one Chunhua wants most. Even after getting captured during the raid, the captain thinks taking the relics will make up for everything, but the instant he reaches for the staff, he gets hit by a shock, and a mark appears on his hand. Kang explains that the staff is made from special materials, but it carries a curse. Its life force can be taken safely, only after Alice is defeated. Since she's still alive inside the ring, the curse remains. Seeing what the curse does to the captain, Teresa is shocked. Then the two of them leave. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the test tower in Seoul, the department chief is asked if the report was fake, or if that man was telling the truth. He says they should wait and find out, then tells Agent Young to stop whining. At the same time, someone tied to the Awakened Association decides to act on the information they have. Agent Young says experts think it will take at least 3 weeks to finish, but the chief is worried because the stalker isn't from the Balhai Guild, and he has a bad feeling about all of it. Then the ruin, Hall of the Depraved, is suddenly cleared. The department chief is left speechless. Right after that, Balhai Guild members start coming out of the ruins, and people congratulate them for clearing the first floor. They're immediately swarmed with questions. Reporters ask who the MVP was, especially whether it was the captain. Then Song Chae-on-hwa walks out with no hair, eyebrows or eyelashes, looking miserable. Seeing the team's ruined condition, the reporters ask what really happened inside. Teresa gives them the truth. Song Chae-on-hwa didn't clear the ruins, and neither did the Zion Guild. She reveals that a masked man did it all by himself. Everyone else, she says, was just watching our protagonist's unbelievable performance. A department worker says they need to contact the association right away. Without the masked player, a lot of people would have died, or been forced to leave empty-handed. Across online forums, people start guessing who the masked player really is. Stories about him spread fast all over the internet. Jin Young can tell most of them are packed with pointless fluff, since nobody actually knows anything about him. Even so, the reactions are hotter than he expected, which only makes him feel better about hiding behind a mask. Since Teresa is the only one who knows who he is, and she swore to stay quiet, he has no real reason to worry. With that handled, he decides it's time to talk to the vampire. Inside the ring, Heo Jinso snaps at him for leaving her trapped in there for a whole day. Then she starts throwing threats, demanding to know if he even understands who she is. A moment later, she asks what he plans to do with her, but suddenly gets dizzy when he starts spinning the ring. He casually asks if that helped. She shoots back that anyone stuck in her place would feel the same. Still shaken, she tries to calm things down, saying vampires don't hold grudges for long, so he better not do that again, and he should fix that look on his face. Jin-hyuk ignores her and spins the ring again, saying he'll give her a proper punishment. Hilo Jinso breaks down and begs him to stop before she throws up. Then he uses his vampiric separator skill, spinning the ring at insane speed. The vampire is left completely out of it. 3 hours later, he picks up the ring again. Hyojinso is still sick and groaning while he pours magic into Braham's ring. A burst of power follows, and the vampire is pulled out into the open. She smirks and says her time for revenge has finally come. Now she'll pay him back for humiliating her. But then she realizes she's way smaller than him, almost toy-sized. Jinyoung had only brought out a sealed piece of her. It makes her look like a tiny version of Alice, with not even 1% of her full strength. Even so, she's still stronger than normal vampires. He tells her to quit crying and listen. What he said back in the ruin was true. Alice fires back that she doesn't want this kind of freedom. Jinyoung says this isn't the freedom he promised. He can give her the one she actually wants. That makes her stop crying. Hopeful now, she asks what he means. He says if she helps him kill everyone who betrayed her, he'll help her take back her place as head of the Ataraxia family. Not long after, a new video of his raid hits the Hall of Fame. At first, people thought the whole group would fail, but everything changed when the masked player showed up. In the comments, viewers say they've never watched something so nervously, even knowing how it ends. They were especially blown away by how he used fire to wipe out the vampires. A lot of people recognize him from the Swamp of Greed video. One person says that if even the Saint of Amsterdam acknowledged him, everyone else should too. Now people are sure guilds will be fighting to recruit him. Jinyoung had heard guilds were loaded with cash, and when he stopped in front of a huge building, he saw that for himself. He didn't care if a top guild hoarded power or acted dirty, but trying to kill him was different, and he had no plan to let that slide. Anyone who crossed him would be destroyed. As soon as he entered the building, Jinyoung spotted the guards. He answered with fire magic and blasted it straight at them. At the same time, on the rooftop, the furious guild leader ranted that he had told them to kill that man quietly inside the ruins, but Park Hajin only woke the guardians and turned everything into a disaster. Now the guild's name is ruined, and thanks to him, the truth may come out. The man raging was Shin Gyeon-soo, head of the Black Raven Guild, and he smacked Park for being useless. A moment later, flames burst into the room and threw guards aside. Then Jinyoung appeared in the doorway, after cutting through everyone below. He asked if this was the guild leader. Stunned, Shin Gyeon-soo immediately yelled for his men to seize him. Seeing a chance to restore his image as the former super rookie, Park Hajin charged straight at the protagonist. But the second Jinyoung took off his mask, Park recognized him and got smashed away by a heavy punch. Furious, Shin Gyeon-soo swore he'd make him pay and rushed in with his swift sword skill. As he went for the blade still in its sheath, MC calmly sat in an armchair. Shin Gyeon-soo attacked, sure that he couldn't even follow his speed. He bragged it was faster than sound, and thought the fight was already over. But to Shin Gyeon-soo's total shock, his sword was snapped in half by a Chinese board game piece. Shin Guy says the pieces are great for throwing. Still seated, he rolls another piece in his hand and asks Shin if they can finally talk. Shin asks if he came for revenge because of the murder attempt. Then he demands to know if he's wrecking the whole building over. Just that. A thrown game piece suddenly slams into Shin and badly wounds him. He crashes to the floor, dizzy. While Jinyoung says his choice of words is wrong, he's done far more than just that. The old man begs him to stop, saying he's already had enough revenge. He tells the protagonist to think clearly. 50 top-ranked guild members are away right now, climbing the tower, and if he kills him, they'll chase MC to hell to avenge Shine Guy on Sue. Revenge only creates more revenge, and unless one side lets it go, it never ends. Jinyoung admits that's true, but says those are just words people use to sleep better at night. Picking up more game pieces, he says he'll finish this the proper way. He will be the last one to take revenge, and after that Shine can forgive him. Shine says that makes no sense, but he is already gathering magic in his hand. The old man goes pale, as the protagonist says he's only following the guild leader's own logic. Then he fires a storm of game pieces charged with magic. The barrage sends the guild leader flying and finishes him off. After that, Jinyoung looks at Hajin and says he's only alive because of his sister. He adds that Hajin's smartest move is to stay out of his way until he dies of old age. Then he orders the man pretending to be dead to stand up. If he's useful, he can live. First, introduce yourself. The man gets up and says he's Kim Hee-wong, 26, the one who handled the guild's general work. He adds that he studied computer science and promises to serve Jinyoung. That catches MC's interest, and he realizes this setup may be more useful than he first thought. Instead of destroying one of the top guilds, he decides to leave it in Kim Hee-wong's hands. He tells Kim Hee-wong it's nothing too hard. He mostly just needs to keep up appearances. Kim points out that even if he becomes guildmaster, nobody will obey him. The protagonist gets it. If a non-fighter suddenly takes the top spot, people are bound to push back. Still, he tells Kim not to worry about anyone who resists. Jinyoung won't handle them himself. Since that's too annoying, he decides to let someone else take care of it. Soon, a message goes out ordering every guild member ranked A and above to gather on the rooftop. One of them complains about calling an emergency meeting when everyone is busy, but even in the middle of a dungeon run, they have to obey. So the rank A members of the Black Crow Guild reluctantly head back to the base. One of them asks why there's such a crowd in front of the building. Then they spot their leader knocked out on top of a wrecked car. It looks like he was thrown from above and died on impact. That makes them wonder who sent the emergency order, if it wasn't the guildmaster. When this person reaches the top floor, they find Kim Hee-won there. Kim is already preparing magic. The newcomer asks why the secretary is sitting in the master's chair, then tries to attack him and demands an explanation. Kim calmly says new owners have arrived, then points at Alice behind him. Alice says this is all a pain. She told them to handle it so she wouldn't have to step in herself. The rank A player is stunned and asks if that little girl did all of this. Alice Ataraxia instantly gets furious at being called a child and glares at the rank A player. A huge explosion suddenly tears across the rooftop. Jin-Yuk realizes Alice ignored his order to take over the guild quietly. The Awakened Association tells him to turn in his test results soon. 2 months have passed since the test tower appeared, and the world's order has been shaken. Some people, though, are adjusting better than others. The papers run a special story on the masked player. It got huge attention since he cleared a dungeon alone without an attack team. On top of that, only 2 people know he entered that raid as a porter. One is Kim, the former porter leader, who agreed to keep quiet. The other is Saint Teresa, and she promised the same. Because of that, he can move much more freely while keeping both his masked identity and his normal one. Inside the Awakened Association building, everything he needed is finally in place. Now that nothing is holding him back, it's time to take everything for himself. The certificate is easier than he expected. His current rank is F. Then he runs into a few old co-workers, who proudly say they've grown a lot stronger. Some of the people with them say they know Jin-Yuk too, and soon everyone starts talking. He introduces Alice as a player from Northern Europe he happened to meet. Saying she's a vampire would only cause trouble, so he keeps that part hidden. Next he introduces Kim, explaining that Kim will manage the Black Crow Guild and its business. The secretary adds that if they're friends of MC, he'll help them too. It's the first time he has properly introduced himself like this, and compared to his old life, it feels like heaven. He tells them that if they need anything, they can come to him now that he's the real guildmaster, leaving them shocked that he took over the Black Crow Guild. He starts scolding Alice for blowing up the building, just because someone called her a child. She snaps back that after living for thousands of years, she won't put up with insults from anyone. Junyoif ignores the excuse and says they'll be hunting together. If he's going out to fight, he'll need Alice's help. She looks at him and asks if there are even any hunting spots left. She knows the best dungeons are all controlled by guilds, until the 3rd floor boss is beaten and the 4th floor opens, so there shouldn't be any hidden hunting grounds left. That's what everyone believes, but Jin-Yuk knows better. On the tower's 1st floor, there's a place called Moon Lake. No one comes there anymore. With humanity on the edge, nobody has time to visit a place just to relax. Even so, Alice can't figure out how he's supposed to hunt there. Then he steps right into the lake, and she thinks he's about to soak his clothes. But the protagonist knows Moon Lake is controlled by 12 statues. One of them does more than just manage the lake. Alice asks if there's some hidden button. He tells her if it were that simple, someone would have found it already. He walks up to a statue with a small gap in it. Players have known about that opening for a long time, but nobody ever found the key. That's because the key isn't metal at all. It's moonlight. Since Jin-Yuk knows the trick, he opens the compartment. He adjusts the light with his hand, changing both the amount and the angle. He lines it up with the pattern carved into the stone inside. At last, the mechanism clicks open. All that work reveals a door leading underground, and it starts opening from the ground. Tian-Wok steps in and gets a notice that he's entered the tower's 1st underground floor. Alice comes out of the ring, shocked that a place like this exists under the tower. For the first time in ages, she feels a strange sense of freedom. MC asks if she's glad she made a contract with him. She won't admit that much, but she does confess he wasn't lying. Then Jin-Yuk uses the star's blessing to bring out divine power. The frozen tear begins its 2nd thaw, and his magic power rises by 18, letting him use it again after just 24 hours. After taking in the frozen tear again, controlling Alice becomes easier too. He pauses to think about how the beings inside the tower see players. Now that the game has become real, he wonders whether Alice still thinks this is just a game after living so long. So he decides to ask her directly, but the words get censored, and she can't understand any of it. That tells him anything tied to the tower is completely blocked. Even so, learning that much is enough for him. Alice suddenly senses something coming. Black claws creep toward them, and Jin-Yuk gets his fire magic ready. He calls the 1st underground floor a monster breeding ground, because black bugs keep pouring out without end. The first one lunges, and he burns it up with ease. He grins at the endless swarm rising from the abyss. Then a level 25 giant beetle appears and catches Alice off guard. Jin-Yuk tells her to stay behind him while he handles them. He activates the star's blessing and fires a beam of holy light at the monster. The blast erupts, cutting the monster's physical defense by 30%. He tells Alice to show what she can do, but she says a noble like her doesn't fight filthy bugs. Jin-Yuk reminds her she's not a noble anymore, so she finally helps and uses blood connection. A spray like red sauce shoots at the insects, sealing several of them inside capsules. The protagonist likes her style, and the gap attribute kicks in. Since he's level 100, it cuts the level difference by 33. That lets him gain much better levels from killing the abyss scarabs. He'd been stuck holding himself back at level 1 for too long, so now these abyss beetles are exactly what he needs. After getting the sword tomb skill, he charges straight into the swarm. Jinhyuk wants the abyss insects to keep coming until he's leveled up enough. Meanwhile, in the Olympus Guild conference hall, the leader says most of the key people are here, so the meeting can start. Patrick of the Titan Guild reports that their 8th attempt to reach the 4th floor failed. They sent 15 raid teams of 100 each, and only 9 teams made it back. He explains the 3rd floor boss itself isn't the main problem, they just have no way to deal with its 100,000 stats. A representative from the Zhonghua Guild adds that even a divine artifact wasn't enough, and asks how anyone is supposed to get through that huge army of statues. Maria from Olympus says the earlier raids ended too fast, so players didn't grow enough. She believes they can still win if enough people get past level 15. Then Bake, captain of Dagon Guild's 3rd raid, accuses the Zhonghua Guild of rigging dungeons and hoarding magic crystals, and the other side doesn't let that slide. The room turns tense right away, and shouting breaks out. The man running the meeting orders them to stop, saying this isn't the time to fight each other. They came to fix the problem in front of them. He then brings up a message they got before dawn from the demonic humans, saying they can help if their terms are accepted. That idea annoys everyone in the room, since the demonic humans are wanted criminals around the world. Still, guild power now matters more than the government's, and with so much at stake, he figures the demonic humans know exactly what they're doing. Then the whole room grows heavy as dark magic starts spreading. A demonic human appears and mockingly says they're hurting his feelings by calling them trash. He claims the guilds won't achieve anything without their help. The moment he shows himself, the guild leaders declare they'll kill him. Beg, furious, grabs a table and hurls it at him. The Zhonghua representative says it's the first time he and Bak have agreed on anything. The demonic human stays calm and says they can join forces after hearing the proposal. With that alliance, they'd finally have the power to beat the 3rd floor boss. Bake shoots back that the demonic human group doesn't even have 100 members. The man in the black cloak raises a skull staff and says numbers don't matter. He slams the staff down and activates the truth gravedigger of the black tomb. Outside, skeletons begin rising from the ground. He explains the area is full of bodies from old wars, and one of their demonic humans is a master necromancer, making all those corpses useful. The meeting leader realizes he's a necromancer and is stunned he can control a force this big. He wonders if the staff is some kind of artifact. The necromancer says it's the Staff of Greed, a special item made from 99 materials. The Zhonghua representative says that if it's really the famous Staff of Greed in a necromancer's hands, then their odds against the 3rd floor raid aren't bad. They all know the demonic humans are evil and should be killed. But if this deal works, the condition might be worth hearing. Maria is shocked that even Bak is starting to accept it. She can't believe things have gotten so bad that they're thinking about joining hands with demonic humans. In her mind, if Jinhyuk were here, none of this would be happening. Now she has no idea what to do. Then an outside video call request appears from MC. The first thing he asks is whether Teresa is okay, and if she's leveling up. After that, Jinhyuk asks what's happening over there. The demonic human demands to know who he is, and orders him to show himself instead of hiding behind a screen. Right then the video switches into a group call. He appears on screen, and they instantly recognize him as the mysterious player who cleared the 1st floor ruins alone. He's the super rookie every guild in the world has been trying to recruit, and now the person they've all been chasing is right in front of them. They'd all tried to reach him, so his sudden appearance nearly sends the room into a frenzy. The demonic human finds it funny, and says he already heard about Jinhyuk clearing the 1st floor ruins, but he warns that this boss raid is nothing like that. The protagonist cuts in and asks if they really think they can win. The demonic human proudly says he has an army built for that exact purpose, and some guild reps seem ready to believe him. MZ shuts that down at once. He says the staff is fake. That claim leaves the demonic human stunned. Then Jinhyuk explains why. He says the staff was made using a saint's heart and prison clothes covered in holy oil. A guild leader asks whether he can prove it. He says the real Staff of Greed has a red gem under the skull, and the true version can't be made with materials from only the first 3 floors. He adds that the skeleton soldiers outside are low quality and wouldn't last in a real fight. So it's obvious, Jinhyuk says. This guy plans to ditch the guild members and steal their coins and items. The demonic human explodes in anger and says the protagonist will regret turning down his offer. He asks if MC will still act so arrogant when they meet face to face. After throwing out that threat, the demonic human disappears. The guild members immediately ask what to Jinhyuk, tells them to leave it to him. They can clear the tower, make money, and never work with the demonic humans. They ask if he really plans to handle it alone, and he simply says he does. Even if he loses, the awakened leaders see this as a great chance to recruit him. And compared to siding with demonic humans, this choice has basically no risk, so none of the guild leaders want to let this chance slip away. Maria says the Olympus Guild will support him however they can, and the Titans Guild promises top financial backing. Jinhyuk turns them down. Instead, he asks them to seal off the area and keep every other hunter out so he can act alone. One guild leader asks why he would go this far for them. He pauses, trying to come up with a reason that sounds believable. Then he says he's doing it for someone precious to him, and even he cringes a little after saying it. Teresa hears that and turns happy and shy, clearly thinking she's the precious companion he meant. Bo Xiaobei reacts way too dramatically. The second he hears this is about friendship. As a guild rep, Bo Xiaobei is left speechless, and Jinhyuk's words make him reflect on himself. Right then, they get a notice that the call is being recorded. Most people would have asked for payment first, but the guild leaders aren't looking at the bigger picture. A player giving up rewards for a companion earns something money can't buy. Then the call ends. Jinhyuk is already level 12, even though it hasn't even been a full day in the monster field. Things are moving better than he expected, but then Alice walks over, annoyed that he dumped everything on her. She complains that this isn't a partnership at all, it's more like slavery, and she's offended. The protagonist reminds her he was going to get her a blood supplement, but Alice brushes that off. She says supplements won't restore her mana. If she's drained, she can't help him, so she decides she'll just take back all the mana he used, and she starts drooling as she says it. That freaks Jinhyuk out, and he tells her to calm down. Instead, she suddenly drinks from the veteran's blood, restores her mana, and cheerfully says it was delicious. After that, the two open the shop menu and start buying supplies. The max-level rookie loads up on all kinds of items. Alice thinks most of it is junk, but Jinhyuk says every single thing has a use. As they enter a cave, MC warns her they're about to get very busy. He says they need to reach the end of the first basement floor before the day is over. Then he jumps straight into a crater. Alice is shocked and asks why he'd jump without even knowing how deep it is. But he knows the drop exactly. He's made it more than 100 times. Just before hitting the bottom, he uses reverse gravity and lands safely. Alice stares at him and wonders if he's surviving on skill or pure luck. Jinhyuk then uses his level 4 fire skill to light a torch. That confirms he came to the right place. Monsters are waiting there in large numbers. He knows bugs at this level can't threaten him, and the real target is Anubis. Jinhyuk recognizes him at once. The desert hound, the Egyptian god of death, Anubis. Anubis was going to toy with the first human who made it here before killing him, but he picked the wrong target. The protagonist cuts him off, saying he didn't come to talk. Anubis asks if this human really wants to fight a god himself. Alice warns that Anubis is extremely dangerous and offers to hold him off so MC can run. He already expected she'd worry. Still, he tells her to just watch. As he walks up to Anubis, he plans to show the vampire exactly who she made a contract with. Anubis activates his innate skill, Judgment of Anubis, and asks if the vampire told him about him. The first question begins. Anubis always uses this skill by asking 3 questions, and Jinhyuk knows the trick. Break the vessel holding Anubis's consciousness and push him until he loses patience. If Anubis gets mad enough, the protagonist can gain the power behind the harshest question, so all he has to do is answer without caring whether the answers are right. Anubis presses him, asking how else he could have found this place if not through the vampire. After MC answers, Anubis asks the second question, whether he came for the hive. MC replies that the hive would sell for a high price. That handles question 2, leaving only one more. Anubis asks if he really thinks he can leave after stepping into this territory. Jinhyuk fires back that if Anubis can't handle him, he should just hand over his items and his life. With that, the third answer is given, and the conditions are met. Judgment of Anubis kicks in. His stats are cut in half, and his common and innate skills are sealed for 1 minute. Anubis says his judgment needs an agent, so he picks a champion. A giant praying mantis appears. This monster is introduced as the champion meant to judge Jinhyuk. Anubis asks what he thinks of his finest champion. The protagonist answers that it's terrifying. Then he pulls out a mini gramophone and says this is enough to beat it. The item can play 1 song, and it can't be destroyed until the music ends. Anubis can only wonder if the human has gone crazy playing music in front of the champion. Jinhyuk tells him music is meant to be enjoyed. You old bastard. This track is the perfect one, built from countless experiments. Its rhythm matches the giant mantis's attack pattern exactly. Like before, he uses the beat to throw off its attacks and make them useless. Anubis never expected him to dodge by moving with the music, and he realizes MC planned all of this. By now, the penalty is almost over. The minute finally ends, his sealed skills return, and Jinhyuk summons his weapon with Sword Tomb. He rushes the mantis and slices it over and over. The mantis mocks him, asking if he thought that was enough to beat a champion. It says it can heal in seconds and won't fall until its vitality is gone. Jinhyuk admits he can't kill it like this, but he can make it wish it had never lived. Then he unleashes an endless storm of cuts until the mantis starts crying from the pain. Alice watches in shock, realizing he's not struggling at all. He's just playing with the monster. For the first time, she feels like staying beside him might let her get her revenge. He finally drives the mantis to the ground in tears. Anubis orders it to stand back up and keep fighting. A champion is supposed to be a proud warrior chosen by the gods, so Jinyuk aims his last move at that pride instead of its body. It's meant as a direct insult, a provocation. He sits on the mantis's head. That humiliation makes the mantis rise again, burning with hatred. But in the end, Anubis's champion is beaten so badly, it takes its own life from shame. The incomplete god is left stunned. Jinyuk levels up, then realizes he can now learn ice magic through the magical castle of the Duchy of Peltaris. He can feel the reward of controlling the game this hard. He didn't even know this was possible at an intermediate level. He gains Icefold and uses it right away. Even for the protagonist, this is an unexpected new magic. Anubis can tell he's no ordinary human, and asks if he plans to fight a god with ice. Jinyuk mocks him, saying Anubis can barely defend himself, and was nothing but annoying on the 42nd floor. Since he's only a consciousness, Anubis demands to know why MC came to fight him at all. He says he came just for fun. Being treated like entertainment pushes Anubis into a rage. Insulted, he uses Ancient Hive, and starts summoning giant insects without end. Controlling the hive, Anubis orders them to crush this disrespectful human. Thousands of wasps pour out of the hive. Jinyuk just says it won't be enough. He tears through the swarm with both fire and ice magic. Then he combines fire and Icefold, and slams the ground. The fusion works, creating an AA rank skill, Daylight. A powerful glow bursts from where he struck. As that holy light reaches the abyss insects, some burn away, while others go blind. Daylight is an area attack that compresses magic, then releases it in a blinding burst. Anubis realizes he has to switch tactics, so he activates Chosen Target. The hive responds by summoning an enhanced creature. A furious wasp bursts out and rockets toward Jinyuk. The protagonist answers with Icefold, firing icy stakes that destroy the wasp. But chosen targets don't die, they split. So that attack does nothing. More wasps immediately crawl out from the one he just killed. No matter how strong the attack is, it won't work on them. But when the swarm bunches together, Jinyuk grins and pulls out a giant pill, an item that can make a target up to 10 times bigger. He tosses it into one wasp, and a notice says the effect will trigger in 1 minute. The wasps start getting trampled as Jinyuk jumps onto one of them. Grabbing its antennae, he rides it through the air and draws the others after him. Anubis gets fed up with his own swarm and orders them to kill MC now. Creatures that keep multiplying instead of dying can drive anyone into despair. The wasps begin crashing into each other as they try to hit him, turning the fight into total chaos under horrible conditions. Once they're packed together, he traps them with the unknown cube and adds sticky glue, spider webs and more items. Those 4 items combine to reinforce the unknown cube and keep the swarm sealed inside. By reading repeated patterns and staying calm, Jinyuk keeps finding new ways to think through the fight. Then he uses his level 5 fire skill inside the cube. The trapped wasps, and even the hive start burning inside his prison. Right then, the giant pill takes effect. The wasps inside the cube begin swelling up and smashing into each other. Before long, the wasps are wiped out, and more giant pills get tossed into the cube. Against a boss that controls a swarm, stockpiling those pills is key. The more the monsters multiply, the more expected loot he gets. As a perfect imitator, Anubis is stunned by what just happened. He realizes Kang brought those items for this exact combo, already knew how to handle the hive, and had prepared a trap. To Anubis, this means the young man planned everything from the start, and that makes him furious. In a rage, Anubis destroys the hive. Jinyuk just grins and says this was finally getting fun. Anubis can't stand being mocked and humiliated like this by a human. He warns the protagonist to climb the Tower of Trials and stay alive. MC fires back that he was already going to do that, with or without the god yelling at him. Anubis then says that when the time comes he'll judge Jinyuk for his disrespect. Right after that, the Egyptian god's vessel is destroyed. That lets him meet the conditions to obtain Anubis' judgment, an overranked skill. This skill lets him ask the target 3 questions, cutting their stats by 50%. It only works on one target, one time, and if he breaks that rule, the wrath of the gods will come down on him. After this, the Egyptian gods start paying attention to the protagonist, and they clearly don't like him. At the same time, Jinyuk is annoyed with the gods too. The vampire asks what happened. MC says he won and made it to level 19. He's never leveled this fast in this area before. Since he has no idea what's coming next, he spreads his points out evenly. Then he gets a video call, and he's surprised to see who it is. Jinyuk Yosung asks where he is and whether there's somewhere they can meet. Jinyuk doesn't give him an answer. Instead, Changyang says he has a proposal for him. In 24 hours, the Awakened Association will hold a martial arts tournament. Rank A players and above, including Yusung, will take part. He thinks it's weird they're hosting a tournament when they still can't beat the 3rd floor boss. Changyang wants him involved, so they can settle things once and for all. At first, Jinyuk isn't interested. Yusung doesn't even have a skill worth copying. Still, he says he won't turn it down, because Changyang has a black market ticket. That gets the protagonist's attention right away. Jinyuk explains that the black market isn't like the coin market players use. It's a hidden auction for invited guests only. and people pay with real money. These places are starting to pop up across the Tower of Trials. They sell rare items that could help with the third-floor boss, and rich buyers bring in the best goods. Not long after, MC's video blows up and gets picked as the week's highlight. In the only upload on the new Unknown channel, viewers see the masked man alongside Teresa. Since the demon part was edited out, the guilds avoid backlash. Jin-Yuk also has no interest in making enemies of them. The comments cheer him on and hope he beats the boss. A lot of people like his attitude and start wondering if he'll really pull it off. Others demand a face reveal, which he expected. Now he's a mystery player everyone wants to know more about, especially after boldly saying he'd challenge the boss alone in front of the guilds. The video reaches 50 million views. Since each 10,000 views gives 100 coins, he ends up with 50,000 coins even after the platform's cut. The fee is steep, but it's still a huge amount of money for him. Meanwhile, Jin-Yuk wonders when the tournament will be over. He's already getting bored. The event has 24 fighters, all ranked AA or higher. Big guilds and awakened players put it together mostly because of public criticism. It's meant to show that these fighters are strong and reliable, so the tournament is really a public show. It won't reveal everything the players can do, but it might calm people down for now. Anyway, he accepted Cha Yun-Yu-sung's invitation to the black market, but he pointed out that he wasn't above AA rank, so he couldn't enter the tournament. Then his rival reveals the prize for the champion. One option is a divine relic from the National Museum. The other option is even more useful. The winner can name a player who didn't compete and challenge them directly. That's why his rival wants the title, to force a public match against Jin-Yuk and beat him in front of everyone. Back in the arena, two fighters clash, clearly holding back so they don't badly hurt each other. Then an Anubis appears, catching both of them completely off guard. They get tossed aside and beaten by a duo of incredibly strong men. The association members watch their strength and think the public really will feel safer because of fighters like them. But Hongdae-ok-pyo, the S-rank CEO of the Black Cloud Guild, is focused on just one person. He is impressed by the swordsman's tight control and how well he reads the bigger picture. They already tried to recruit that swordsman, but he turned them down. No one had ever refused the guild before, which only proved how much nerve he had. That rejection still irritates Hongdae-ok-pyo, so much he can barely stand looking at him. Do Yoon, an AAA rank member of Black Cloud, says that swordsman could have brought Chae-young to his knees. The CEO cuts him off and tells him to stop thinking about fights and worry about his upcoming interview instead. Do Yoon smugly says he's great on camera and will hit S rank in 3 years because his talent is that high. He adds that if people learn the guild recruited someone with that much promise, their status will rise even more. Meanwhile, the arena fills with more clashes as fighters battle the omnibus. Then something suddenly grabs everyone's attention, and a lot of them start going down all at once. Even the old man who summoned the omnibus and his partner are taken out with ease. Then Cha Yun-Yu-sung wipes out the rest in one clean move and becomes the tournament champion. The media is shocked that the match ends with a winner so fast. Cha Yun-Yu-sung refuses the divine relic. Instead, he picks someone from outside the tournament. At first, the Black Cloud CEO thinks he'll target a guildmaster, but Cha Yun-Yu-sung points his sword into the crowd and calls that man out to face him. Do-Yun gets the wrong idea and thinks he's the one being challenged by Cha Yun-Yu-sung. Doi-ok-pyo quickly tells him to sit down. He isn't the target. Cha Yun-Yu-sung is pointing much higher up than their seats. The champion demands that the man come out at once and stop pretending he doesn't know he was chosen. Still confused, Yang thinks no one in the whole arena deserves that spot more than him or Hongdae-ok-pyo. Then Jeonyu stands up and answers. The champion lowers his sword, making it clear he picked the right person. The awakened spectators scramble to find out who this guy is. Soon they learn it's the protagonist, an F-rank player. Fighting in AAA rank alone would have raised his fame a lot, but Cha Yun-Yu-sung picked an F rank instead. To Hong, that means this match gives him nothing. He starts thinking Jin-Yuk enjoys humiliating the weak. MC though asks for one promise. This has to be the last time they challenge him. At some point they need to learn when to quit. Yu-shung takes that as pure arrogance, like he already decided he'd beat the new champion. But the protagonist can tell Yu-shung really has gotten stronger from all that training. That comment offends Chae Yeon-young. He pushed himself non-stop for one reason only, to defeat MC. Chae Yeon-young warns that if Chen-yuk wants the black market invite, he'll have to fight seriously. Then Yu-shung uses his Soul Snatcher sword skill. Right after that, he launches the next move, Second Strike, the Soul Snatcher Flame. The moment he sees the blue fire, he feels a little sad. They're really doing this again. So he decides to stop holding back and curses the stalker. Then he releases his fire skill at full power. A nearby building suddenly explodes. Their fight tears out of the arena and starts wrecking everything around them. Bruised and shaken, Chae Yeon-young asks Jin-young just how many skills he has. A second later, he can't keep going and collapses unconscious. The protagonist says he'll put the black market invitation to good use, then takes it from his beaten rival's pocket. In the crowd, players talk about a giant ice missile and a beam of light that blasted through the ceiling. They can't believe an F rank did that. Soon after, Jin Yong runs into an old man again. The two haven't met since what happened at the National Museum of Korea. They both admit their last meeting was rough, but that's over now, and neither wants to stay enemies. To keep things friendly, MC asks for Yuri's number. He says the old man can refuse if he really wants to, but he'll have to deal with the consequences. Jung-hyuk instantly sees through it. That so-called favor is really just a threat. All of a sudden, someone jumps down from the audience and startles everyone. The newcomer lands right in front of him and says he's surprised he won despite being only F rank. The protagonist activates Eye of Truth at level 3 and immediately sees Do-hyun's real status. Do-hyun says he never expected things to turn out like this. Then the system shows Jin-hyuk the copy condition. Learn the target's true intent. If he does, he can copy Giant's Grip. That makes MC suspicious. Do-hyun clearly came with a plan, so how does the system know what people are really thinking? This has to be more than a simple program. The AAA rank man then assures him he didn't come to fight. He says they'll be co-workers now, working in the same field. With that, he reaches out his hand and tells him he'll be in his care. Hearing that, Jin-hyuk immediately uses Eye of Truth again. Using Eye of Truth, Kang sees right through Yeon Do-yeon. The smile is fake and underneath it is pure jealousy and rage. The reporters were clearly waiting for this, and that handshake isn't friendly at all. It's how Yeon plans to trigger his giant skill. A Black Cloud Guild executive watches the whole thing, looking eager. Yeon wants to crush the rookie who beat the tournament champ in front of everyone. The idea is simple, steal the spotlight for himself. Now that Kang has figured out Yeon Do-hyun's real motive, the copy condition is fulfilled. He instantly learns Giant's Grip. Giant's Grip hugely boosts hand strength, letting Kang handle things up to 10 times his own weight. Back when the tower was just a game, there were barely any players around to copy from. Now that the tower is real, Kang can take skills other people earned through hard work and add them to his own collection. Kang acts interested and asks if the handshake is Yong's way of inviting him into the guild. Yong says yes. Since Kang isn't with any guild yet, he can join theirs and get special treatment. Jin-hyuk asks if the pay would be huge. Do-hyun tells him of course, just name the amount. But before taking his hand, Kang has one question. He asks if Yong really thought he could win a contest of pure strength. Yong confidently says yes and activates Giant's Grip level 5. Laughing like he's already won, Yong squeezes Kang's hand hard. Kang doesn't budge at all. He triggers Anubis's judgment, and Yong, an AOA ranker, can't understand why Kang still hasn't moved until he drops to his knees. Purple lightning crackles around Jin-hyuk's hand as he tells him, "You're putting up a lot of resistance." Then he adds, "You sure trust your strength, but for someone your size, you're reacting way too much to the pain." Kang tightens his grip even more, and Yong cries out, calling it a dirty trick. Then Kang drives a punch into his stomach, sending him flying from the force of it. Kang tells him they'd never be co-workers. Acting like a friend took some nerve. Right then, someone drops into the arena. Kang uses Eye of Truth again. The head of the Black Cloud Guild shows up, clearly furious. He says he worked hard for this moment. Kang checks his status and sees a level 34 berserker. He also learns the copy condition for Blood Demon's IQ, break Hong's pride. Kang says he gets why he's mad, and suggests they let this go. That only makes Hong angrier, thinking the boy is chickening out after coming this far. Kang says the real reason is that he doesn't want to kill any guildmasters. That pushes Hongdae Okapyu over the edge. He activates Blood Demon's IQ. As Hong gets ready to strike, the boy asks if he's serious. Then Kang uses Daylight level 2. While Hong leaps up, a beam of light shoots at him, blinding everyone nearby. After that, Kang summons his purple dagger. They meet head-on in a power clash. Kang uses 99 gap points to cut down the 33 level difference. The guild CEO never expected Kang to withstand Blood Demon power. Kang trades blows directly with Hong, the same man who fought the second-floor Colossus boss in a raid before. With red eyes and a twisted look, Hong snarls, "Don't make me laugh." Then someone uses arbitration. Hong is frozen in mid-air, trapped by the restraining force. Kang thinks Hong should care more about his image at a martial arts tournament with everyone watching. Han Song-jin, the association president, steps in and stops the fight. Our protagonist realizes this is the man in charge of Korea's Awakened. Han Song-jin of the Awakened Association stands there with a grave look. Hong says Han came at the right time because this guy was beating a player from his guild. Han answers that injuries are expected. This is a combat tournament, not a talent show. Then he greets player Kang and introduces himself as the head of the Awakened Association. Han admits he didn't know anything about Kang until 20 minutes ago. Then the department running the tournament called him. They told him to get there right away because something unbelievable was happening. After checking Kang's test records, Han found that Kang had even pressured his examiner. He congratulates Kang, Jin-hyuk for being Korea's 16th S-ranker. The association accepts blame for the bad analysis and apologizes. The reporters and media explode with excitement over the appearance of a new S-ranker. Everyone rushes over, desperate to interview him, even stepping past Jung's fallen body. Kang gets annoyed. This tournament was supposed to be Black Cloud Guild's big moment, but they're getting shoved aside. So he decides to turn things around, and suddenly shouts for everyone to wait. He grabs a reporter and declares that his guild will defeat the third-floor boss. The reporter bolts off, telling Han to contact him later. Soon Kang Jin-Yuek is surrounded, with everyone trying to interview him. At the same time the copy condition is fulfilled. He has crushed Han de Campio's pride. Because of that, Kang learns the powerful Blood Demon Chi skill. Not long after, he starts appearing all over the media as Korea's 16th S rank awakened. The reactions are mixed, some good, some not so good. When the association chief learns Kang is going to Las Vegas, he arranges a private plane for him. Kang realizes top rank awaken live very differently, which is why everyone wants that status. The max level rookie heads to Las Vegas in first class. He's enjoying an expensive meal when Alice the vampire warns him. She tells him to watch the man ahead. His smell is weird and unpleasant. When Alice says she doesn't even want to taste his blood, it's clear he isn't a normal human. That puts Kang on guard right away. If even Alice wants nothing to do with his blood, something is seriously wrong with the blonde man. Kang activates Eye of Truth level 3 and finds out the man is a level 27 necromancer. The copy conditions are max affinity and joining the demonic human association. Kang is stunned to learn the man is a demonic human. He can't believe someone like that could pretend to be human so calmly. The demonic human walks past him and recognizes him, mentioning that he recently became S rank. Kang knows this isn't a coincidence. The man boarded the same flight on purpose, so it isn't just the big guilds watching him after the news of his rank. Kang says he was only re-evaluated as S rank a little while ago, and the man replies that he saw the tournament broadcast. He introduces himself as Alex Judro and gives Kang a business card. Alex says maybe this meeting was fate, then invites him out for a drink. Kang decides to play along for now, and accepts. Alex starts talking and brings out a very expensive brandy. He goes on about his cosmetics business and the trouble he faced when the tower appeared. Kang wonders if Alex, who's trying so hard to hint at who he really is, has any idea Kang already figured it out. Then Alex says he didn't come to Korea just because of cosmetics. He also wants to grow his business in the awakened world because of recent changes. Still, there's one small problem. He brings up the masked player inside the tower. Kang pretends not to know much, and says he only saw that player announce he'd beat the third-floor boss alone. Alex says he planned to join that third-floor raid, but because of that masked player, things turned ugly for him. Even if the masked player says it's to protect his allies, he also doesn't want anyone bothering him, so he's going in alone. Kang comments that Alex talks like he knows the guy personally, and Alex says he does. Jang Jin-hyuk is impressed by how smoothly Alex lies. Then Alex asks Kang to join them against the third-floor boss, saying he'd be a big help. Jin-hyuk says the offer doesn't make sense. The masked player already said he would clear it solo. Alex explains that an S-ranker can move on his own, and nobody can stop him. The major guilds are all offering private raids to that unknown player. Kang realizes that if they block access to the boss room, this is how they plan to sneak in. He asks if the request isn't too much. He just became an S-ranker, and now he'd have to stand against the guilds. Alex answers like a true businessman. The messier the job, the bigger the reward. Then he brings up the Potion of Legends, a medicine that can heal any sickness and even restore a ruined heart. A real elixir. That gets Kang's attention. He starts wondering what the demonic human association had to do to get something so rare. Holding it, he knows anyone would want to keep it. Alex offers the item in advance if Kang signs the contract. Right then, Kang activates Contract of the Dead level 6. Judro says chances like this don't come every day. It looks like an ordinary contract, but anyone who breaks it dies on the spot. Kang refuses to sign. He says he's just being careful and doesn't want to make enemies of the guilds. Alex says that if even this can't satisfy him, then he's out of hope for the boy. So they drop the deal built around the elixir. But Kang may be careful. He's also greedy enough to want everything he wants for himself. That leaves Alex irritated and unable to read the boy's plan. All of a sudden the plane starts shaking hard. Alex asks why Kang is using so much mana and whether he plans to bring the plane down. A cabin announcement tells everyone the flight has hit sudden turbulence and orders passengers back to their seats with seatbelts fastened. Kang heads back to his seat. Alex asks if he knew from the start what group Alex belonged to, and Jin says yes. Judro warns him not to provoke them too much, or he'll pay for it. Jin fires back that that's a lie. They're backing the unknown even after being humiliated at the Olympus meeting. Alex asks how he knows that, and whether he's close to the unknown. Then he wonders if Jin-hyuk is just bluffing, since the big guilds may have already shared that info after his new S-rank promotion. The protagonist says he'll share what he knows, if Alex learns some manners. He also hints they may meet again later. The plane finally lands. Soon after they reach Las Vegas. It's packed with casinos and glowing signs. The vampire looks around and asks if this is a human city, adding that it's not bad. Jin-hyuk let her come out as a reward for finding the demonic human. Still, with her current mana, she can only stay 150 centimeters away. MC decides to use World's Memory and combine Truth Eye with Demon Blood IQ. The merge works, giving him a new S-rank skill, Eye of Gluttony. It's a stronger form of Truth Eye, with shared vision and even mind reading. But because of the demon blood trait, using it too much raises the risk of corrupting his mind. He plans to later fuse Truth Eye with a safer spirit type skill, but for now he needs this power right away. Alice asks if they're heading to a casino, and Jinyuk tells her they're going somewhere else. He explains he can't use magic that way in a normal casino. He could just force people to hand over money for the auction, but stealing from workers is a line even he won't cross. Alice asks where they are going, and Jinyuk says it's a place unlike any other. That gets her excited. They arrive at the Tortuga betting house. The vampire says she liked the other place better, but he reminds her this isn't for fun. Right then, someone inside starts shouting that he personally saw a person use magic. A suited man strikes him and denies it, but the witness insists that guy used several abilities. The suited man snaps that only fools get tricked here. Jinyuk agrees with that. Alice thinks this place sounds fun, and asks what makes it different from the others. The protagonist explains that this casino lets people use magic freely. He tells her to order whatever drink she wants on the tab, then downs a shot himself. Leaving Alice at the bar, he heads off to handle business. Saying he'll make some foreign cash, he walks into the casino. He activates Source Seal Level 3. For 10 minutes the target can't be affected by other powers, though his own abilities still work on it. One of the dealers here is Pedro, the man in charge of watching the hands. Pedro has already lost more than 500,000 to the Asian player Jinyuk, and losing any more would be a disaster. So he decides this round will end it, and raises the stakes to settle everything. The max level rookie goes all in, betting 5 million coins. He asks if that's really okay, since it's a huge amount. Everyone around them is stunned. Pedro answers that the house is always confident. Jinyuk asks which guild runs the place, and Pedro says the scavenger guild funds it. Pedro finds it odd that the boy stayed quiet this whole time, and suddenly started asking questions. As if reading his thoughts, MC asks if there's a problem with that. Pedro quickly says no, and adds that he can answer anything related to it. Now he's wondering if he can read minds. Then Pedro flips the cards to show the result. He secretly uses strange gestures, thinking swapping the cards during the reveal won't count as cheating, but even after changing them with his skill, they still come up as the same pair of jacks. He can't understand it. He knows he switched the cards. Jinyuk, meanwhile, is relieved that his pair of kings barely wins. He had used his brand new Eye of Gluttony to read Pedro's thoughts. Then the protagonist starts sweeping all the chips off the table, but someone steps in before he can finish. A suited man tells him to come with them, saying they may not know what skill he used, but anyone who takes this much money from them isn't a real customer. The men in suits try to grab him and drag him to a room. Instead, one huge guy goes flying from a heavy hit. Jinyuk remembers what the man outside said before he entered. Only idiots get fooled here. Holding on to that line, he gets ready to fight. Gunfire suddenly erupts, but MC dodges every shot. He rushes a suited attacker, slams him into the ground, and takes him out. At the bar, Alice has no idea. The rest of the customers start getting excited over the fight. She asks about some of the drinks, and orders a cocktail called Fire Kiss, a drink meant to show romantic passion between couples, basically something silly for a vampire like her. She takes a sip, totally unaware of the brawl happening behind her. The guild executives are expected in 30 minutes, and the staff can tell something is very wrong. No matter how lawless this place is, nobody has ever caused this much trouble alone. But Jinyuk is doing exactly that, beating down one person after another. Then someone rushes in with urgent news and shows the section chief a video. The clip reveals that he was recently named an S rank in South Korea. The chief is shaken. There are only 20 S ranks in the entire United States, and he's never met one face to face. He realizes Jinyuk could wipe out the whole casino in an instant if he wanted to. Suddenly, an order rings out telling everyone to stop. The chief hurries over and apologizes for his rudeness, and for failing to recognize the protagonist. Then he even drops to his knees, taking off his suit as he begs forgiveness. MC doesn't get it, and asks if the apology only came after they learned his rank. Shaking, the chief says that's not what he meant. Jinyuk asks if this place always treats people this way, calling others idiots while claiming he'll take the money he won fair and square. On top of that, he demands $10 million for the mental damage they caused. If they refuse, he warns, this place will shut down for good. Soon, $10 million appears in his account, enough to buy what he came for. Not long after, something suspicious heads toward Jinyuk. A strange car pulls up and asks, "Are you client number 117? I'll take you to the auction house." He checks his invitation and gets into the car, bound for the black market auction. He can't see outside or even properly inside. The auction location is kept secret. At last, they stop in front of a mansion, and the protagonist grows tense about what waits inside. The driver simply tells him to enjoy his stay. Alice reminds him about his promise, so Jinyuk moves to a spot where no one can see them. She comes out of the ring and breathes in deeply, saying the air here is far better fit for a noble. The vampire asks if he'll join the auction, and MC says yes, they can't afford to draw attention. The place is classy, and too many eyes are on them. Around them, guests whisper that even though they come every year, This time they feel especially nervous. That's because rare tower items, including the Ichthyosaur's heart, are appearing in this year's auction. With the tower's mana wave bringing old treasures to the surface, many came just to see them, even if they don't plan to buy. Suddenly, Alice notices a strong, sickening smell. At that moment, someone carrying a black staff approaches and says it's a pleasure to meet Jinyuk. He introduces himself as Julius Cedric and claims to be Alex Jodro's master. He immediately realizes this is the same master who brutally punished Alex Jodro for stealing the elixir and failing his mission. The protagonist activates Eye of Gluttony and sees that Julius is level 30 with terrifying stats. He starts thinking about copying one of Julius's unique skills, a perfect match for a necromancer, since it lets summons be controlled with very little mana. But the copy condition is absurd. Finish Cedric's black magic training and earn an A+. That's because Cedric is furious that his students keep failing missions. Jinyuk finds the condition ridiculous and thinks the system has gone completely insane. So he decides to provoke the necromancer, saying he got something valuable from Julius's disciple during the flight. Julius reacts with clear interest and immediately asks about the item since it's important to him. MC notices the old man is getting straight to the point and says this isn't the place to talk. But before he can walk away, Julius blocks him. Cedric insists there won't be another chance, so they need to settle this now. Jinyuk knocks the staff aside and says that's not his problem. Then he walks right past him, which enrages Alex Jodro, who sees it as an insult to his master. Julius stays calm, saying there are still other ways to handle this, and stops his disciple from doing anything reckless. Alex Jodro, still annoyed, asks if he can just kill them, but he says he only came to buy useful items at the auction. Auction number 175 is about to start. They take their seats, and the first item appears, a meteorite from Arizona filled with strong mana. The auctioneer starts the bidding at 100,000, and offers begin right away. Since no artisan currently knows how to work meteoric iron, nobody understands its value yet. That makes this the perfect chance to buy it cheap. So Jinyuk bids 300,000. He secures the meteoric iron for far less than it's really worth. But just as he's enjoying the win, a new bid of 1 million suddenly rings out. The demonic humans made the offer, shocking everyone at the auction. Then the next item starts at 100,000, the sealed psychiatric catalog. Jinyuk once again bids 300,000, and once again Julius Cedric cuts in and raises it to 1 million. The item is sold to Cedric for 1 million. The protagonist had already figured out that the demonic human planned to buy every item he wanted. He realizes this auction is turning into a head-to-head fight for the items. The next item comes from South America and is tied to the Mayan civilization. Before the full explanation even starts, our hero throws out a bid of 500,000. He clearly has something in mind. The demonic human answers with 1 million. Then our protagonist raises it by another 500,000. Julius cuts in again, this time offering 3 million for the item. Seeing that huge jump, the auctioneer asks if anyone will go higher. Our veteran says nothing, and Julius wins it for 3 million. The bidding war keeps going, and more items are traded back and forth for 2 million and 3 million each. After that, several more items go to the demonic human for 5 million. The next item is called a curious one, supposedly from the time Columbus reached a new continent. Alex asks why he won't give up even once. His master, clearly annoyed, says Alex won't get what he wants that easily. Losses or not, he'll take every item Kang tries to buy. The demonic human wants to trade them for information about the unknown item. Then the auction brings out something meant for true collectors, the very first chessboard. Most people think it's worthless, since a chessboard without pieces doesn't seem useful. Alex notices our protagonist opens with a bid of 50,000. Then the creepy hooded man pushes it up to 100,000. Right away, our protagonist jumps to 1 million. Cedric answers with 8 million, and cries out in frustration. He can't understand why this thing is suddenly worth 8 million. Our hero calmly raises it again to 10 million. That is when the demonic human starts to smile, then bids 30 million. He says 10 million must be Kang's limit, and it's obvious he really wants that chessboard. If Kang wants it that badly, he'll have to beg on his knees. No one tops the 30 million bid. Kang realizes that even after being forced to spend so much, this man still has a mountain of money left. Seeing Julius has far deeper pockets, Kang knows he needs another way. The 56th item is about to be sold to the old man for 30 million. But before the sale is finished, Alice stands and bids 100 million for the chessboard. Julius is stunned. A plain chessboard just reached 100 million. He wonders what is wrong with her. She's already thrown more than 700 million at junk. Not wanting all his effort to go to waste, he raises it to 110 million. But the vampire shocks everyone by bidding 200 million for the board. Now the old man loses his temper and refuses to believe she can actually pay that much. The auction manager asks the girl to prove she has the money. She opens a portal, and a flood of gold coins pours out. To her that's proof enough. Everyone is stunned by how much gold she has. The crown alone is worth over 500 million, leaving the old man speechless. Only now does he realize she isn't an ordinary human. Worse still, this girl follows Kang Jin. He may have just found someone even more troublesome than the unknown item. Julius finally admits this plan failed, and they need to move to plan B. Alex can barely hide his excitement. He had been waiting to hear that. Kang and Alice are congratulated for winning the first chessboard, and it is handed to Alice. She thanks them sincerely, though she thinks everyone is making too big a deal out of it. The vampire says it doesn't matter. Her treasure storage was too full anyway, and she wasn't about to let anyone look down on her contractor. Our protagonist is honestly moved by how well she put that. Then a massive explosion shakes the whole venue and startles everyone. At the same time, the ceiling starts to cave in and people panic as they try to get out before they're hurt. A desperate crowd rushes for the doors. Alex Joudreau starts sacrificing those people to use them as materials. The enemy turns on the mana furnace, and people feel like their heads are about to burst. They cry out for someone to save them, and our protagonist is horrified by what he's seeing. Furious, he says these demonic humans have gone way too far. Souls start rising out of the people in the room. Then a terrifying creature appears, the one draining those souls. Our protagonist knows that disgusting necromancer is behind it. Alex doesn't like that and calls his monsters adorable. He already guessed an S rank would stay standing and resist the spell. He still remembers what happened on the plane, and the order to kill Kang has already been given. Our hero rises into the air as mana pours off him. He says he doesn't need to hold back anymore. The monsters rush him, but he smashes them away with overwhelming strength. Alex admits he's faster than expected. Then he asks where the vampire went. Our protagonist says she hates disgusting people, so she left on her own. In truth, he dismissed her body because he needs to use magic. The mana furnace is still hurting him, so dragging this out would only make things worse. The last two monsters charge at Kang Jin-hyuk, and he decides to finish this fast. He moves at once and attacks. He uses Sword Graveyard to cut the creatures down. The attack works perfectly. They're torn apart by his blade and skill. Alex says that was unexpected. He couldn't even follow Kang's movements. Then Alex starts building a magic circle, saying he already has enough material around him. With sacrificed souls, nothing could be easier. Our protagonist realizes Alex wants to drag the fight out this way. Alex keeps absorbing life force and raising bodies, forcing Kang to waste mana. That's how necromancers fight. Alex Joudreau grins cruelly at him. Our protagonist dodges the monster's attacks and keeps pushing forward. Kang asks if that's really all he's got. He says he'll burn every monster before they can come back, then uses daylight. He pours the skill through his sword at the creatures, and a blinding light bursts from the blade. The necromancer immediately grows uneasy. Still, he thinks he already figured Kang out from the party. Split the summons apart, strike before the rays meet, and it's over. But then he's shocked because the monsters aren't moving. Their feet have been frozen in place. Jin-hyuk secretly used ice magic, and now their toes are locked in ice. The necromancer never noticed because the bright light hit it. While he's still stunned by the trick, another flash erupts. Our protagonist says, "Hell." A powerful beam shoots straight at the necromancer. The holy light blasts through the entire mansion. Alex drops to the ground, unable to believe what just happened. Every one of his monsters was destroyed by Kang. Our hero appears beside him and mocks how attached he is to those corpses. Alex lashes out in return, throwing objects at our hero, but Kang blocks them with ease. Alex turns and runs. He can't believe he lost, despite having every advantage. As he tries to reach his master, something hits him from behind. A sword drives through his chest. Alex crashes to the floor. Kang shows him exactly how to throw a weapon. After causing all this chaos, trying to run is just cowardly. He says he'll show Alex how he's going to kill him. He explains that after burning alive, the second worst death is suffocation. That could change if Alex talks about the demonic society. Kang reveals the elixir in his hand. Alex's will to live flares up, but he can't speak. His throat is clogged with tomato sauce. So he starts writing on the ground with his own fluids. Our veteran watches, then stomps on Alex's hand and goes on. He gives back the card with Alex's name on it and says his piece. As he leaves, he finds a mineral made by Michelangelo, and it grabs his attention right away. Like the dragon's heart, it's a material used to make a large inventory. So he combines the dragon's heart with Michelangelo's mineral, creating a huge inventory that can hold more than 5,000 kilograms. Then the auction host comes over to thank Kang Jin of the Lodge. His son is there too, grateful for being saved. Since Kang badly wanted that item, he makes up an excuse. He claims he didn't really need it. The host tells him that's fine. He saw what happened before the chaos, and Kang was the one who saved them, so he won't blame the person who saved his only son's life. Our hero is surprised. It's the first time he's seen something like that. With the host looking the other way, Kang leaves with the stolen items. On the third floor of the Tower of Trials is the Cathedral of Aversion. Inside, someone blocks a storm of arrows with a shield door. An angry woman complains that the security in this place is unbelievably annoying. She asks if they really have to come in this way every time. Her partner says Alex being eliminated is what annoys him. The girl asks why she should care how he feels. Then she points her weapon at him. A third person arrives and tells them both to stop. He's wearing a black cloak and a white raven mask, and he reminds them they've been partners for over 10 years. He tells them to stop trying to kill each other. The reason he called them is a new blacklist player, Kang Jin-hyuk. The woman scoffs and says he probably just played a few games. He's no different from the other rankers. But the leader warns her not to be careless. He may have reached a higher floor than they have. She answers that their bosses were crazy enough to climb to the 20th floor. Her partner agrees, saying the masked man is overreacting. They chose the Tower of Trials to stay out of the international police's reach. No other group has a reason like that. She asks why anyone would keep playing this game, unless they were insane. The masked man can tell neither of them fully gets how serious this is. So he warns them again not to underestimate Kang, even if they've taken out threats before. Then he orders both of them to follow Julius Cedric. Their job is to support Julius Cedric and make sure his plan doesn't fail again. Two more fighters are sparring in Muay Thai gear when the woman throws a brutal kick that tears the boy's padding apart. After practice, he tells Nuna to check a video on his tablet. It's footage of the masked man he's been tracking. Nona asks if he's just another top player, but the boy says this guy feels different. She spots the tree temple with human faces, the third floor boss area. He says that place is famous. Answer 3 questions and you get either an item or a skill. The catch is the questions are so hard, almost nobody can answer them. People in chat joke that he was supposed to crush the boss easily. Some even think he's just a faker in costume. The face tree says it's been a long time since humans came here, then asks if he came to answer their questions. Kang Jin-hyuk answers, "Give me your hardest ones." The tree says if he clears all 3 it'll reward him with one of its leaves, but if he misses even one he'll be punished by the armed trees walking around nearby. The first question asks for the perfect depth and temperature for the Kelgorn species. The viewers think that's impossible. For Jin-hyuk though, it's easy, 175 meters deep and 1.5 degrees. The viewers are stunned by how casually he answers. Sure, he'd gotten it right. He tells them to move on to the next one. The elder tree goes quiet, then says the next question won't be so simple. It asks how to get the spongy body of a Feliani, and MC explains it in detail. The tree is shaken, then comes the last question. When do giant eagles reproduce? Jin-hyuk hits the red button and answers, when snow falls on the tower. The tree admits he's the first human to answer all 3, adding that they enjoyed this exchange. The chat explodes. They've never seen anyone clear this quiz. As his prize, he can choose any maple leaf he wants. Red, yellow, or green. Red leaves have a fire trait, and yellow ones boost defense. Green leaves raise movement speed. Nona thinks he should take the speed leaves for the third floor boss, but he ignores the normal choices. He wants something else. He walks up to the tree and asks for the secret black leaves. The monster freezes. How does he know about those? It begs him to pick anything else, even offering both red and green together. Jin-hyuk reminds it that it promised him whatever he wanted, if he cleared the questions. Then he tells the tree to stop dragging this out and hand over the black leaf before it shames the tree spirits. He even asks what happens if he reports this to management. In the end, the tree spirit gives him the black leaves. They're AAA rank items. Put them on a weapon or armor, and they add a corruption effect. That was the last thing he needed. Now the masked player is ready to move on after wiping out the giant monsters nearby. Word spreads that the unknown player has already started the third floor boss raid alone. They say it happened sooner than expected, and now they just have to wait a little before going home. They wonder why anyone would even guard this place. Who would be crazy enough to come here? Still, they assume there must be a reason, and drop the subject. Then everyone suddenly disappears. Black portals open under their feet, dragging the guards underground. The demonic humans order them to protect their life force. They'll need to gather as much of it as they can. Then Julius Cedric curses, saying that damn unknown player has already begun the raid. At the same time, Jin-hyuk is fighting monsters in his third floor run. The chat says he's scary, and wonders if he'll really beat the boss solo. Some trust him right away, but others still doubt he can win alone. The masked player snaps that it doesn't matter what they think. They're annoying, so shut up. The chat can't believe he's actually talking to them like that. He makes it clear he is, and says anyone who doesn't like it can leave the stream. He points out that most people chase praise because it brings views, but if he shows his real style from the start, he'll build a fanbase that likes exactly that. And he was right. The chat finds his attitude cool and funny, instead of getting mad. As Jin-hyuk moves through the third floor, a huge purple blast erupts in the distance. It makes him wonder if someone else is inside the raid. Right after that, he ends the stream, and the chat loses it. Soon, a crowd rushes in and starts attacking the floor's monsters. They're demonic humans in black cloaks, using magic to crush everything in the area. A full battle breaks out between them and the third floor creatures. Watching from afar, Jin-hyuk notes how organized the demons are. He also sees that they're fighting much better than before. Then the demonic humans warn each other that soldiers are coming, so they push even harder. They try to use that opening to finish off the creatures, but long-range attacks start picking them off fast. They throw up shields and search for whoever is firing. Then they spot him, a masked man hurling ice shards at them. Since he's alone, the necromancers send their summons to kill him. Skeleton archers fire at Jin-hyuk with arrows, but he sprints through them. Some shots miss and hit the raid monsters instead. Then he uses Star's blessing, sending a beam of light into the creatures. His holy power disrupts the summons so badly that none of them can control their undead. Now they have to scramble to regain control. Before they can, a giant monster crashes in and sends demonic humans flying. It reaches Lord Cedric with a warning. Team 3 has been wiped out. Cedric can already see the disaster for himself. To control the undead, he had split his forces into 4 teams. Now Team 3 is gone. If Team 1 falls too, the control network will break apart and ruin his plan. Team Hyuk keeps moving and taunts them, saying they'll never catch him moving that slow. Battle Moai statues rise and chase after the newcomer. The demonic humans panic, trying to find where the masked man went. They lose sight of him until he appears behind 2 of them and says, "Demonic humans, you can't stop me." They're completely stunned. Before they can react, the Battle Mo Xiaobei statues crush them. The others warn that Tian-1 is collapsing too, and if that happens, they'll be surrounded. Julius shouts that his whole plan is being wrecked and asks what is wrong with his subordinates. He uses Pyramid Guardian with the Skull Scepter, but his men warn that if he does, he won't have enough mana left for the boss. Julius says he'll kill Jin Yuk even if he has to use everything. He orders the mummies he summoned to awaken and calls them his guardians. Then he drops to his knees, drained, and admits he's gone past his limit. He tells one demonic human to come closer and grabs his subordinate by the shoulder, draining his life force to restore his own power. He tells him to stay quiet. Fighting back will only make it hurt more. Seeing that, the masked man thinks Julius is insane for absorbing his own ally's soul. After that, Julius feels revived, and his eyes start glowing red. He tells Jin Hyuk they'll start over, and now he has mummies on his side. The mummies rush him at full speed, furious. Julius asks what he thinks of his army now, bragging that it's much stronger. He says his mummy soldiers can control their bandages like metal. These undead are tougher, with both attack and defense, and they strike the third-floor monsters with those metal-like wraps. Cedric meant to save them for the boss, but he's sure using them on Jin Hyuk is worth it. He roars at the masked fighter to go straight to hell. The 2 from earlier realize the masked guy is far stronger than they expected. They haven't seen Cedric this worked up in ages. They think Julius is acting stupid now, because he's not judging the gap between him and his enemy. The masked player must believe he can handle Cedric after seeing the skeletons and the knight. That was a bad move, because Julius's natural ability is even more dangerous than the monsters. At this point, they decide they won't need to step in. Then the battle surges closer to them and gets even more violent. In the middle of it, the masked man remembers something from an old game. A bearded old man once told him his blade was strong, but he used too much force and scattered its power. The old man said a real master could cut with the same strength using only a string, like wind wrapping around the air. A sword should move with softness first. Then, at the perfect instant, release the right amount of force. The old man even showed it with a string. He had asked if Jin Hyuk wanted to learn the pendulum spirit sword arts. Now the protagonist can copy part of that technique. With it, he turns his sword into a pendulum and cuts down several monsters. His control rises fast, letting him tear through mummy after mummy. Cedric never expected a magic vortex strong enough to drag in everything around it. That huge vortex came from the pendulum spirit sword art. Then Jin Hyuk unleashes its 5th form, Pendulum Spirit Nirvana. The 5th move turns into a giant maelstrom, throwing everything around and tearing through anything it hits. Cedric quickly uses double shield to protect himself from the storm. Furious, he can't understand how MC got this strong when it hasn't even been 6 months since the world changed. Then cracks start spreading across the shield. A second later, the full force of Jin Hyuk's magic slams into him. In the end, the shield breaks apart, and Cedric is dragged into the Pendulum Spirit Maelstrom. When the magic fades, the demonic human is left on the ground, badly injured. He realizes he can never win this fight, and decides to run, so he starts shouting for someone to stop this man and protect him. The masked man says he's acting just like his disciples. The moment he knows he's beaten, all he can do is run away like a coward. Hearing that, Cedric realizes the masked fighter is Kang Jin Hyuk. He calls out to Julius, telling him to greet his disciple for him, because he lost to Kang too. Then the demonic human's leader starts screaming as Jin's magic sets him on fire. The masked man adds that he sent Cedric ahead to keep that disciple company, so he won't be lonely. A few moments later, Cedric is fully burned up by the hero's magic flames and dies. After that, the necromancer's summons all start falling apart across the battlefield. The demonic humans are stunned to see Cedric lose, and despair hits them hard. That despair doesn't last long. They start getting wiped out by the third-floor monsters. Using Pendulum Spirit Nirvana, drain Jin Hyuk badly, so he buys 4 medium mana recovery potions. Still, after coming this far, there is no way he's skipping the boss room. He decides to push through and recover with the potions. Then he notices a shield flying toward him, and remembers using one like it before. Once he straps the small shield to his arm, more memories come back. He remembers facing giant creatures with sword and shield in hand. Those enemies are the temple guardians of the 4 heavenly kings. Jin Hyuk gets ready to take them on. The guardians attack first, but he blocks with the shield and slips past them, saying these statues sure don't talk much. Then he swings his purple sword, landing clean, exact cuts on the temple guardians. He tells them to just hand over the keys already. He's tired. The temple guardians are shaken by the boy's strength as he leaps in and smashes off pieces of their bodies, even their heads. While blocking their blows with his shield, he tries to remember the guardians' attack patterns. One of them brings out the stone pagoda of illumination. It's a key shaped like a golden flower, and now the key to the main boss hall starts glowing in response. At that moment, the being beyond the portal answers the guardian's call. Jin-Yuk admits this thing is more serious than he expected. Then a huge orange lotus blooms in the middle of the area, and countless golden hands burst out, cracking the ground. From that, the thousand-armed, thousand-eyed monster Avalokitesvara appears. It had been a very long time since the 4 heavenly kings called on this divinity. Avalokitesvara never expected one of the human intruders to threaten the key hidden in the stone. Jin-Yuk just says it doesn't matter, he'll beat this floor's boss too. The thousand-armed monster acknowledges his nerve. Kang wants to finish this fast because he's exhausted, but the monster wants to talk more. He starts to float and says he doesn't like chatting with statues. The monster answers that every second is a blessing, and calls him an unusually complete human. As weapons rise from its many arms, it tells him to remember this moment. You'll miss it when you're close to death. Jin-Yuk lifts his shield as the creature prepares to strike. The attack is enormous, but the masked hero barely avoids it with pure speed. Even so, the shield starts to crack from the impact. He expected overwhelming power, but this was almost enough to split him in half. Still, he has to endure it. He'll only get one shot. The entity didn't think he could react to a sonic attack. Now even more interested, it moves to attack again. Jin-Hyuk answers by casting an ice formation. Huge ice stakes rise up and interrupt the creature's assault. Its golden spear punches through the ice, but the human slips away. That only makes the statue angrier, and it curses him for using filthy Western sorcery. Without warning, Jin-Hyuk throws his shield and the statue catches it easily. It mocks the move as cheap and childish, but then the shield starts glowing with a dark red light. The statue still insists it was just another cheap trick that didn't work. Avalokitesvara says poison won't work on it. Jin-Hyuk explains it's called Blood Demon's IQ, and once it lands a wound, the damage keeps going. The statue brushes it off, saying a trick like that won't work twice. Even if it did get hit, losing one of its arms means nothing. The protagonist replies that cutting off arms is nothing if he really wants to kill it. But he'd already gotten what he wanted. Now he holds a blue orb in his hand. The statue finally realizes his real target from the start was the arm holding the jewel. MC tells it to blame itself for treating that arm like it didn't matter. Then Kang MC combines the grimoire of the principality with the jewel taken from the thousand-armed monster. After fusing the two, he gets the S-rank Lemegaton of the Golden Dawn, a Solomon grimoire that pushes magic to its limit. He also activates the Eye of Gluttony. Sure, this should be enough. When he checks the status window, Avalokitesvara has no age or level listed. The copy condition says he has to mock the target for 5 minutes and make an ice statue of it. On top of that, he needs a song and the right outfit to finish the conditions. Xiaomhyuk thinks it's ridiculous that copying the skill needs music and a sculpture. The system keeps getting crazier, but he knows he can still pull it off. So he brings out a music player and refuses to quit. No matter how weird it is, this is the only place below the 25th floor where he can get the mandala. The thousand-armed, thousand-eyed statue has no idea what he's doing. Then music suddenly starts playing, and Jin-Hyuk begs it not to ask any more questions. He hates this just as much as anyone, but he still puts on a wig. The statue gets more and more annoyed by what he's doing in front of it. Avalokitesvara activates its mandala and attacks our hero, swearing it will make Kang the protagonist feel the pain of a million samsaras. Jin-Hyuk answers by activating the glacial formation. The ice barrier blocks the golden statue's attacks. He can tell this upgraded version of the spell is seriously strong. The people watching the battle are stunned. The masked man is fighting the thousand-armed monster with music playing, and his ice magic has grown a lot. They also can't understand why he's wearing a wig from the game's store. To them, he's impossible to predict, especially after jumping into this fight right after killing Cedric. The thousand-armed Avalokitesvara is usually a monster only people past the 10th floor can survive against. With power like this, they see it as the true second boss of the 3rd floor. And anyone who can face something like that has already gone beyond normal human limits. A woman asks her partner if they could win by joining forces with him. She tells Li Chao they can't do this by themselves. They need help from an executive. Li refuses, saying that would ruin the position they worked so hard to get, and he won't die because of this. Instead, he says it's time to use his coin. When the woman sees the coin glowing with purple energy, she smiles. Jin-Hyuk realizes Julius wasn't the only demonic human sent here. Sure, right then, he struggles to endure one of the statue's attacks and feels the pain. The creature roars in anger, saying he dared rip out one of its eyes. Then MC activates the fire element, saying he only got distracted while fixing his hair. Next he uses the grimoire to cast glacial formation and mix it with fire. Feeling the pressure from this fight, he launches a rain of ice stakes at the statue. The thousand-armed statue starts smashing them apart with its weapons, but the veteran doesn't stop. he keeps the barrage coming. As it destroys stake after stake, the statue calls him a fool. Then Avalokitesvara uses the Great Inescapable, and asks if all Jinhyu can do is hide behind defense. Now furious, it unleashes a huge strike, and demands to know where his earlier confidence went. It follows with the amalgamation of heaven and earth within the grid. A move too tight to dodge. He raises an ice barrier to block the storm of attacks. The golden statue declares that resisting is pointless. Then it uses disapproval, and activates the swastika spear. Using that Buddhist symbol as a spear, the statue thrusts straight at Jinhyuk. This time, the ice barrier finally breaks. The statue grows sure it has injured our hero, but the protagonist mocks its earlier claim, that the same cheap trick wouldn't work twice. Stepping out from inside the grid with magic gathered in his hand, he says it worked perfectly. Then he prepares his next move, and forms a glacial prison. The prison seals the 1,000-armed monster inside. Jonghyuk asks if it knows how sad its hatred of his ice magic makes him. He says it's strange for someone who claims to have reached nirvana through discipline to be this biased. For someone like it, shock therapy is best. So Kang MC starts making an ice statue of Avalokitesvara that drives the statue into a rage, and it wants to make the human suffer forever. It swears that in his next life, he'll come back as an insect. But by then, the condition is complete, and Jinhyuk successfully copies the S-rank mandala skill. This unique power lets the user pour special energy into weapons, and the copied skill is stored in the world's memory. He takes off the wig and summons the mandala. The statue is left stunned. It demands to know how he's using its power, and how he recreated the mandala it forged through endless suffering. Jinhyuk doesn't answer. He only says he'll put that mandala to very good use. Then he controls an ice arm and sends it straight at his enemy. It slams straight into the creature's chest. The impact sends sharp pain through it. A moment later, the golden statue is torn apart by its own mandala. After beating Avalokitesvara, Jinhyuk levels up twice. He also gets the stone statue key, the item needed to call the third-floor boss. He had always hated dealing with that golden statue, even before the real boss fight. Between Cedric and the 1,000-armed monster, the protagonist had burned a lot of energy, so he puts his stat points into mana, raising it from 71 to 77. He immediately feels better, and knows it was the right move. Still, he needs an even bigger mana boost, and remembers he still has some plagues left. The test tower changes a lot at night. Temperatures drop and monsters get much more violent and stronger. That's why most players stop hunting after dark and look for somewhere safe. Jinhyuk does the opposite. He sits by a fire, cooking a giant shrimp only found on the 3rd floor. One bite surprises him. The taste brings back something he hasn't felt in a long time. Then he notices people coming his way. The smell of his food had drawn them in. The two say they need a place to stay until morning, and ask if they can spend the night with Jinhyuk. Our protagonist stays quiet for a moment, then lets them sit and warm up out of the cold. They thank him and introduce themselves as Melina and Li Chao, saying they've been through a lot. Since he made plenty, MC offers them some food. They thank him but refuse to eat anything given by a stranger. He asks if the real issue is his mask. Li says yes, it means he's hiding something. Junhyuk says he can take it off if they really want. The pair perk up, eager to see who he is. He raises a finger, then says it won't be that easy. Instead, he suggests a game. He holds up 3 fingers and proposes they each ask 3 questions. If they answer his honestly, he'll remove the mask. Li Chao knows answers don't always mean truth, but whatever Jinhyuk is planning, it doesn't seem like a loss for them. He gives Melina a nod. The protagonist answers with a thumbs up. Melina flips her coins and starts catching them. Smiling, she says they should use a coin toss to choose who goes first. She picks Obrus, and with magic, an Obrus appears. Then she catches the coin and says they'll start. Jinhyuk notices the magic is almost impossible to spot. It's the Caligula coin. If you choose a target and pour magic into it for 5 minutes, you can sway that person's mind. Melina thinks it over. Asking his name or guild would probably get her nowhere, so she smiles and asks whether any of his allies are here. MC notes that it's a smart question. He looks at the pair and says he came alone. Then he says it's his turn. He brings up the boss hunt, and asks why they only watched when it was obvious he was the one fighting. Melina calmly says they were waiting for the right time to enter the temple. The place has a bad reputation, so they had to be careful. She rolls the coin between her fingers again, and asks why the masked man came to the tower. The hero stirs the fire and thinks she's trying to pull him to her side, even if their goals overlap. He says he doesn't know exactly what he wants, then asks if they could meet his terms, even if he did. Melina agrees, but only if their interests match. According to her, they're capable of a lot. Li Chao smiles. Jinhyuk leans forward and says this is the last question. If they answer it, he'll remove the mask. Melina asks one more time what he wants. He watches the fire and says the last thing he wants to know is this. He points a stick at them and asks if the main association really thought the 2 of them would be enough to stop him. Melina smiles, saying that confirms what she thought. Both of them stand. She admits he already saw through them, and they saw his strength with their own eyes when he beat 1,000 armed Avalokitesvara alone. Jinhyuk stays seated. They ask if he's still exhausted, Realizing just how weak he is, Melina lifts a hand and says 2 people are enough. She aims a coin filled with magic at him. They exchange a silent look. Then Melina stares at the coin in shock and asks why it didn't work. Li Yunxiao asks what she's doing. The hero calmly picks up his shrimp bowl and says the Caligula coin is working just fine. A purple scale appears behind the pair, as he explains that she just can't use it right now. The judgment of Anubis has activated, cutting their stats in half and sealing their abilities for 1 minute. Li Chao shouts that they've been exposed and tells Melina to use her skill, but she says none of them work. Jinyuk sets the bowl on the altar and says they look completely lost. The system announces that the temple gods are pleased with the offering and asks him to choose a target for the court of Anubis. One pillar with a furious face starts glowing blue. A great commander has been chosen as the enemy. Then a second pillar shines red. The afterlife commander has also been chosen as the enemy. Melina and Li Chao stare in horror at the 2 stone statues. They've never heard of them before. The guardians of the earth, the great and afterlife commanders. Now they start moving toward the pair. Li Chao remembers the shrimp offering and realizes that's what woke the pillars. So this was never just a meal. The hero slumps beside the fire, saying he's exhausted. He decides not to move carelessly, since they can't escape anyway. Then the afterlife commander uses exit ban. A wall of fiery totems closes off the area. Li Chao takes off, rushing toward the resting hero and saying that if he dies, the statues will vanish. He tells him not to move. A massive hand rises above Li Chao. As the great commander uses warning, the blue pillar crashes down. Li Chao ends up pinned under a stone paw. His glass is shattered and blood all over him. The pillar slams down once more. His coin slips free and rolls across the floor. Melina clasps her hands, realizing she has to run before it's too late. The commander lifts its hand to strike again, but Jinyuk tells it to stop. He walks over to Melina and says they should talk. Then Greedy Gaze activates. The system reports an error because of the gap in levels. The protagonist frowns. Even his luck stat couldn't save him this time. He glances at Li Chao's body in the crater and says he hopes Melina will answer more honestly now. She asks what he wants to know. He says he's heard plenty about the mains, but still can't understand their motives. If humanity will vanish unless people keep climbing the tower, why are they attacking the players? Melina starts to answer, but someone cuts her off. Li Chao, covered in blood, crawls out of the pit and orders her to stay quiet. The commander swings its stone paw. Li Chao yells that she'll never say a thing. Melina stares at her friend in horror. The paw rises again, drenched in blood. Jinyuk says loyalty to an idea is admirable, but only when the time and place are right. Melina turns in fear. MC tells her he never lets people who tried to kill him walk away, unless she gives him the information he wants, and then he'll spare her. Holding a purple dagger, he says information is valuable, but not as valuable as a life. Talk, and she lives. Terrified, Melina says she doesn't know the real names of the people sent to kill him. She mentions a man in a plague mask, and says they call them Lancelots. Dropping to her knees, Melina says there are 11 more besides him, but she's only in the assassin group, so she doesn't know the rest. Greedy Gaze activates and confirms that Melina is telling the truth. Jinyuk sits across from her and tells her to keep going. She explains that management said if he gathers the tower's 12 cursed relics, then even if humanity is wiped out, they can survive and earn a huge reward. Looking at him, she says that's all she knows. She's telling the truth. So the only leads the protagonist gets are Lancelot and the 12 cursed relics. He smiles, thinking they're even more insane than he expected. If the mains are trying to summon the devil and live on after humanity dies, then he'll need to move with that in mind. He stands and thanks the shaken girl for the useful information. Melina forces a smile and asks if she can leave. Jinauk says no. Shocked, Melina starts arguing that he promised to let her live. MC walks up to her and says he'll keep that promise, but only after they make a contract. His hand begins to glow, and Melina has no idea what he means. Smiling, he uses Soul Brand and says the contract is simple. She will obey him. Melina trembles, thinking this is 100 times worse than death. Still, if it lets her live, tears start running down her face. It was a bright, warm morning. Jinyuk decides to switch the fight stream over to video. He closes the system window and says he used the broadcast to draw people in, so of course they'd get upset. Then he moves on. A temple waits ahead, and the protagonist says it's time to begin. Smiling, he lifts the key and activates it. A purple beam fires out, and something starts to form. A purple sphere glows in the air. Birds scatter in fear. The third-floor boss has answered Jinyuk's call. A gate appears and slowly opens. A stone foot came out of the purple gate. Then a stone army started pouring out, and a man stepped through holding a cup of sake. He asked who dared wake him. Jinyuk used Greedy Gaze. The system said his luck and adaptation made up for the level gap. The boss of the third floor had arrived. The long-haired man sat on a stone throne, and his status window showed his name, Moshan. Copying him was impossible because the level gap was too big. Moshan took a drink and said plenty had challenged his army, but Jinyuk was the first to call him out with the key. He sat atop a giant warrior's head, with more giants and soldiers below. It was Moshan's massive army, 100,000 souls. MC just smiled, asked about the army, and activated the first chessboard. He stretched out his hand, and a projection formed beneath it before he struck the board. The system announced that the first chessboard was open. A huge chess field spread out under him, and 2,851 magic chess pieces answered the call. A line of pawns appeared in front of Jin-Yuk. Mo Xiao smirked. He said it was an interesting way to replace a whole army, then asked what something so small could really do. He grinned and said he wasn't done yet. He used enhancement pills on the chess pieces. The pawns were strengthened and turned into knights. Blue smoke rose from the knight's eyes. Mo Xiaobei chuckled, clearly interested. He struck the ground and admitted Jin-Yuk was different from the others. A huge chess army now stood around the protagonist. MC smiled. Earlier, a man had been carving a chess piece from stone. The old man turned and told Yuri to prepare a few more pieces. Park Hana nervously looked over the figure and said that now they had a target. They'd know how much work was left, but she still didn't get why they were just making sculptures. She kept pouring magic into the pieces, saying there was no time to think. Tired, she turned around and said they had already made over 2,000. If Jin-Yuk didn't like them, they were done for. Picking up a bishop, she added that having those chess pieces on his side was a big plus. He smiled and said if he was being recognized, then hearing praise from someone hiding on the third floor behind servants meant nothing but bluffing. He got on his horse, raised his spear, and said he didn't care about empty talk. Mo Xiaobei frowned and asked again. Jin-Yuk shot back that Mo Xiao bait a few weak players and got cocky. That's why he was still stuck on the third floor. He simply couldn't go higher. Energy wrapped around Mo Xiao. The tower's guardians draw power from their own floors. And just like players, they can climb and grow stronger too. Mo Xiao laughed and called the protagonist a funny guy. Did he really think he couldn't pass the fourth floor because he lacked strength? Jin-Yuk calmly said yes because Mo Xiao was bound to the third floor. Mo Xiao stood and smiled, saying MC could believe whatever he wanted. It looked like his whole plan was just to make his enemy mad. Then his face hardened. He said the gap in army size and battle skill was obvious, and there was no way a lone hero could win. First Battalion, the stone warriors raised their shields, leveled their spears and advanced. He watched them come and counted about 1,000 statues in the first wave. He realized Mo Xiao was testing his response. He lifted his spear. The first chessboard skill activated, raising the attack and defense of every chess piece on the field by 30%. Energy flared around the chess soldiers. The battle plan appeared, and Jin-Yuk ordered the outer pawns 3 steps forward, while the first unit prepared to defend. The warriors moved up. The pawns formed a shield wall. They set their weapons forward. As the enemy closed in, Jin-Yuk ordered them to hold formation. The shield lines crashed together. Both sides held the line with fury. The pawns started getting pushed back. The protagonist ordered everyone to fight to the death, as the shield line kept sliding back. Then he gave the order to fire, and the rooks opened up with crossbows. Arrows rained into the shield warriors, and began punching through them. The enemy raised their shields, but the bishop pieces unleashed a wave of fire. They lifted their staffs, and flames poured over the enemy. The warriors tried to hold behind their shields, but fire slipped through the gaps. Burned bodies dropped to the ground. Mo Xiao smiled as a purple mark appeared on his forehead. He admitted Jin-Yuk wiped out the vanguard in seconds, then ordered the 2nd and 3rd battalions forward. He pointed ahead. The warriors charged. At the same time, the cavalry hit the enemy's flank. Jin-Yuk laid out the next move. The horse units activated wedge formation, boosting their damage by 200. MC led from the front and ordered them to break the line faster than lightning. They swept around to the rear flank. The stone warriors turned to face them, but the horses smashed into the enemy and ripped them apart. Mo Xiao frowned, admitting Jin-Yuk was a very skilled commander. As orders kept flying, Mo Xiao noticed how fast he switched between offense and defense, and how precise every command was. Then he spotted an opening in the formation, almost too perfect, like bait. Mo Xiao activated weak point detection. Light poured from his eyes. The system told him that if the crown was destroyed, the pieces would stop moving, and only the king or queen could be the crown. Studying the field, he realized that destroying the crown would hand him victory. He burst into wild laughter, calling him arrogant. He couldn't understand why he would make a mistake even beginners avoid. Then he realized something was off. A woman's leg appeared on the field, and his smile faded with displeasure. Even so, Mo Xiao ordered his troops forward to break through. Jin-Yuk turned back. He ran through the battle in his head. The moment he pulled back, the enemy aimed straight for the center. The protagonist told his side to ignore everything else. Mo Xiao had left himself with 3,000 fewer soldiers on defense now. He understood the whole plan, and charged at Mo Xiao. He had drawn Mo Xiao in by opening the center and showing the crown. A perfect trap. A giant raised its hand to attack, but the bishops burst with fire, and the giant was blown to pieces. Then a huge hand grabbed another giant, swung it around, and hurled it far ahead into the center of the chess formation. The giant tore through the middle with a roar. Fragments flew past Alei. The giants landed close by, and Alice was suddenly surrounded. Mo Xiao smiled coldly and said this was the end. Alice looked around with a dark stare as the horses rushed forward. The huge titan praised Jinhyuk, saying it was impressive that he reached him with so few troops. MC lowered his shield and told him to stop talking nonsense. He knew Moshan had left that path open on purpose. Moshan frowned when he realized he saw through the trap. Lowering his hand, he said Jinhyuk had handed the crown to Alice and come this far with a tiny force, but he wouldn't get any farther. Mana wrapped around Moshan as he said they'd finish this here and now. The protagonist looked at the two titans that appeared. The Bodhisattva and David started talking about how weak yet beautiful modern people were. Moshan frowned and raised an eyebrow, asking if Jinhyuk had gone crazy from defeat. Why else would he laugh in a position like this? MC only smirked and stepped forward. The scene cuts back a bit. Alice had asked if he was really going alone, and he answered by asking if she was worried about him. She admitted she was. Moshan was the guardian of the third floor for a reason. Jinhyuk teased that this was the first time she'd called someone strong, which must mean he was stronger than her. Alice instantly snapped, asking how he dared compare the Lord of the Night to these guards. Turning away, she said she didn't care about him at all. But when he asked if he could leave this area to her, Alice proudly said that even in her current state she could handle it easily. Many guards reached for Alice. She waved a hand and formed blood spears. With a sharp scream, she demanded to know if they even understood who they were trying to kill. Her blood spears tore through the attackers, ripping whole chunks from their bodies. Only a few were left, but not for long. Alice leapt up and formed a sphere of blood. The system announced bloody explosion. Looking down at the guards, she coldly told them to die. Then she hurled the sphere at them, setting off a huge blast. After the explosion, she stepped over the guards' corpses and lifted her head with open pride. A shocked Mo showed head, asking how a little girl could do that. The protagonist, his spear wrapped in mana, said Mo Shao made his mistake the moment he thought he could beat the queen by letting him get close. The system announced bloody rage energy had activated. The black leaf suddenly wrapped itself in mana, and the system said it was reacting to bloody rage energy. Mana blazed around the protagonist's spear as the system announced a new attack modifier. An icon of a cracked skull appeared, followed by a system window explaining mind destruction. It causes decay damage over time and throws the enemy into confusion. The protagonist pulled back his spear, then hurled it at Mo Shao. It streaked through the air with a trail of mana. Dark mana flashed in the guard's eyes, and even the Bodhisattva was affected. David glanced over as the Bodhisattva said he never liked him anyway. Then, with a scream, the three-faced demon lunged at David. David's twisted face went blank with shock. Mo Xiaobei's army began fighting itself. Small soldiers even killed their own generals, and the Bodhisattva kept beating David. Mo Xiaobei grabbed his head in horror, unable to believe one man had ruined his entire army. The cracked skull effect made him stare at Jinhyuk in fear. The protagonist grinned and told Mo Shao not to panic. He looked pathetic. Then the system announced ice creation. A wall of ice rose behind one of the generals. Panicking, Mo Shao called the ice a joke. Jinhyuk shaped the ice into a bow and mocked the floor boss for trying to run from a sure loss. Mo Shao turned to flee and yelled for his soldiers to hold Jinhyuk back. One of the generals attacked right away. His wild punches smashed through allies too. Jinhyuk's horse was split in half and sent flying in pieces. Jinhyuk leaped into the air and started forming an arrow, telling Mo Xiaobei he hadn't changed at all. Just then, the system announced Mandala had activated, and the two Mandalas began working together. With a grin, Jinhyuk drew the arrow. Then he let the string go. The arrow slammed into the general's open palm. A second later, it burst out through his back. Then it shot toward Mo Xiaobei, nearly catching him. The arrow tore through Mo Xiaobei's chest, bringing unbearable pain. He dropped to his knees and started glowing. Mana poured out from every part of Mo Xiaobei's body. Then a massive blast went off. At Mo Xiaobei's position, the system announced the third floor boss had been defeated. Alice smiled at the blast, and soon after the system announced the fourth floor of the test tower was now open. Yuri and Yangbao were thrilled when the system showed the time left to clear the fourth floor. They had 89 days and 24 hours remaining. Maria and Zhengbao were stunned by the message. Teresa's eyes filled with tears of relief. Behind Jinhyuk, Mo Xiaobei was collapsing as the system told him he had cleared the third floor of the test tower. While explosions roared behind him, Jinhyuk looked at the system window with a heavy expression. He walked across the battlefield. System messages kept popping up for level gains. After checking them, Jinhyuk put his stat points into mana and moved on to the loot. The rewards caught him off guard. Monster rewards were ranked by color, and red was the lowest tier, usually found on the first 10 floors. But sitting in front of Jinhyuk was an orange chest, which shocked him. He quickly guessed it was thanks to monopolization, since he claimed the reward alone. As soon as the chest opened, cards flew out. The system listed the items: pink diamond, first right, soft grain, living water, sunseed, and a fire-breathing snail. Jinhyuk smiled and stored them in his inventory. Then one item caught his eye. When he checked the sunseed, Jinhyuk was amazed at what monopolization had done. Alice got a little awkward when he started grinning, saying this item would make the fourth floor easy to clear. Then she smiled too. Looking at him warmly, She thought he was hopeless as ever. The scene shifts to an office where 4 guild leaders have gathered. Frederick gave a nervous smile and said Jinhyuk really had cleared the floor. Jinsho laughed and called him a hero, while Maria sighed in relief that they had another 90 days to prepare. Tenwei didn't like that. He slammed the table and shouted, asking if they really thought this raid result helped them when Jinhyuk took all the loot, all the views, everything. Tenwei cut himself off when Teresa asked what he meant. She shot back that Jinhyuk was fixing their mess. They couldn't beat the boss, nearly sided with the enemy, and only got those 90 days because of him. Furious, Teresa tore into Tianwei. When she turned to Maria and Jinhyuk for support, they only stood there in silence. Teresa asked if they were serious. As Tianwei sat back down, she asked if everyone else felt the same way. No one answered, and Teresa froze. Then she lowered her head and shocked everyone by announcing she was leaving the association. Maria shouted for Teresa to think again, reminding her how much she had done to earn her place there. Frederick stepped in and coldly said the association wasn't some place people came and went from. Only those able to truly protect humanity were invited, and if she left, she could never come back. Teresa stopped when he asked if she really trusted Jinhyuk with the future. Holding the door, she said yes. Then she walked out, saying she trusted him just like the day she trusted him with her life. Later, Jinhyuk was walking along the beach, saying he should get a nice hotel and finally rest. Then Ye Yuhua called out to him, catching him by surprise. As he went up the stairs, Jinhyuk said he'd been inside the tower and hadn't been able to answer. Ye Yuhua lowered her head and said her grandfather still hadn't opened his eyes. Jinhyuk grew alert and asked where she was. Ye Yuhua was the granddaughter of the legendary martial artist Chunin, and she was always tough, energetic, and bright. So seeing her like this shocked him. She looked up at him in tears the first time he had ever seen her that broken. Jinhyuk grabbed her shoulder and told her to explain. At the hospital, Yunhua said it started around the time the test tower appeared, then asked if he remembered the Incheon incident. Jinhyuk remembered the case from when he was in the labyrinth with Hanny. Looking down, he said he thought he'd seen it on the news. A drained Yunhua explained that her grandfather had been there and beat the monsters that appeared after the outbreak, but he was badly hurt and never recovered. She pointed at the old man, saying his condition had gotten even worse. Jinhyuk could hardly believe this frail patient was once called Korea's strongest. Then a system window appeared, showing a full list of his traits. The system said that if he saved Chun-in, he could copy one of his skills. Jinhyuk's eye widened. He couldn't believe someone who had never entered the tower was standing before him. Just then, a doctor walked in and asked Yunhwa what was going on. He scolded her for rushing off to bring a man whose only talent was fighting. Then a displeased Ha-jun stepped closer and said even an S-rank couldn't help here. Junhak turned and calmly said he had only come to see if he could help his friend. Moving past him toward Chunin, Ha-jun mocked the idea that the famous Junhak had suddenly become a great doctor too. Yunha snapped back that she was desperate, so she called a strong friend even if he wasn't a healer. She shouted that the best specialists around were already here, and her grandfather still hadn't improved. Ha-jun took off his glasses and said they were doing all they could. A moment later he put them back on, and added that, even with modern equipment, they hadn't had time to study the diseases caused by the tower. After that, the room went quiet. Yunhwa apologized in despair. The system announced Greedy Gaze had activated. Yunhwa glanced at Jinghak and asked him to step out so he wouldn't get in the doctor's way, but he was already furious and ignored her. As he looked at Ha-jun, he read the man's thoughts. He was annoyed Jinghak had shown up because now he had to keep pretending to treat the patient. Pointing at the old man's veins, Ha-jun claimed Chon-in fell into a coma because his technique energy clashed with the tower's magic. Then he added that they wanted to try a magic stone treatment they were researching, but the materials were expensive. Jinha got even angrier when Yunhwa told Ha-jun not to worry about the money because she would pay anything for her grandfather. Ha-jun smirked at that, but the smile vanished when Jinhak asked what kind of scam he thought he was running. Jinhak stepped up and called him a fraud. 2 assistants instantly moved in, yelling at him. Ha-jun adjusted his glasses and said that even as Yunhwa's guest, Jinha couldn't say whatever he wanted. But inwardly he told himself that even if they found out, no one would trace the crypto wallets opened under fake names. Jinhak shook him by asking what else he had done besides fake accounts and crypto. Yunhwa started getting angry and demanded to know what he meant. Pointing at Jinhak, Ha-jun shouted about his lack of proof. Using his eye, Jinhak read the confused man's thoughts. Then he went still. When Ha-jun wondered if Jinhak somehow knew the Black Fortune Guild was in contact with a tower dweller. Jinhak was horrified, unable to believe a tower resident had already made contact with humans. Both sides stared at each other. Jinhak tried to figure out what the tower dwellers were planning, and contacted DOK. Suddenly the heart monitor spiked, and Jun Tian coughed up blood. Yunhwa cried out for her grandfather. Ha-jun looked irritated. Then he suddenly tried to run out of the room, but Yunhwa blocked the door with her foot. Furious, she demanded to know where he thought he was going. Crying and enraged, Yunhwa warned him that if her grandfather died, he wouldn't leave alive. The protagonist surprised her by telling her to calm down, because saving him came first. Chun gritted his teeth in agony. Ha-jun shouted that he was going to get the medicine they needed, and accused them of forgetting Chun Yun was only alive because of him. Tired of the lies, Jing-hak shut his eyes, then asked Yunhua to hit Ha-jun once. She sprang forward. Ha-jun looked confused as her foot came at him. Yunhua's strike landed right on his face. Jingak moved to the old man, realizing the mana overflow was far worse than he thought. He began making an elixir, telling himself he couldn't let Chunin die. The injured Ha-jun stared at him in shock. Jingak smiled and said Ha-jun clearly knew something if he recognized what was in his hand. He pulled the cork and chose not to copy Chunin's skill this time, even if it meant using up the elixir. As he poured the elixir out, a grim smile crossed his face. The system announced that the patient had taken the elixir. Chunin's body started to glow. Soon, his veins began to change. Their color faded. Then the veins vanished completely. The pain left him, and he let out a long breath. Ye Yunhua's lit up when she saw him recover. She even cried from relief. Then the system said the conditions had been met. A new notice came right after the heavenly flower cultivation technique had been copied. Another window explained it could restore mana 30% faster. Ha-jun stared in disbelief that Chunin had actually been cured. He cracked the door open, ready to run. Before he could escape, Jingak drove a kick into his back. The assistants looked terrified when Jingak told them they could leave. Then he looked at Ha-jun and said they'd settle things alone. Not long after, Ha-jun was slammed into the wall. Shaking with anger, he demanded to know what Jingak planned to do. Jingak narrowed his eyes and said he wasn't going to kill someone just for stealing money. Return everything he'd taken, and he could walk out alive. Ha-jun blinked, stunned that Jingak might really let him go. Jingak said he'd explain things to Yonghua himself, so there was nothing to worry about. Ha-jun looked away, still sure something felt off. Cracking his fingers, Jingak asked if Ha-jun had suddenly stopped wanting to live. A pleased look crossed Yonghua's face when her phone lit up. 36.3 million won had just been sent to her account. Even the hospital staff were shocked. Ha-jun sprinted off, just happy to be alive. Watching him go, Alice said this didn't seem like Jingak at all. He told her to tail Ha-jun and see where he was rushing to. The vampire studied his satisfied face and asked if he had released Ha-jun on purpose. Jingak said yes. He explained that beating low-level lackeys wouldn't get them much, so it was smarter to find the base and the people in charge. With a grin, Alice took off after Ha-jun. Jingak turned away, not getting why she looked so excited. Back in Yunhua's room, he asked her to step outside for a bit so he could check how the elixir had settled in. She agreed and left him alone. Jingak then told the old man that everyone was gone. At first there was no response. Then one eye opened, and Chunin said he thought he'd acted it out perfectly. Sitting up, he asked if his breathing had given him away. Jingak said no. Instead, the old man looked at him and apologized for the act. Taking a seat by the bed, Jingak said he understood. A stranger had shown up out of nowhere and healed him. Anyone would be suspicious. Chunin glanced at him. A second later, he burst out laughing and said Jingak understood people well. A little uneasy, Jingak told him Yunhua had been deeply worried. She almost never asked anyone for help, yet she had reached out to him. Hearing that, Chunhyun said Jinhyuk must be close to his granddaughter. His hand tightened as Jinhyuk asked if he could make a request. Chunhyun frowned when Jinhyuk, after getting permission, asked what had happened during the breakthrough. The old man touched the scar without thinking. Then he began to tell the story. He said he had been sitting in his car, terrified, staring at a rift that had appeared out of nowhere. A moment later, monsters started pouring out of it. Even the police officer there froze in fear. When a spider lunged at the terrified man, Chunhyun saved him with a kick. Then his whole body tightened. He crushed the ground underfoot and took his stance. Chunhyun ordered everyone to evacuate, while he handled the monsters alone. Then someone stepped onto the rubble and said that even this world had strong warriors. That figure loomed over Chunhyun and said he wanted to have some fun. A grin spread across his face. In the next instant, Chunhyun had a monster's head in his hand. He tossed it aside and stayed focused. The monsters were manageable, but the swordsman walking toward him was the real problem. Then the man vanished from sight. Chunhyun snapped his head around. The attacker was already above him, smiling. A second later, the strike hit Chunhyun's chest, and the man landed lightly. Wounded, Chunhyun dropped to the ground. The intruder turned away. Touching his scar, Chunhyun said that was the last thing he remembered. He had never seen anyone control a sword like that before. Jinhyuk looked away, thinking over the attacker's features. After sorting through it, he guessed the Myrim forces ruling the 21st floor had started moving in a wildly unpredictable way. He rubbed his jaw, remembering how the people from Myrim had made things hard for him in the game. His eye widened. He tried to figure out why they had come into the outside world at all. Then Jinhyuk shocked the old man by saying his attackers were residents of the tower, and that made everything far more complicated. While Younghwa waited outside, Chunhyun asked how long Jinhyuk had known her. Jinhyuk simply said it had been a long time. The old man broke into a wide smile and offered to arrange a wedding, but Jinhyuk quickly said they weren't like that. Closing his eyes, Chunhyun said that age hadn't made him smarter, but it had taught him how to read people. Rubbing his hand, he added that it takes 10,000 hours to truly master anything. That made Jinhyuk think about all the time he had spent in the game. Chunhyun brought up the Awakened Ones and said the tower had only appeared a few months ago, yet people already treated them like experts when most were overrated. Then he said Jinhyuk was different, as if he'd gone through this kind of thing many times and gained real experience from endless trials. Jinhyuk closed his eyes and said the old man was giving him too much credit. Chunhyun only grinned, saying modesty couldn't hide the fact that he was a true master. With a hand on his chest, Chunhyun said he wanted to repay the man who had saved his life. Jinhyuk smiled at the thanks from Korea's top martial artist, then asked if he could request something. Chunhyun told him to speak freely. Soon after, Jinhyuk stepped out to Yu Yunhua, and she turned at once and asked about her grandfather. Jinhyuk said the elixir had taken effect, and in a few days her grandfather would be fully fine. Scratching her head, she asked how she could ever repay him. Jinhyuk grinned, and said her grandfather had already covered the cost. Jinhyuk smiled, satisfied. Tears ran down his face. He had never expected Jinhyuk to ask for that. Just then, the elevator reached the 101st floor. Jinhyuk entered his room. He smiled as he walked to the window. From his luxury high-rise room, Jinhyuk said money really was a good thing. He picked up the phone and ordered lunch. Before long, a food cart was brought to his room. He sliced off a piece of steak and smiled the moment he tasted it. Only a few months earlier, he'd been eating whatever he could get, usually ramen. Alice, stretched out on the sofa, said he was making it look way too tasty. A moment later though, she was focused on the TV, where a program about the Tower of Tests was playing. The guest was Yoon Shin-hyuk, a ranker from the Tonggun Guild, and one of Korea's strongest. When the host asked the key to conquering the tower, Yoon Shin-hyuk answered that the most important thing was getting stronger as fast as possible. He said there were two ways to do that. The first was raising your level and your skills. Alice watched the TV with a gloomy look as Yoon Shin-hyuk named the second method, coins. Smiling, he said coins were a ranker's best chance because they could buy powerful, useful items. While he kept talking, Alice glanced at Jinhyuk and pointed out that he'd already finished all his food. She sat up straight and asked where he was planning to go. Then her lips curled into a smile as she grabbed the wine and stopped paying attention to Yoon Shin-hyuk and the host. On screen, with cameras all around him, Yoon Shin-hyuk said that whoever cleared the third floor first would also be the first to enter the fourth. He went on to explain that the fourth floor was a special dungeon with 100 attacking waves, and the key was capturing and holding a base. The catch was huge. If the first challenger failed to defend that stronghold, the whole fourth floor would stay locked for 20 days with no way to open it early. When the unknown's image appeared on screen, Yoon Shin-hyuk said that even the unknown wouldn't take that kind of risk so carelessly. Jinhyuk turned the shower handle, while the TV talk shifted to the tower's threat. As the water began to run, Yoon Shin-hyuk warned that humanity could even face extinction. Jinhyuk stood still, listening in silence. The interviewer stepped closer and asked if they should have waited a month. Yoon Shin-hyuk smiled and said that if they wanted to challenge the fourth floor boldly, they would need a month to prepare. Later, standing by a car, he suggested spending that month relaxing with him, but as he got inside, a sudden system message made him freeze. The system announced that the player unknown had started clearing the fourth floor. Yoon Shin-hyuk's eye widened as the next alert told all players planning to join the fourth floor raid to get ready. Then another notice said the first wave would begin in 8 hours. Yoon Shin-hyuk whipped the car around. Ignoring the girl's screams, he ordered everyone to gather the rankers at once. Player system messages started popping up one after another. Yoon Shin-hyuk was furious. They had done no prep, and only 8 hours were left. As he drove, he kept wondering what the unknown player was thinking. At the same time, Jinhyuk opened his eyes beside Alice. After a stretch, he said he slept great. Then he got up, told Alice it was time to leave, and checked the timer. 1 hour, 37 minutes, and 51 seconds until the first wave. The tower's fourth floor had 100 waves of normal and special zombies. There were 2 ways to clear it. You could build different defense towers, or pick a base that's easy to protect. The second Jinhyuk entered, the system announced he was the first player there. As he moved through the city, MC muttered that the place felt creepy. The system also told him other players could enter in 20 minutes. Seeing the ruined city, he decided to move fast, since those 20 minutes were all he had. His first stop was the World Cup Stadium. When Jinhyuk touched a pillar, the system said his base placement right had been used. A flag soon rose over the stadium, and the system confirmed it as his base. He started planting seeds and pouring living water, while the system listed each item he used. It then reported that plant growth had increased by 20. By then the other players had gathered in the starting area. Jinhyuk saw that every major guild had sent people. He flinched when someone called out to him. It was Taemin and Youngwon. Teresa greeted the protagonist too. Taemin and Youngwon were shocked by how warmly Teresa treated him. Jinhyuk came down and quickly apologized for rushing them, but Taemin and Teresa both told him it was fine. Teresa looked away, embarrassed, and said she'd rather stay with MC. Some of the others started whispering about his group. He just smiled and asked if they were ready. Yongwon and Taiman admitted they had doubts because the enemies were so strong. Jinhyuk grinned and said an easy fight would be boring anyway. That's why he picked the stadium as their base. That answer horrified Yongwon and Taiman. They knew a place that big would normally need 100 people to hold. Teresa looked between the upset pair and the protagonist, confused. When Yongwon called him a masochist, she shyly asked if the protagonist was a pervert, but nobody answered. Only Yongwon's frustrated yelling echoed through the dead city. Then Teresa stepped up and asked if she could ask Jinhyuk something. Holding up her fingers, she pointed out that at least 5 people were needed to defend a base. Then she gestured at Yongwon and Taemin and said there were only 4 of them, which seemed odd. MC closed his eyes and said the 5th would be here soon. Right then, Yo-sung dropped in nearby, furious. He called Jinhyuk's name one sharp syllable at a time. Then Yo-sung drew his blade and said he was going to kill him. A little earlier, Yo-sung had been training alone in the forest. He had just settled into meditation when a system window interrupted him. It was a message from Jinhyuk, telling him to get to the starting area within an hour. Yo-sung frowned and decided to ignore it. Then another message came. If he showed up, he would fight him without using his left arm or right leg. Yunxing kept training, calling it cheap bait, and refusing to fall for it. But the next message said the protagonist would even keep his eyes closed. Yunxing barely held back his anger, and swore he'd get revenge later. Then Jinhyuk asked if he was a coward. That hit Yunxing like a bolt of lightning. MC kept pushing him, telling him to come already. When he noticed Yunxing's attribute sword, he smirked. It was a weapon that could channel elemental magic and attack from range. Ye-Yu-sung walked up and told Jinhyuk he was about to show him how wrong he was. With an angry shout, his sword flashed. He pointed at it and asked what Yo-sung planned to do with an unfinished sword. Yo-sung clenched his teeth and demanded to know what he meant. The protagonist raised a hand and explained that the attribute sword was decent now, but only its completed form showed its true power. Smiling, he added that this floor's random drop included an item that would complete the sword, and since Yo-sung needed the fire type, it was perfect. Yo-sung shouted for him to quit bluffing, saying a random drop was still random. Jinhyuk told him he had his own way of getting what he wanted, and if Yo-sung joined them, he'd hand the item over. Yo-sung frowned and thought it over. A moment later, he sheathed his sword. Turning away, he muttered that it would be nice if the item really dropped for them. The system announced a 5-person party had been formed, then confirmed they now had the minimum number needed to defend the base. Yo-sung watched the group head out. Teresa asked Jinhyuk if things were really okay. He told her that as long as their deal held, Yo-sung wouldn't betray them. Creepy or not, Yo-sung was still a man who kept his word. Yeonhwa suddenly called out to MC. Remembering something, she handed him the swords. Jinhyuk took the twin blades with a smile. The system identified them as the twin swords of a dragon, ancient relics that under the tower's influence now held power close to artifacts. Curious, Yeonhwa asked how he got swords her grandfather treasured so much. He simply said the old man treated him well. When he removed the wrapping, the protagonist found a note on the sword that read, "Dowry." Soon the whole group reached their base. The second Yeonhwa and Yo-sung saw it, they started arguing, but MC cut them off by saying he had a plan. Then everyone turned at once. A group had appeared outside the stadium, asking if they were the ones who picked it as their base. Jinhyuk focused on the speaker's sword. The pattern on it felt familiar, and he tried to place it. The man smirked as he recognized him. The protagonist's group watched the newcomers approach. Looking at the sword pattern, Jinhyuk finally remembered. It belonged to one of the Murim people from the 21st floor. Using Jinhyuk-hyeon, he took a closer look and realized the tower's residents really were coming out. When one of them asked if he was MC, he confirmed it. Genon-heekin closed his eyes and started to introduce himself, but he cut him off, annoyed, saying there was no need. He already knew how savage that family was. Hearing that, Genon-heekin froze. Teresa carefully asked Genon-heekin if he knew Genon-heekin, and he said yes, they knew each other. The Murim clan, masters from the tower's 21st floor, came to mind, and the protagonist grinned. Every one of them had an absurd amount of pride. Genon-heekin shook with anger. Jinhyuk suddenly pulled a face, mocking the reaction Jinhae was about to have. Then he waved his hand like he wanted to skip the rest. Jinhae-sung ground his teeth when MC said his clan had no pride left to defend. That was too much. Jinhae shouted, demanding to know how he dared insult his clan. He drew his sword, ready to fight. The protagonist then saw a system window showing Jinhae's full stats. The system added that if he found all the Murim residents, he could copy the skill. That made Jinhyuk think, so there were others besides Gishin-hyeon. Teresa asked what they should do next. With a nasty smile, MC decided he'd just copy the skill, and told everyone to get ready for battle. At Gishin-hyeon's order, his group charged in. While Gishin-hyeon's warder looked excited for the fight, Tianmin stayed tense. He activated Machine King, and the system announced it too. A tank soon took shape, and the system named the mechanism. Mana wrapped around Yo Xiaobei's body, and the system announced not a step back, a skill that cut incoming damage by 15%. Teresa began forming her armor, and said she'd guard the rear. Yoshine glanced at him and said every time he saw him, he was reminded that he never cared about the situation. The protagonist looked at him and asked him to hold out for 3 minutes. Yoshine looked at the enemy and said even 3 minutes was more than they deserved. In a flash, he swung dozens of times and cut down over 10 enemies. When Teresa raised her shield, the system announced Sacred Power Up and Battle Song. Taemin and Yanhua cheered as their stats rose by 5. Right away, Taemin fired missiles at the enemy. Explosions ripped across the battlefield. Yanhua handled her enemies with brutal kicks. Teresa smashed opponents back with her shield, while Gishinhian silently watched his shaken subordinates. Yusong dropped 3 enemies in an instant, and rushed straight at the next target. He paused only when 2 enemies remained. Yusong glanced over as Gishinhian admitted this group wasn't made of weaklings. A split second later, Yusong barely blocked Gishinhian's strike. The next blow cut into Yusong's shoulder. Getting wounded only made him angrier. Now standing right in front of him, Gishinhian praised Yusong's quick reaction. Yusong lifted his sword and said a man who didn't know the basics could never be a real swordsman, so he'd show him what swordsmanship really was. Gishinhian steadied himself to attack. Then he lunged forward. Yusong tightened up as he read the mana flowing through his enemy. He struggled to block the crushing strikes from an opponent far stronger than the triad. One sudden hit forced Yusong to throw his sword upward. Gishinhian raised his blade for another strike. Yusong tensed as it came down. But Teresa made it in time, and knocked the attack away with her shield. Right after Teresa moved, Jinyuk appeared and praised her. With a grin, MC said it was his turn, and the system announced Fire Element. He hurled a mass of flames at Gong Hin. The fire spread fast and covered a wide area. Surrounded by flames, Gong Hin stiffened for a second. Then he scoffed, annoyed, saying weak magic like this couldn't touch him. Right then, Jinyuk leaped into the air. Gong Hin smirked and told him he had no way to dodge midair, but he suddenly stopped talking. Ice wrapped around his leg, and it caught him off guard. Gathering mana in his hand, Jinyuk said nobody checks the same thing twice. The system then announced Daylight. A huge blast of mana shot straight at the enemy. Gong Hin gritted his teeth, shaken. But then his brother suddenly appeared above him. He slashed in a cross pattern and knocked the attack away. A moment later, he landed behind the rattled Gong Hin. Jinyuk's smile faded when he saw the newcomers. The new arrival struck the ground with his staff and said this had gone beyond his expectations. The Gong Hin clan members quickly stepped in front of him to help. Both sides faced off in silence. Huangbo said thoughtfully that he never expected someone outside the tower to have this much internal energy, and his sister agreed. Jinyuk just smiled, pleased they had all shown up. The system confirmed he'd found every member of the triad. Then another notice said the copy conditions were complete, and Endless Step was successfully copied. The system added that Endless Step had merged with Sword Graveyard. A final alert said he gained steps of the Demon King of the Sword. Next, a skill window appeared, showing a 70% boost to movement speed. Jinyuk smiled, satisfied with what he got. Huangbo looked at his brother and asked if he was alright. Then he and his sister started mocking Gong Hin for failing. Gong Hin snapped back, shouting that he could have handled it alone and nobody asked them to step in. Huangbo calmed him down, saying they never doubted him. They were only following the head's order to negotiate, not kill. Their sister added that Gong Hin shouldn't overdo the fighting. Irritated, Gong Hin said he already knew that. Then he pointed at the calm Jinyuk and said he already knew they came from the tower. All 3 newcomers were stunned by that. Jinyuk watched Gong Hin's reaction with a smile. Gong Hin suddenly rose and declared that no matter what, the protagonist had to die, but Huangbo pushed his sword down with the Bicento. Raising a hand, Huangbo said they were leaving. Gong Hin got even madder when one of them mentioned they only had 3 minutes before the zombies came. Jinyuk waved them off like he was done with them. Huangbo told him they wouldn't have picked a place this awful anyway, since they already had a base. Resting the Bicento on his shoulder, he said their place was far better than some giant stadium. From the hill, Huangbo started giving orders. Before leaving, Gong Hin shot MC one last look, and warned that next time he'd fight seriously. Huangbo complained about him picking a fight before the real battle, then reminded Jinyuk to get ready. He ignored them and stared at the supermarket, a solid place packed with supplies. He smiled. He already knew how dangerous that supermarket was. Meanwhile, the drone flew through the sky toward a huge zombie swarm. The zombies shrieked and charged. Nervous, Timin looked at the screen and asked if they could really handle that many monsters. Huangbo asked the protagonist, annoyed, if he picked this weird spot just for the stream, and the protagonist told her not to worry. Pointing at the giant sunflowers, Jinyuk said they looked much healthier now. Teresa stared at them in surprise. Jinyuk grabbed a branch and told everyone to come closer. He pointed at the flag and explained that winning meant keeping it from being taken, so he set it in the middle of the stadium where everyone could always see it. Drawing on the ground, Jinyuk said the stadium had 4 gates, one on each side, and he'd planted something in front of every entrance. Everyone stared at the plants in shock, while MC explained that if they protected them, the base would hold, and with a base this big, they could also aim for the max kill reward. Jinyuk and Yusong went over the plan. The plants would wipe out most zombies, but while they recharged, the team had to hold the line. Yusong turned and claimed the western gate. Jin-hyuk told him to stay careful, but Yusong laughed and asked if a bunch of rotten bodies could really beat him. Jin-hyuk sighed and reminded him he said something like that last time before getting hit. Haek-tien agreed with the plan and said to count on him. He'd stay in the center, support everyone, and use drones to watch every side. Cracking her fists, Yunwoo took the north gate, while Teresa went south. As he headed east, Jin-hyuk ordered everyone to take position. Summoning his swords, Jin-hyuk was glad he'd finally get to use them. Tae-tien dropped to one knee and formed a cannon. Jin-hyuk checked the system alert, announcing the first wave. Tillman shouted a warning that the zombies were coming. Teresa raised her shield and got ready for battle, while Yunwoo stood up. The zombies rushed fast toward the western gate. Tillman carefully watched every side. Yusong frowned and prepared himself. At last, the zombies poured through the gate. A massive horde screamed as it flooded in from the west. They charged like mad, and the system announced colors of the sun, activating sunlight. The plant's bud started to open. Then the flower launched a meteor at the zombies. The meteor flew over their heads at insane speed. Explosions and fire burst everywhere, but the zombies still kept charging forward. Yunwoo covered her face and said these plants were way better than normal defense towers. Soon, only blood was left where the zombies had been. The flower closed again. Yunwoo suddenly cried out at the entrance. More zombies were climbing over the bodies and rushing at them. Jin-hyuk drew his twin blades. He shouted for everyone to hold on for 1 minute. Teresa glanced at him. He looked back and smiled. That made Teresa blush a little. She remembered how, in every dangerous moment, Jin-hyuk had always been there for her. They had faced every problem together, trusting each other and covering each other's backs. She smiled shyly, then closed her eyes and focused. A second later, an aura wrapped around her. Her expression hardened, and she put her full trust in Jin-hyuk. A bloody humanoid monster dropped dead from a blade strike, ending the first wave. Right after that, the system announced the second wave would start in 3 hours. Wiping sweat from his forehead, the dark-haired guy said the very first wave had already been rough. He told the team not to push too hard, and to rest. Jongbon raised a finger with a grin, and said they should just focus on loot and expel. If things got bad, they could always run. The others agreed to stay careful. The info window then said the best battle moments from each base would be broadcast for a popularity vote. Covering his mouth as he read the window, the bald guy asked if the supermarket was the Triad Guild's base. He said they'd heard that group was using a new kind of tower to guard the narrow path, then added that they looked impressive. Pointing at the system screen, he called Yunwoo over and said another team had taken Sanam Stadium, and it only had 5 members. Leaning in to watch the recording, he asked in shock how just 5 people could hold a base that huge. The bald guy's eyes widened, and he said this couldn't be real. An orange flower with fire burning above it appeared on screen, and he wondered what they did to make plants that strong. Then the screen showed a guy unleashing countless sword strikes in an instant. Changwon said this team was the real deal. The zombies never even came close to overwhelming them. The dark-haired girl, eyes blazing, thrust her fist forward. Dozens of zombies were torn apart by fast, powerful twin-blade attacks. Turning toward the screen, the dark-haired girl said Tillmin, Youngwon, and Jin-hyuk were all S-rank, and all the famous rookies were gathered there now. The bald guy told her to wait. He moved closer to the screen, beaming, and happily shouted that Mrs. Teresa was there too. Embarrassed, he remembered the time she had walked up and asked if he was okay. The next shot showed a small shop with an anti-tank barrier at the entrance. The bald guy yelled for everyone to vote for this video, while another guy joked that the moment Yunwoo saw Teresa, he completely lost it. He kept shouting that she was the best and had to beat everybody. A golden ball of energy formed above a palm, and a notice appeared about calculating solar energy. Someone asked what it was. The result showed 1,800 sun energy gained. Smiling as he clenched his fist, Jin-hyuk explained that killing zombies gave them this energy, and they could use it to power up plants. A girl lying on the ground asked if that would help defend the base, and he said yes. They could now get a cannon plant for 600 energy, and an ice plant for 350. There was also a stone plant for 250, and a berserker plant for 600. Teresa and a dark-haired girl beside her held 2 brown egg-like items. The main character said to plant 1 cannon in the east, and 1 in the south. Throwing 2 more to the guys, he added that ice would go in the center, and stone in the west. Smiling at the last seed, Jin-hyuk thought about where to use it. Yunchua raised her hand and asked if she should just stick it in the ground. He let out a breath and said no. If she planted it like that, it wouldn't grow fast enough. Telling her to wait, he said he'd explain. The plants needed special fertilizer to grow quickly, and he started making more from his energy. A system alert popped up. The seedlings were shaking with excitement. They even licked their lips, thrilled by a taste they had never felt before. Jin-hyuk tossed down the bag and shovel, then said everything was set. As he poured fertilizer into the plant's mouth, he urged it to eat up and grow faster. With an oddly affectionate look, he kept feeding the plant. Team pointed at him in fear, and said he had totally lost it. while the dark-haired girl wondered how long someone had to stay in the tower to end up like this. Yoosung clenched his teeth, shaking with anger as he wondered how he could lose to someone like that. The blonde girl asked if Jinhyuk was some kind of pervert. Hands in his pockets, the protagonist explained that fertilizer makes them grow really fast. Teen Pian held his nose and complained about the smell, and the protagonist told them to watch the plants until the next wave. As he walked off, Teresa called after him and asked where he was going. He turned back and said he just needed to clean something up. Confused, she asked what he meant. Jinhyuk headed downstairs. Seeing his teammates hauling boxes, he thought everyone was busy gathering supplies for a long fight. Then he jumped off the bus, ran down the road, and said it was all pointless. Looking up at an abandoned brick building, he said only idiots prepare for a long battle. Inside the empty room, he looked around and said it had been about 8 years since he was here. Even the cobwebs in the corners were still the same. At the broken window, he smiled and said the view hadn't changed either. Then he grabbed the white curtain and ripped it down, revealing a huge mirror. He said that was still here too. Pointing at it, Jinhyuk said it was time to begin, then touched the surface with his finger. Several hunters were gathered inside a ruined building. Dozens of boxes were stacked in one corner, along with a mirror. A hand wrapped in purple energy started reaching out from it, and Jinhyuk slowly stepped through the portal with a smile. A heavy strike slammed into the stone wall. Grinding his teeth after punching it, the dark-haired man swore he would kill MC and never let him leave alive. The guy behind him said he usually didn't agree, but the girl munching chips finished for him, saying that this time her brother actually made sense. Still eating, the blue-haired girl added that they did need more influence, but teaming up with someone they couldn't control was a bad idea. The dark-haired man in the hat turned to the girl called Sokka and asked if she was really siding with him. He thought about all the times they had secretly met outsiders. Narrowing his eyes, he realized no one but him could have exposed them, and wondered how Jinhyuk learned who they were. Looking down, he kept thinking, if he were taken out, just like he said, there'd be nothing left to worry about. Shocked, the girl dropped her chips. She turned to the man in red and asked what happened. He answered that there was a problem at the warehouse. A huge red monster roared. Jinhyuk appeared in a swirl of smoke and said he brought a housewarming gift, a red flower, gourmand. Holding it with a wild grin, he apologized for eating all the food in the warehouse. A stunned man asked how he even got in here. Throwing his arms wide, the dark-haired man shouted that whatever the protagonist was planning, he needed to stop first. The protagonist just asked why. The man glared at him and demanded to know if he understood what he was doing. MC covered his eyes and scratched at his ear, asking if he meant the queen. The 3 hunters stared at him in shock and asked how he knew about the queen. Around them, a dozen other fighters looked at each other, confused about what they meant. The red monster let out another roar, sending strong gusts through the room. Jinhyuk explained that if a base guarded by more than 200 people falls before the third wave, the 4th floor ruler, the Wunyi of the Dead, called the Queen, will appear. A vision showed a long red hand with massive claws. Covering his eyes again, he said he had been wondering how to trigger that condition. Then he grinned at the warriors and said they had kindly chosen this place as their base. The purple-haired girl gripped her weapon with both hands and said even a united force couldn't beat the Queen, so why would someone who knows that want to summon her? With a crazed look and one eye burning, Jinhyuk said he was just too lazy to wipe out zombies 100 damn times. He thrust out his hand and pressed his palm against the monster's body. Then he kicked off and leaped through the hole in the ceiling, wishing them good luck, dying as he left. The dark-haired man ran after him, annoyed that he said his piece and bolted. He yelled for him to come back and fight. A giant tentacled monster tore through the base, and a system notice announced the destruction of the supermarket base. Teresa looked around in confusion and asked what that shaking was. Taemin checked the system window and said the supermarket was being destroyed. She asked if that was the base of the group they fought, adding that the triad had taken it over. The dark-haired girl glanced aside and said she hoped this had nothing to do with Jinhyuk. Folding his arms, Yoosung said his gut told him it absolutely did. A notification appeared. The condition had been met, and a unique event was starting. Dozens of dog-like and humanoid monsters began pouring out of the red energy. A masked red-haired girl hovered over the zombie horde. Her blood-red eyes narrowed as she declared that she would punish these pathetic humans. It was Pandariel, the boss of the 4th floor. A unique quest began. The system announced that the 4th floor boss was coming to punish the weak, and Yunhua asked in real shock how this was even possible. Horrified, Tiamin said he couldn't believe it. They were only supposed to survive the zombie waves. Yosung gritted his teeth at the window and wondered what Jinhyuk was trying to accomplish. The protagonist landed on a rooftop. Looking over the ruined empty street, he said this seemed like the perfect spot. He created a strange sun-like amulet over his palm and thought about the item he got after killing the 3rd floor boss. It was the solar eclipse stone, a divine relic used in rituals. It could blot out the sun, cut light-based skills by 50%, and boost dark skills by 100%. Gripping the item in his fist, he said it was time to use it. The solar eclipse stone activated. A massive dark sphere slowly covered the sun, and in moments the world was plunged into darkness. The zombies gained a new effect. Their dark attribute skills doubled. With glowing eyes, the summoned monsters looked over themselves. Strange growth started forming on one zombie's back. They lifted their heads and screamed at full force. Terrified, Teresa checked the system. Notice showing light attribute skills had been cut by 50%. Taman walked over and asked what was wrong with her. Staring blankly at the golden glow in her hand, she asked how her saint power could suddenly be cut in half. Pendariel looked up in surprise after receiving a huge buff. Lowering her clawed hands, she said in fury that the rude little man was behind this. A new alert appeared. The fourth-floor boss was tracking his location, and the entire attack was now heading for Sanam Stadium. Jin-Yuk tapped the system window and said that was perfect. He turned towards something flying in and said it was time to load up. While fleeing, one team member shouted that there had been no warning about a fourth-floor boss. Another yelled that they had to move faster because of the triad. This raid was ruined. As the bald man ran, the dark-haired man reminded him that if the fourth-floor raid failed, the floor would close for 20 days. He said they shouldn't run, but Yunxing snapped back that surviving came first. Then a new video upload appeared. The system showed footage of the destroyed supermarket and the hidden boss appearing. People quickly started talking about it, saying it was embarrassing for a guild with over 300 members to struggle with one of the early waves. Another notice popped up. Jin-Yuk had uploaded a video. Its intro, already ranked in the top 10 for views, showed him smiling confidently with one hand thrust forward. The title made fun of the triad, and the comments were full of people cheering for MC. Some said he bought the guild time and still had a shot. Others were already hoping for an amazing fight. Watching the upload, Yunyuha asked Taman when he even found time to film it. Taman was stunned by the view count. Yunyuha glanced at the protagonist's turned face and asked if he'd gone a little too far this time. Then someone asked if he meant to lure them here. A nervous Teresa pointed out that the second wave had not even started yet. Hoping this was all some trick, she asked if the supermarket disaster was just one of his pranks. MC only said nobody could know for sure. Yosung shut his eyes and asked him directly if he did it. Then he said it was nice to finally have a worthy target. Looking at Jin-Yuk with his hands in his pockets, he asked if there was any way to beat the queen. He raised one finger and said there was. The guy let out a breath, glad he actually had a plan this time, then asked what it was. The protagonist lifted his hand and pointed straight ahead. Meeting Yusung's eyes, he said his part would be very important this time. Yusung pressed his lips together, clearly worried and confused. Around 100 monsters charged through the ruined street. Above them floated Pendariel, wrapped in a pale green aura. As she moved through the zombies, she muttered that humans were weak. Checking the area around the stone building, Pendariel asked if this was the place. She lowered her head and glared ahead. Her eyes widened, and she shouted that the intruders needed to be punished. Dozens of zombies answered with loud howls. Then they spread out and started climbing the walls. Seeing them come in, Teresa warned everyone to fall back. The artillery unit opened fire at once, and someone yelled that these were special zombies. Flames burst out overhead. Someone shouted at her not to hold back and to use everything she had. A huge blast tore across the building. The zombies were climbing. Pendariel walked up and called the man a fool. The zombies covered themselves from the bright light and slammed into the building. Pale lightning started crackling from the fourth-floor boss as she added that humans were weak too. Another stream of fire wiped out the zombies. Pendariel swore she would punish him. Staring ahead, she declared that this was her home. Then her eyes suddenly went wide. A massive wall of ice appeared in front of her, trapping 4 people inside. Tianwan and Yahello were frozen in the ice, fast asleep. Teresa and Yusong dropped too, falling asleep in an instant. A small purple crystal slipped down toward the ground. Pendariel watched Jin-Yuka kick off the ground and glide a short distance away. She narrowed her eyes and picked up the crystal. She stared at the diamond-shaped purple gem. Confused, grinding his teeth, Yusong said MC definitely would not die peacefully. The blonde girl tried to calm him down. Meanwhile, Jin-Yuk smirked and played with his coins. He got 100,000 coins from Yusong, asked who else had that kind of money, and said there was no helping it. Even so, he felt bad spending them. He hit yes on the acquisition system window, lowered his head, and said that from now on they were all bait. The dark-haired guy snapped, asking if he was making fun of him. He turned back with a confident smile and held up the crystal. Then he apologized and said he used the wrong word. Not bait, but a booby trap. Pendariel studied the crystal in her hand. A bright flash lit up her startled face. The fourth-floor boss's eyes opened wide in fear. Ice creation has been activated. Huge crystals burst out, forming an ice prison that even pushed through the building's stone defenses. Hundreds of monsters were caught inside the ice. Frozen in place, Pendariel looked at her hand and muttered that she was cold. Then she spread her arms and activated Plague, shattering the ice with a violent burst. Teresa still slept inside the ice, eyes closed. Pendariel leaned in and told her to stay off her floor. Then she swung and hit a 3-meter ice block. The blonde girl did not move at all, and Pendariel's red eyes widened in confusion. The silent breathing skill has been activated. A strong force burst out from beneath the stone slab, shaking the air. The skill steps of the demonic Sword King has begun. Jinyuka sprinted away from the battlefield and glanced back. Then he smiled. The huge red sphere started giving off intense energy. As she attacked again, Pendariel shouted that no one was allowed into her fortress. Pendariel, the womb of the dead, the fourth-floor boss. She stood beneath the blocked sun, with pale light around her hands. Her level and skills were high, and her poison attacks were deadly. In every way but intelligence, she was a dangerous boss. An image of the 4 warriors trapped in ice appeared. The key to clearing the 4th floor is protecting the base. That rule doesn't only apply to players, it applies to zombies too. An image showed a zombie near the red flag. With quick bursts of speed, Jinyu closed the distance fast. And now that the queen was at the stadium, her own base was left exposed. The protagonist spun around sharply, pushing through everything in her way. Pendariel ran after him. He looked at her furious face, veins showing, and admitted she figured out his plan fast. Still grinning, he said it was already too late. He'd stalled long enough, and that should be enough time for everything else. He burst into a square where several tall zombies appeared. Their burning eyes locked onto him. Jinyuk instantly leaped from the roof of an abandoned building. The sword graveyard has been activated. Golden and purple energy wrapped around his blades as he jumped back. The skill Heaven's Protection has been activated. His eyes glowed as he swung his blade, sending several heavy slashes into the zombies. Running through streets clogged with corpses, Jinyuk thought the place was just as disgusting as ever, and told himself he'd end this fast. He looked ahead, thinking about what was about to appear. In front of him stood a red flag over a pile of skulls. With a hard look, he leveled his blade. As he drew near, he shut his eyes. A wave of heavy energy rose behind him. Jinyuk sprang back and slowed, thinking that it had finally shown up. A burning blade sliced through the middle. It came from the guard protecting the queen's flag, the butcher. The huge green monster lifted its cleavers in rage. Jinyuk jumped forward with a grin, and wondered how he should handle him this time. The butcher pulled out a pair of scissors, and licked his lips like a madman. Then the two-headed monster rushed him. The scissors stopped against MC's blade. Staring at the 2 swords glowing with blue aura, the monster asked why they hadn't been cut. He shot up into the air. Fire covered his hands. The element of fire has been activated. He landed on the butcher's head, and drove a burning punch into it. The monster howled in pain. Both heads caught fire, and the scissors flew away. As he drew both blades, Jinyuk thought the creature's regeneration was ridiculous. He rushed the lower body while the monster tried to put out the flames, thinking he'd started the fire mostly to block its view. Dozens of slashes tore into the monster in a blink. The crippled butcher gritted his teeth and said that wouldn't be enough to kill him. Several blades still couldn't fully pierce his flesh. Running up behind him, Jinyuk drove his bladed weapon in again. A system alert announced the mandala had activated. Pouring golden energy into the weapon, the protagonist told him to take it. A huge aura slammed into the monster, and it cried out in confusion. The explosion swallowed a large part of the city. MC's level has increased. The giant scissors flew off as the butcher split apart. Jinyuk obtained scissors with a soul thirsting for revenge, and counted it as his 31st win. Then he turned toward the flagpole. He said it was time to end this. With his hands in his pockets, he slowly climbed the pile of skulls. An information window popped up before his surprised eyes. Above the flag, it said the Black Hound was making its presence known, and a representative of the Egyptian gods had a business offer. Jinyuk looked down with a confident smile and said he understood. Jinyuk appeared of a strange dark being in a blue-violet robe. It was Anubis. The protagonist thought he'd stay quiet for a while after wasting so much energy on the -1st floor. Covering one eye and tilting his head up, MC told him to speak. The figure forming in the sky stared at him. A system alert announced that the Black Hound let out a long howl. Grabbing the flag, Jinyuk asked why she was angry now, then said he'd just take it if that was the case. The Black Hound seemed flustered and asked him to calm down. The dark creature moved toward the flag almost pleadingly. An information box said the Egyptian gods wanted to see the battle reach a proper conclusion. Anubis looked at him standing on the skull mound. He figured the guardians of the higher floors couldn't accept the 4th floor ending without a real boss fight. Or maybe they just didn't like one arrogant little human. Staring ahead, the protagonist asked why he should take that deal. His hand still on the flag, he pointed out that he could win just by taking the flag. Anubis clenched his teeth. A notice appeared saying the Black Hound was offering him a contract. Jinyuk eyed the system window with suspicion, resting a hand on his chin and grinning. He called it a very suspicious kind of generosity. Pendariel screamed as she came flying in. Her impact cracked and tore up the asphalt. When she landed, the red-haired monster dropped into a fighting stance. Slowly she lifted her eyes. Spotting the flag, she asked in confusion why it was there. Then she turned to the side in surprise. He asked if she meant why he still hadn't taken the flag after such an easy win. Touching the sparking scissors, Jinyuk said someone had made him fight her, and he'd already been paid up front, so he couldn't claim the flag until she was down. Pendariel glanced aside, confused, and asked what he meant by an advance. Lifting his helmet a little, he just smiled and said that was how it was. Then he tightened his grip on his weapon. He slung the butcher's weapon over his back and said he was pretty happy to get paid in advance, especially when the payment came from the boss of the 4th dungeon. Aura gathered in her hands and formed into a massive sword. As she raised it, her eyes burned with rage, and she warned that he'd regret this. Heaven's protection activated. Jin-Yuk tossed his weapon back and wrapped himself in a golden aura. A notice appeared. Light skills were weakened by 50% because of the solar eclipse stone. Watching her come closer, he realized that even at full power, his stats still weren't enough to kill her outright. Her dash left deep footprints in the ground. In an instant she was behind him. Pandariel brought down her two-handed sword. Jin-Yuk turned toward her in alarm, and a huge blast filled the area with smoke. Pandariel stood still with her blade aimed forward. Across from her, MC had a golden magic circle behind him, and a wild look in his eyes. Shocked, she asked how he blocked it. The mandala began to activate. Standing in the middle of the smoke, he looked back at her with calm confidence. She grabbed her face and demanded to know why he wasn't dying, then shouted for him to disappear. Throwing her arms wide, she screamed the same order again. Huge strands of hair shot at him. Jin-Yuk activated Steps of the Demon Sword King, wrapped his blade in red energy and slashed several times. His movement speed rose by 70%. He let out a breath and coated his fingers in ice. The system announced ice creation. Gritting her teeth, Pandariel tried to leap away from the spreading ice. He launched himself into the air and swung at the bound boss. The strike landed hard on her shoulder. She cried out as ice spread across her shoulder and neck. After the hit, he quickly jumped back. She shattered the ice and glared at him, then said he wouldn't kill her that easily. Jin-Yuk took his stance and answered that he knew one hit wouldn't be enough. Furious, she charged him with her sword pulled back. She slipped behind him and unleashed a wide curving strike. Ice creation activated again. A dozen small crystals popped onto Pandariel's face and blocked her vision. Confused, she flailed her hands, trying to figure out what was happening. Jin-Yuk dodged easily, wearing a confident smile. Then he grabbed his weapon with both hands. Raising the butcher's blade, he delivered 2 heavy slashes, straight across the floor boss's face. Her red eyes burned with fury, as she said he'd made a mistake. She rushed him, and even with his block, sent him flying back. Jin-Yuk looked at the blade that had stopped her attack. Pandariel stared at him, suddenly afraid. Her red eyes narrowed. Smiling, he said Mo Xiao only hid behind servants, but she was much stronger. As he cut off the 4th floor boss's hand, he told her goodbye. A notice appeared. Pandariel had been defeated. The system reported a level up, and Jin-Yuk slipped his hands into his pockets with a smile. Another notice confirmed he had successfully defended the base. The ice covering the building started breaking into smaller chunks. As the ice melted into water, people finally came back to their senses. Teresa smiled, and said Kang the protagonist had pulled it off again. She dropped to her knees and looked up at the blue sky. A TV broadcast said 24 hours had passed since the 4th floor was cleared. Even the reporters couldn't believe it. They'd expected holding off hundreds of waves to take at least 20 days. Nearby, signs advertised 40% discounts. The door opened with a bell. The report continued, saying it was hard to believe Kang Jin-Yuk and his team had done it in a single day. They'd clearly seen the full power of an S-rank player, truly monstrous. Yun Yuk-wei stood and waved happily at him, while Taemin smiled, glad he really came. MC smiled and asked if he was late. Then he added that he'd brought someone with him. Surprised, Yun Yuk-wei asked who. A girl in black shoes stepped into the room. She pressed a hand to her chest and looked around with clear disapproval, saying the banquet hall was pretty dirty. Yun Xiaobei then realized it was Alice, the same one they'd met before. Jin-Hyuk raised a brow and said he brought her because she was part of their little group. Now, Alice lifted her hands in greeting, and one of the young men awkwardly asked what kind of weird group name that was. He then asked Yun Xiaobei where Teresa was. She said Teresa would arrive in about an hour, and told them to start eating first. Suddenly, he turned his head in surprise. Smiling, the protagonist said he hadn't expected him to show up. Yo Sung crossed his arms and frowned, saying he only came to learn the secret to getting random rewards. The young man hugged the newly arrived hero and said he'd tell him the secret, just don't choke while drinking with them. Then the bell at the entrance rang again. Hana, Hyun, Rick, and Yuri came in, with Yuri holding her phone and saying they'd made it too. They bowed to Kang Jin-Yuk and congratulated the president on clearing the 4th floor. He thanked them with a smile. Grinning, he pointed at Alice as she pulled money from her wallet and said everyone could eat as much as they wanted because she was paying to celebrate the clear. Alice smiled and took out gold coins. Food covered the table, along with big mugs of alcohol. Jin-Yuk tipped his head back and drained his drink. He said it was perfect. Sitting beside him, Alice closed her eyes and said she couldn't believe all this food only cost 2 coins. She picked up her fork and knife, staring down at the plates piled high with food. Then she lifted a chicken leg on her fork, eyes wide, and said she'd eaten lots of meat before, but this tasted completely different. Licking his lips, MC reached toward her plate with his fork. A bright flash sparked at once. Alice bared her teeth and glared at him. Jin-Yuk gave up and said, fine, she could eat it herself. She happily kept eating, a blush rising on her face. Alice thanked him and said she'd never forget this. He smiled, thinking no one would guess she was one of the tower's strongest beings. Tianmai, meanwhile, looked confused and asked the man beside him what Hyun used to do. Yo Xiaobei frowned at the question. Taking a sip, he answered that Hyun was a medical student. The guy shouted in shock, saying that couldn't be true. Just then, the restaurant door opened. Teresa stepped inside and awkwardly apologized for being late. Yu jumped up, phone still in hand, and beamed in disbelief. It was really her. Bio Yun widened her eyes in surprise, and Kang Jinyuk smiled as Yuri said she wanted to tag Teresa and take a photo together. The protagonist remembered the old days, sitting alone in front of 4 monitors while climbing the test tower by himself. Now he leaned back in his chair and looked around at the heroes laughing together. While Alice chewed, she asked why he was smiling. He said it was because things were getting a little loud in here. Outside, the shop sign glowed on the street. His status window appeared. Strength, agility and endurance at 16, mana 92, jump 100, luck 10, adaptability 10, free stats 9, coins 235,341, no profession. Abilities included fusion, graveyard of swords, patronage of heaven, court of Anubis, and fire element level 5. Sitting with his legs crossed, Jinyuk noted that he'd gained 3 levels. He smiled, then frowned a little. He once thought he'd advanced in the best way possible, but now his growth was so fast it didn't even compare to before. Brushing the window aside, he thought maybe that was because things changed once the game became real. What mattered most was that he'd taken no losses. Then he decided it was time to check the 4th floor reward. Beneath a blue transparent cube lay a scroll. The system identified it as a high-level skill enhancer. The scroll dissolved in his palm. Jinyuk decided to use it on his most used skill, ice creation. The window then reported that ice creation had reached level 8. Cold air drifted from the vent. Shivering, he noticed the room had gotten colder and asked the man nearby if he'd turned on the air conditioning. The man frowned and snapped that if he was cold, he should dress warmer instead of slacking off. MC scratched his ear and thought about his next choice. He reached out and tapped the status window to buy something. A giant wheel of fortune appeared before him. Random item draw. A rank? He realized the prize pool included a random KR item, so he grabbed the lever and pulled it down. The wheel spun fast. A system message told him to hit the red button in the center, and warned that time was running out. Jinyuk folded his arms and watched with a smile, wondering what kind of cheap scare tactic this was. Red arrows kept pointing at the button. He figured the wheel was made to stress players out with all the noise and effects. Then the system said time was up and told him to spin again. The arrow stopped on one slot, and the protagonist joked, asking if someone else wanted to press the button for him. He smiled with one hand on the lever, thinking that no one searched for hidden system bugs better than he did. The wheel sped up again. Jinyuk pulled the lever once more. The system repeated that time had run out, and told him to spin again. Lightning crackled around him. His hand stopped over the red button. He explained that if you keep spinning without stopping, then on the 37th try, the wheel slows down by 99%. Sweat rolled down Yusung's face. He turned to MC and asked if he really meant this trick could get the exact A-rank item he wanted. Standing by the wheel, he lowered his head with a grin, already thinking he might let the guy pick what he wanted too. Chun Yo-sung held the red sword and smiled, saying he could finally beat him. But the image faded. Jen Yu-ken knew there was a price. After 1 week the item would vanish. Still holding the lever, he smiled to himself. Yo-sung looked way too happy after gathering all those attributes, and the protagonist already wanted to see his face a week later. The arrow landed on medicine, and the system announced he got 3 3-color pills. He smiled as the pills dissolved into his hand. Since the effect only lasted a week, this was the best pick for the next floor. Now all that was left was the most important item for clearing the 5th floor. Jingyuk watched the item melt into his hand as the system announced he was using an entrance ticket for the Great Magical Library. The Great Magical Library opened, and he found himself among endless shelves. It had been a while since his last visit, so he wondered if he should go see the old man. At the far end, behind the shelves, a man sat in a chair. An open book rested on the table before him, lit by strange devices. The man smiled and let out a quiet laugh. MC stepped closer, hands in his pockets. He walked up with a smile, while the man said he had heard the 4th floor was cleared, but didn't expect visitors so soon. He dipped his pen into the inkwell. Then he turned, placed a hand on his chest, and introduced himself as Rick Hennessy, the manager of this library. Books floated around him as he lifted a hand to his monocle. Rick was an influential mid-level manager who oversaw the Great Magical Library in the Tower of Testing. Jinyuk introduced himself with a smile, thinking he had finally met one of the managers. Walking down the steps, Rick said that in all his long life he had never seen someone reach this place so fast. With his hands behind his back, he glanced upward and added that he had not only arrived here, but had also found him right away in this giant maze of a library. To Rick, that made him very interesting. Jingyuk just smiled and said luck was on his side. He reached for a book on the shelf. Rick, standing nearby, told him he could take any book he wanted, but none here should be at a level he could read. Frowning, Rick said the minimum requirement was understanding runic language. The protagonist cut in, saying it was a text on reaching the 6th circle, written by the Imperial Palace mage Telemos. Holding up the red-covered book, MC smiled and asked if he was right. Rick's eyes narrowed. Did he know runic language? Jin-yoke lowered his head and closed his eyes, saying he just liked learning new things, so he knew a little bit of everything. Rick studied him carefully. A player who had only just reached the 5th floor already knew runes. Rick asked if he could ask one question, and he agreed at once. Smiling, Rick said he already knew the protagonist was different from other players. Just reaching this place proved it, but it felt like some special force was backing him. Jin-yoke turned and grinned, repeating the word backing. He held out his hand, and behind him appeared a goddess holding scales. The system announced that Judgment of Anubis had been activated. MC said the Egyptian gods were behind him, and thanks to them he got this far and learned more about the tower. Rick froze. He could clearly feel Anubis's power, which meant the gods had started taking interest in players. Scratching his neck, he smiled and said he must be pretty valuable if he was blessed with power like this. Then the system said Judgment of Anubis was deactivated because no target had been chosen. Rick straightened his suit and said someone worthy deserved proper treatment. He removed his hat and bowed, apologizing deeply for underestimating such an honored guest. Jin-yoke gave an awkward smile. He could almost picture Anubis laughing if the god saw this. He'd never let it go. Rick pointed to the floating books and said that, as part of his apology, the protagonist could choose one. MC asked if he could really pick any of them, and Rick bowed, saying of course. Closing his eyes, Rick said he wanted to offer his precious guest a worthy gift. Jin-yoke's eyes landed on book number 12, Fahrenheit 127. He said that in that case, he'd take that one. A dark-covered book rested in his hands. Rick asked if he was sure. As he flipped through it, Rick explained that it was a fine grimoire, but it was written in ancient runes, so no one except people from that era could understand it. The protagonist turned with a smile and read, I am the Black Dragon, Macedrian. In this record, I write that I became an ancient dragon. For 1,000 years, I studied destruction and ruled the world. Pressing a palm to the page, he said this was clearly written by a lizard with middle school syndrome, so he was definitely taking it. Rick smiled, then he burst out laughing again, and said that was exactly what he should expect from someone blessed by the gods. Placing his hands together, Rick made white light flash between them, and said that from now on, he would keep watching Mr. Kong Jin-yoke. Still smiling, Rick slowly broke apart into pixels as he said he would look forward to meeting the player Kang MC again. He stared at the fading pixels in surprise. Sweat ran down his face. The 5th floor was awful. It felt like a world left behind by a dead civilization. He ran down the road while in that dark place. Only blood-crazed fanatics remained. Jin-yoke looked back nervously. The fanatics raised torches, pitchforks, and axes. One of them shouted to catch him and find victims. This whole place was basically one giant madhouse. Eyes wide, the protagonist sprinted ahead. The show host, holding a sheet of paper, looked worried as the storyteller repeated that line about the madhouse. He raised a hand and asked if the fanatics were really that dangerous. Why was the hero running instead of fighting? The man said he had planned to fight with his skills, but the 5th floor had one huge problem. Meanwhile, people in the chat mocked the hero and said he was just scared. Raising one finger, the man explained there was a ban on skill use. The host cried out in shock and repeated it. Covering his face with one hand, he held up a glowing return stone and said he couldn't even open his inventory. Only this return stone barely saved his life. The girl paused the recording right when he said that was why they were offering a special discount. Up to 20% off the return stone, now for 5,000 coins. Teresa frowned and asked him to take her to the 5th floor too. Jin-yoke lowered his head and said she couldn't go. She put her hands on the table and asked why. Teresa said she already knew he was heading to the 5th floor, and she couldn't just let him go alone. MC bared his teeth, wondering where all this stubbornness came from. He told her no matter how much she asked, it was impossible. He might be able to sneak in alone, but taking her would get her caught. Teresa grabbed his hand. Her other hand tightened into a fist as she frowned. Sweat on her face, she asked him to promise he wouldn't try anything impossible. Later, sitting in the car, Jin-yoke touched his wrist. He smiled, thinking her words were kind of funny. Then a status window appeared in front of him, showing that the system had sent a support gift from the Kingdom of Caladium. Jin-yoke pictured a man in shining armor, holding a wolf-crested flag, and wondered if Caladium wasn't supposed to be Muram's enemy. The system announced he received muddy smell, and blue smoke spread out. Its info appeared. Difficulty to obtain. Hef. Description. A skill that hides your smell, breath, and even signs of presence. Limit 3 seconds. Cooldown 24 hours. The system added that thanks to support from higher powers, he had overcome the 5th floor's restriction. He smiled. They had given him a gift that broke the tower's own rules. It looked like outside forces had started contacting players they cared about, just like Muram had, and he planned to use that skill to the fullest. The car kept moving through the city. The status window said Jin-yoke had entered the tower's 5th floor and would begin from a random spot. He dropped to one knee as the system announced that skills were sealed, and he'd been given a random F-rank item. A blue exclamation mark appeared inside a red triangle. The rule was simple: survive and escape. Jinyuk smiled, eyes gleaming, and held out the dark book. Because he had the grimoire of Macedrian, one skill was unlocked. He could use greedy gaze. He tucked the book into his coat with a grin. That was exactly why he picked it in the library, and he planned to keep it for later. More players started spawning into the room in flashes of pixels. They stretched their arms out and looked around, trying to figure out where they were. It was pitch dark and damp, and one girl immediately asked why it felt so humid. Jingyuk realized everyone assigned to this starting point was arriving. The circle on his wrist lit up. He frowned, ready to leave the newcomers behind. Then the system said a tracking scroll had activated. His eyes widened as another message popped up, moving to the scroll's target. Long blonde hair appeared in front of him. Jinyuk clicked his tongue and called her stubborn. Teresa appeared, landing on one knee with a hand on the floor. She looked up with a smile and admitted she wasn't sure he'd keep his promise, so she followed him. While the others were still getting their bearings, he asked annoyed why she came after he told her not to. Brushing dirt off her clothes, Teresa said she came because she was worried about him. The protagonist covered his face, already thinking about how this ruined his plan. Then Teresa glanced back as the other players checked their pockets and said they'd found something. She reached into her own pocket. Smiling, Teresa pulled out a flashlight and asked what Jinyuk got. He showed her a pen. She awkwardly muttered that his item seemed pretty bad. MC pressed it, extending it into a rod, and said they'd have to make do with this. Then he flicked on a lighter. Pulling Teresa along, he said they could at least see now. She shielded her face from the flame. Teresa raised a brow and reminded him she had a flashlight too, then tried to switch it on. Jinyuk quickly covered it with his hand and looked aside. Lifting the lighter flame, he wondered what kind of place this was. 3 players followed him when he said they needed to get out. Their voices made the people in yellow hoods turn at once. One fanatic pointed at them and shouted that the victims were over there. The crowd rushed toward the players with torches raised. One of the players threw out a hand and yelled at Jinyuk to put out the lighter. The fanatics closed in, shouting for everyone to be captured. As they fled, only pounding footsteps could be heard. A hand slid out from behind a stone. He and Teresa peeked from behind it. She rested a hand on his shoulder, and he glanced at it with a frown. Teresa pointed ahead and asked if they should help those people. Still crouched, Jinyuk turned to her and said that if she insisted on following him, she had to obey his orders. Teresa stared, confused by his tone. Looking ahead from behind the stone, he said they needed to avoid exposing themselves, and she wasn't ready for a direct fight yet. Teresa stood and lowered her eyes, asking if he was underestimating her when she had prepared too. She opened her palm with a smile, showing 2 blue stones. She'd bought one for him too, a homecoming stone for the 5th floor. Zhengbaot smacked his face with his palm, while Teresa smiled awkwardly, not getting why. Nearby, the players braced a door shut against the fanatics. One of them looked back and shouted that the door wouldn't hold much longer, demanding help from the people behind them. Teresa lifted a brow and gave the return stone a smug look. She said she'd be leaving now, and wished them a happy stay. Then the stone in her hand cracked. Teresa stared wide-eyed at the pieces falling apart. The players at the door saw it too. She blurted out, shocked that it really didn't work, and the others screamed that they'd bought those stones too. The fanatics burst through the door and threw the players back. A big muscular man gripped his weapon hard. The players froze, staring in terror. A tall masked man advanced on them, weapon still in hand. One of the guys dropped to the floor, bracing himself with his hands behind him. Teresa kept staring at the broken stone in her palm, unable to believe they'd been tricked. Jinyuk lowered his gaze and asked if she really believed everything said on TV. Teresa looked sadly at the broken pieces. Frustrated, she muttered that she bought 2 just so she could give him one. A scream rang out, and Teresa's eyes snapped open. She spun around, fist clenched, saying it was time to go. Right as a fanatic appeared behind her with a rope and a twisted grin. He opened his mouth wide and shouted, this was a sacrifice for their god, then threw the rope around her neck. Teresa grabbed his clothes. In one smooth move, she flipped the fanatic over her shoulder. He slammed into the wall with a huge impact. Dust burst into the air. The yellow-robed fanatics froze, torches raised, baring her teeth as she guarded the protagonist's back. Teresa said they'd been found. The protagonist just smiled and agreed. The fanatics pressed their palms together, eyes wide, and one declared that their god wanted the holy blood victims gathered, so the king could be revived, and they could gain eternal happiness. MC clicked the handle and extended the rod. With one sharp strike, he smashed a fanatic in the throat. The man dropped, clutching his neck, and Jinyuk moved through the others just as fast. Holding the bloodied penrod, he frowned and asked if anyone else wanted to preach at him. The robed figures stared at him in fear. Then a tall masked man appeared behind one of them, his whole body trembling. He raised his head toward the deputy, a giant hammer in his hands. A fanatic started saying they weren't afraid, hands clasped in prayer, but the deputy's hand was already on his head. A sickening sound rang out. Teresa covered her mouth in shock, and Jinyuk grinned, asking if she'd ever played hide-and-seek. He pointed at the giant approaching them, saying their new guest wanted to play. He told Teresa not to get in his way. She looked at him like he was crazy. The deputy raised his hammer to strike, and the protagonist called out, "Let's start." He and Teresa dashed aside, just before the hammer crushed the floor beneath them. Elsewhere, a fanatic knelt before a leader in a purple robe. The leader asked about the victims, and the fanatic answered that they were being captured without trouble. The leader smiled and said their god was sending even more victims, now that the tower had opened, and more ignorant people would come. Throwing his head back, he laughed that the promised time of rebirth had arrived. Then the fanatic asked him to look at something, and the leader turned in surprise. On the screen, the deputy was chasing Jin-Yuk and Teresa with his hammer. When the leader asked who they were, the fanatic said they were newly found victims. Touching his face thoughtfully, the leader said it was his first time seeing a deputy struggle so much they were too quick to be ordinary victims. Nearby, a man in a black robe with a cross around his neck watched in silence. He kept staring at the screen, then looked shocked at the sight of the smiling young man and called him by name. The leader turned and asked if he knew that hero. Without taking his eyes off the screen, the man said yes. Other monitors showed players trapped in despair. Holding a mask behind his back, the man said Jin-Yuk would become the most dangerous obstacle to their plan. A pink mark showed on the raven mask. The huge hammer rose again. The deputy brought it down in a crushing swing, forcing Teresa to leap away. As she looked around, Teresa realized this thing was nothing like the normal fanatics. Its speed and body were on another level. The monster swung again, and as they dodged aside, Jungil said fighting the big-headed brute head-on was impossible right now. He looked at Teresa and said they needed to keep their distance, then asked to borrow something from her. They ran around a corner. The deputy charged after them, and a bright flash went off in his face. He covered his eyes, trying to see through the glare. His hammer slammed into the ground, shattering the stone tiles, and kicking up dust. When he lifted the hammer, he found broken pieces of some device where it had struck. From a second-floor balcony, Teresa watched the enemy, and realized they'd bought themselves a little time to plan. Hidden behind the railing, Jin-Yuk told her to listen carefully. Pointing to himself, he said he would draw the big-headed monster onto him. As the deputy rounded the corner, Teresa objected. They had only just escaped, but Memsi said they'd have to face this enemy eventually if they wanted to clear the 5th floor. He said that while the monster chased him, Teresa had to help the others who trusted the return stone and got trapped here. She nodded. Looking away, he said he would clear the 5th floor fast, even if things had gotten harder. Teresa lowered her eyes and agreed, blaming herself for making everything worse by coming here. Jin-Yuk just smiled at her. By the escalator to the 2nd floor, he told Teresa to remember his words for later, just in case. The monster stomped forward and demanded to know where the victims were. Then a small stone smacked its head, and someone called out. Jin-Yuk tossed another stone and mocked him, asking if he really was that bad at hide-and-seek. The deputy charged after him and raced up the escalator. As it chased him down the hall, Teresa waited behind a stone wall. Peeking out, she made sure the monster was gone, and no longer a threat to her. A few minutes earlier, the protagonist had told her to move when the time felt right. Hand on her chest, Teresa asked what that even meant. He only smiled and said she'd know when the moment came. Now Teresa searched through a basket of sports gear. She grabbed a hockey stick, thinking she'd understand when the time came. Ready to save the people left in the dungeon, she ran ahead. While fleeing, Jin-Yuk figured Teresa had gotten far enough away by now. Then his eyes flashed with a notice. Greedy gaze had activated. The deputy's status window appeared, showing power level 100, along with a warning that someone had broken the 5th floor's rules. Another red message popped up, saying Rotting Heart had taken interest in him and a second job change condition had been created. As Jin-Yuk ran down the hall, a new notice said Rotting Heart wanted to become his sword. The next one offered him a new form, Black Apostle, if he accepted. Rotting Heart was one of the tower's absolute beings from the upper floors, better known as the Demon King. He understood what was happening right away. Forcing past the seal on skills in a place like this was bound to draw attention. Another notice explained the price. Becoming a Black Apostle would unlock new power, but he'd belong to the Demon King forever. Melina's smiling face flashed through his mind. Jin-Yuk smirked, and thought a tiger doesn't bow to some mutt. With a flick of his hand, he rejected the offer. The Demon King clenched his teeth, and a notice announced that Rotting Heart had gone berserk. The deputy lifted its head. Its hands shook as it grabbed its helmet. A wave of dark energy stabbed through Jin-Yuk's chest. The notice said he'd been cursed by the Demon King for refusing. Chains wrapped around his heart, and another message marked him as a target for every demon, with the curse lasting until he died. MC collapsed and clutched his chest. Blood burst from his mouth. It splattered across the stone floor. After coughing up a thick clot, he muttered that it hurt like hell. Then he wiped his lips and smiled anyway. Several fanatics in yellow robes stood nearby, frozen. Jin-Yuk asked if they were just going to watch. He crooked a finger at them and told them to come at him. Instead, the cultist ran in fear. Elsewhere, members of the squad sat tied up on the floor. A blonde admitted they'd made a mistake, while another girl begged for mercy. Someone was knocked onto his back, A shaken cultist yanked a black girl up by the hair and got ready to offer her to his god. Teresa rushed in to stop the sacrifice. She leaped forward and swung the stick hard. The blow smashed into the cultist's face, making him spit blood. More fanatics closed in, but Teresa glanced back and told the girl she saved to look after the others. Holding her head, the black girl shook in terror and said it was useless. They were all going to die here. Teresa realized panic had spread through the whole squad. A cultist lifted his sickle over his head. She got the stick up just in time to block it. The sickle chopped off part of the wood. Teresa answered with the thick end of the stick, slamming it into his jaw. The black girl watched with tears in her eyes. When Teresa said everyone would make it out safely, the girl slowly raised her hands. Smiling, Teresa told the squad to get up and grab weapons. Her partner was already clearing the 5th floor. Meanwhile, Jin Yurik looked completely lifeless. He hung over the deputy's shoulder as a crowd of fanatics followed behind. Back in the dungeon, part of the squad was still trapped. Someone cried out that they were all going to die. A guy in a cap broke down, saying he never should have come and only wanted a few items before leaving. The overseer slammed his sickle against the bars and barked that the prisoners were too loud. Eyes blazing, he warned that anyone who kept making noise would be sent off next. Then he turned to the others and politely asked them to continue. The man in the purple robe asked if they'd captured the same guy. They said yes. The priest frowned and said this was his first time meeting him in person. Inside the cell, Jin Yuk sat up and rolled his shoulder. Then he looked up when someone called his name. He narrowed his eyes. Studying the priest, he realized the man's title was human. If he worked with the 5th floor's boss, then he had to be one of the main players. His eye flashed again. Greedy gaze activated, but the next notice said the status window couldn't be opened. The priest's face darkened as the message explained he was protected by a high-level mental barrier. Jin Yuk pulled a capsule from his pocket, thinking he'd planned to save it for the cult leader fight, but now he had no choice. White powder spilled out, and a notice said the white pill doubled his adaptation stat for 10 minutes. He looked at the priest again. This time, the notice said greedy gaze had broken through the defense, and all of the priest's stats and skills appeared. Seeing the words Knight of the Round Table, Jin Yuk guessed Hosenfeld was the same powerful association figure Melina had mentioned. After checking the priest's skills, he decided mental barrier might be the key to beating the deity. Then he saw the copy condition and grimaced. To get it, he had to act like an edgy middle schooler, until the target said his knight name. Pinching the bridge of his nose, he thought the tower system had to be run by a total weirdo. No one could do this sober. The priest frowned and asked why the prisoner had gone quiet. The protagonist covered his eyes and apologized. With an evil grin, he said he was busy holding back his overwhelming dark power. The dungeon went silent. The cultists stared through the bars in disbelief. The purple-robed leader asked if this lunatic was really the man they'd been talking about. Hosenfeld looked down, annoyed, and said yes. The leader waved it off and said he'd leave this madman to his friend. Alice couldn't hold back her laugh and covered her face. Jin Yuk told her to act like nothing happened because he was dying inside from embarrassment. The priest frowned and said the prisoner clearly didn't understand the situation. He was about to be sacrificed. MC raised a hand, flashed his eyes, and asked if they really thought they could lock up his destructive madness. Hands behind his back, the priest watched the act in silence. Still irritated, he guessed the enemy was hiding some kind of trump card, which wouldn't be surprising given his abilities. Hosenfeld narrowed his eyes and said he already knew what Jin Yuk could do, and with his skills sealed, he wouldn't survive here. He turned away, thinking getting what he needed was way too hard. Then the bloodied man suddenly opened his mouth and screamed. The priest frowned hard and asked if the prisoners heard that. When he called it the sound of a sacrifice ritual, the squad went pale with fear. He added that they were waiting for the same slow, painful death, something no sane person could endure. A key flashed in his hand. Waving it in front of them, he said he'd hand it over if Jin Yuk told him everything about the unknown. The protagonist smiled slyly, touching his head like he knew some great secret. He said he'd reveal the unknown's real name if the priest revealed his first. The priest held a raven mask in his hand. Raising it to his face, Hosenfeld said he was also known as Lancelot. A mental barrier skill icon appeared, and a notice said the conditions had been met, and the skill was copied successfully. It boosted mental defense, hid the user's status, and blocked mental attacks. The priest frowned and told him to speak about the unknown's true identity. Jin Yuk lifted one finger and told him to listen carefully. The moment he heard the name, the priest's mouth tightened. He placed his hands behind his back, finally realizing who was under the unknown's mask. Keeping his promise, he dropped a silver key into the dungeon cell. Then Hosenfeld put on the mask, turned away, and wished Jin Yuk a quick death. MC smiled in satisfaction. One of the prisoners spotted the key on the floor. He snatched it up right away. Then he rushed to the bars and tried to unlock the door, but there wasn't even a keyhole. He, still on the floor, figured that was obvious. He shut his eyes and wondered what his ally was doing now. A cultist pulled the lever. Teresa dropped into the dungeon cell. As the gate slammed shut, one fanatic laughed that he'd never seen a sacrifice fight back this hard. Another added that she'd taken down 20 warriors. That only made her more pleasing to their god. They said, Teresa got up and wiped her face with her sleeve. She looked at the squad and asked where the others were. Then she turned at a sound of angry shouting. A dark-skinned girl was kicking another prisoner, blaming everyone else for how things turned out. Teresa stepped in front of the child and demanded they stop. The dark-skinned girl frowned and said the saint didn't understand the situation. The little girl started crying, and someone from the squad explained that she was one of the tower's residents. Teresa turned, confused. The child looked at her helplessly. A second later, she hugged her knees and lowered her head. Some squad members had tears in their eyes. They said none of this would have happened if the tower and its people didn't exist. The dark-skinned girl pointed at the child and blamed her for everything. The girl trembled in fear. Then she shut her eyes tight. Teresa grabbed the girl's wrist, staring her down. She said it didn't matter who the child was. The fanatics had captured her too. The girl's eyes widened. Her hand began to shake. Teresa tightened her grip and frowned. Then she turned to the child and gently asked her name. The girl kept her face buried in her knees, so Teresa told her she was safe and no one would hurt her. Hands pressed to her chest, the tower resident quietly said her name was Andrea. Teresa smiled and told her it was a beautiful name. Andrea had been carrying a big basket on her back when the fanatics came to her village with pitchforks. They said the village would be spared if one person was offered up. Since Andrea was an orphan, the villagers begged her to go for everyone's sake. They even called it an honor before a fanatic dragged Andrea away by the hand. Holding her close and patting her head, Teresa said she must have felt so alone. Her expression hardened. With Andrea sitting sadly in her lap, Teresa realized she was no different from any other person. Outside the bars, the cultists talked about the next sacrifice. They needed one person from each cell. One of them warned that if nobody was picked, the whole cell would be used in the ritual. The dark-skinned girl started shaking, and a brunette burst into tears, saying she teeing. Then Teresa suddenly understood. Andrea frowned in terror when one squad member suggested handing her over. Teresa shielded the girl and told them not to decide so fast. The squad members clenched their teeth. The cultists were thrilled, saying their god would love to see the victims fight. Another fanatic looked confused. Someone had raised a hand. With his eyes closed, Jinuk said he'd volunteer if no one objected. The other prisoners narrowed their eyes, then agreed. The cultist bound the chosen victim's hands tight. Under guard, the prisoners were marched ahead. Jinyoka kept a red and white capsule hidden between his teeth. Without anyone noticing, he spat it out. The capsule slipped into the drain. A few cultists glanced back, but saw nothing. The protagonist smiled to himself. All the setup was done. As he passed the cells, he guessed Teresa had been captured too, and with her personality, she'd probably offer herself up. This route through the floor was new for him, but so far everything was working out. Then a hidden quest popped up. Every fanatic he killed would raise adaptation by 0.1%, and killing the cult leader would give him 30 points. Jinyuk licked his lips, surprised this run could boost adaptation too. A sudden scream made him squint. The cultists raised their fists and praised their god. At the center stood the deputy, with victims hanging from pillars nearby. Jinyuk kept walking, noticing just how many fanatics had gathered. When one prisoner threw up, he thought the scene still wasn't bad enough for that. Chains lifted, and someone called for the next sacrifices. The wooden gate started to tip. Then it dropped, opening the way into the arena. The deputy scanned the area. Pitchforks jabbed from behind as the cultists drove the prisoners forward. Jinhyuk stood with the other victims after their ropes were removed. He glanced around at the wild cheering. Chains tightened around the pillar, while someone shouted that their god wanted victims full of fear. MC rolled his eyes. A crazed fanatic with a microphone yelled, asking which sacrifices pleased God the most. The crowd screamed back that God loved noble and worthy victims. He raised the mic and urged them to look at the new offerings. Pointing at Teresa on the pillar, he shouted that she had given herself up for a child she didn't even know. The fanatic lifted his head and declared that her blood would complete their sacrifice ritual. Jinhyuk slipped a hand into his chest pocket. He had planned to clear this floor after farming all the stats, but now things had changed. The ancient grimoire of Macedrian appeared in his hand, and a notice said he had broken free of the 5th floor owner's restriction. Really pissed now. He said he'd had enough. Red energy wrapped around him as the countdown began. Flames burst from his hand as he activated the fire element. A fire arrow shot out through the building. It hit the capsule in the drain, and a notice said the red fire pill had activated. Fire erupted under the deputy's feet. Flame whirlwinds rose all across the arena. The cultists scattered in panic, while the man with the microphone shouted that this couldn't be possible. Skills were supposed to be sealed by God's command. A knife appeared in Jinhyuk's hand. He instantly threw it. The blade sliced through the chain holding Teresa. The links snapped apart, but she was unconscious, blood running from her forehead. Jinhyuk caught her. Once she was in his arms, he saw she was fully out cold. He checked her pulse with 2 fingers. His face tightened with irritation. Then he planted his feet. A black and white capsule appeared in his hand, and Jinhyuk muttered that stats didn't matter anymore. He just wanted every cultist dead. He put the capsule in his mouth. His teeth crushed it, and a notice announced the black darkness pill had been used. Dark energy flooded the arena as another message said a black barrier had formed. The cultists covered their faces, shouting that they couldn't see anything. Dark mist wrapped around Janghyuk's body. A sword appeared in his hand, and a massive cloud of dust spread through the arena. Its blade flashed through the darkness, and a notice said Sword Graveyard had activated. Lost in the dust, the cultists had no idea where he'd gone. A sharp sickle clattered onto the stone floor. One fanatic dropped to his knees and started praying. The others copied him, begging the great demon king god for help. Then strange sounds pulled them out of their prayers. A figure appeared in the dark, carrying the energy of the demon king god. The cultists threw up their hands in joy, thinking their god had answered them. Instead, Janghyuk tore through them with a chain of lightning-fast attacks. One cultist's face was split down the middle, and a notice said the enemy was killed, and adaptation rose by 0.1%. Another notice appeared. A cult mark glowed in the darkness. The stat increase message appeared again as the golden guard of Janghyuk's sword flashed. Teresa lay on the ground inside the storm of dust and darkness. Her hands were still bound by chain. Blood ran down her face. Earlier, she had protected Andrea from the dark-skinned girl, who wanted to send the child off as the sacrifice. Andrea clung to Teresa's sleeve while Teresa insisted she was only a little kid. The squad reached for Andrea and argued she was just an NPC, so she should be the one sacrificed. Teresa took a fighting stance. One heavy blow sent the squad members crashing into the bars. With her fists up, she told them they were badly mistaken if they thought she was weak, just because her skills were sealed. She glared and said she could beat all of them at once. Dropping to one knee, the dark-skinned girl asked if Teresa planned to choose her own sacrifice. Teresa said yes. Wiping blood from their chin, a squad member snapped that Teresa only acted kind, but was really no different from anyone else. Andrea looked up at her protector in fear, but Teresa smiled. Andrea's eyes widened. Patting her head, Teresa promised she would come back. A cultist waited outside the bars, grinning like a madman. He called her a sacrifice worthy of God. Now that same fanatic lay dead in his own blood. His face was twisted in death. Some cultists were trapped in ice, while the rest burned in flames. Teresa came to and slowly pushed herself up. Hearing a voice tell her she was trying to do the impossible, the girl looked up. Jin-hyuk was kneeling in front of her. With a smile, Teresa said she knew he would come. The protagonist gave her a satisfied smile. His blade sliced through the chain on Teresa's wrists. While Teresa celebrated being free, Jin-hyuk checked a notice. He'd earned 23 adaptation points for clearing a hidden quest. Now he just had to kill the cult leader and escape. He turned when Teresa said she had somewhere to go. The cage door swung open. The prisoners rushed out of their cells, thrilled to still be alive. Teresa ran to the next cage and called for her new friend. The child clenched a fist in joy when she saw her savior. They hugged, and Teresa felt relieved that Andrea was safe. When Jin-hyuk asked what was going on, Teresa explained that Andrea was a tower resident the cult had taken for sacrifice. A notice warned that Makedrian's ancient grimoire was about to wear off, and MC clicked his tongue. This was costing him valuable time. Then his eyes widened as he realized something. Andrea clung tightly to Teresa. Jin-hyuk gave a sly grin. He leaned toward the girl with a question. Frowning, he asked why she never became a believer when everyone here worshipped God like maniacs. Teresa looked at him, confused. Andrea lowered her eyes, clenching her fists. She said she didn't want to believe God was real. She explained that the villagers sold her off because she had no parents, and tears filled her eyes. Her fists trembled as she said that if God really existed, then he made this hopeless hell. Through tears, Andrea said that if this was God's plan, then God was awful. She wiped her eyes with both hands. Andrea looked back when Jin-hyuk told her they were alike. He'd been abandoned at birth too and sent to an orphanage. Leaning on the wall, he said growing up without parents was hard. Teresa stared, shocked that he was sharing something so personal. Thinking back on his past, the protagonist said he had to keep living. There was no point blaming anyone or holding on to anger. None of that changed anything. Fidgeting with her fingers, Andrea said that was impossible. While the cult leader was still alive, she looked up when Jin-hyuk offered a solution. Smiling, he promised to kill the cult leader. When he said she could live in a world free from God's control, Andrea raised her brows. A notice said the soul brand had activated. Light flared on MC's index finger, and he asked Andrea to become his partner. Andrea nodded. Jin-hyuk touched her chest. Blue fire lit up inside her. Patting her head, he told her to take good care of him. Teresa touched her own chest. Confused, he'd never done that with her. As they moved down the hall, he called everyone to help take down the cult leader. Then a notice popped up. Makedrian's ancient grimoire had ended, and all skills were sealed. Ahead stood a man in a purple robe, before a mass of dark energy. He was holding an urn topped with a skull. The shaken man praised his god. Walking down the stairs, Jin-hyuk warned that the cult leader was nothing like the others. Even without skills, he was as strong as Teresa's deputy. Worried, Teresa asked if they could beat him without skills, and the protagonist said that was the plan from the start. Hearing that his time was up and his skills were gone, Andrea looked down nervously. MC said they could still fight hand to hand, but the cult leader carried one of the most dangerous artifacts. Teresa asked what he meant. Pointing to the urn, Jun-Yuk explained that the vase devoured evil spirits and cast a spell that never missed. Following him, Teresa asked how they were supposed to win, and he said he'd take the first hit. He added that the spell had a cooldown, so once it fired, Teresa had to jump in. Pressing a hand to her chest, she listened as he said she had to defeat the cult leader before the artifact could be used again. He grabbed the lever and asked if everyone was ready. The others nodded. Then he pulled it. The lock on the door turned. The heavy metal door opened. The purple-robed man stood inside, and Jun-Yuk reminded the team that if they followed his plan, they'd make it out alive. The man turned, noticing them. The protagonist stepped into the room with his hands in his pockets, and the cultist was surprised the ones who ruined the ritual had come to him themselves. MC asked where his partner had gone. The man faced them and said his partner got what he wanted and left. When Jun-Yuk brought up Hosenfeld, he sounded annoyed. He'd wanted to kill him on the spot. Grabbing his cloak, the cult leader said he couldn't understand how he had used skills despite God's restriction. He threw off his robe and swore to offer the protagonist as a sacrifice for all his sins. Seeing the urn, Teresa realized this was the artifact MC had warned her about. He leaped into the air. Kicking off the cabinets, he called for Teresa to join in. She sprang at the cult leader from the other side. The cult leader blocked the strike with his foot. He raised a hand in front of himself. Then he tried to trip Teresa, but she dodged away. The man ground his teeth in anger. His knees hit the floor. Jun-Yuk signaled that now was the time to strike. Teresa gripped a cloth ribbon in both hands. It wrapped across the cultist's mouth. As he struggled to get the cloth off, Jun-Yuk rushed in to attack. Andrea watched from the side. The cult leader bit down on the ribbon. With a violent twist of his head, he flung Teresa away. She slammed into a cabinet, and the vases on it cracked. The fanatic raised his fist to strike. They were right on top of each other. Seeing the danger, Jun-Yuk clenched his teeth. He dodged and drove a punch into the man's jaw. The cult leader grabbed his face. Smirking, the protagonist said he'd beaten monsters far bigger with his bare hands, so this guy had no chance in close combat. Teresa smiled. She expected nothing less from him. The cult leader opened his mouth wide and admitted that was impressive. Then he lifted the urn and declared Jun-Yuk would be God's first offering. Dark energy poured from the skull as he cast the spell. The skull's eyes lit up. Waves of dark power shot across the room. Teresa frowned, knowing this was the spell Jun-Yuk meant. As he dodged the waves, MC reminded her the spell had a long cooldown. He added that the dark light in the skull's eyes showed when it was ready to fire again. Smiling, he told Teresa to handle the rest. She blinked in confusion. A blast of dark energy tore through the protagonist's body, and blood burst from his mouth. Andrea watched in terror. Teresa's eyes went wide. Jun-Yuk collapsed, his white shirt soaked with blood, as a notice announced the player's death and the end of the Demon King's curse. The cultist smiled in satisfaction and said God would surely be pleased with such a fresh sacrifice. Teresa put a hand on Jun-Yuk's chest and begged him to wake up. Just open his eyes. The cultist mocked her, asking if his death hurt that much. Tears ran down Teresa's face. He kicked her and said she wasn't the right offering, if death didn't shake her. Teresa hit the floor, and then a child's voice rang out. The cult leader grinned, realizing she'd been found. Andrea started trembling. The man reached for her. Teresa forced herself back up. In the next instant, she jumped onto his neck. Locking him in place, Teresa bent and hurled him over her body. Dust burst up from the impact. Looking down at him, she said she'd never let anyone take her child away. Her eyes filled with tears. As he got up, the cult leader realized she still had fight left in her. A crazed grin spread across his face. Jun-Yuk still lay in a pool of blood. The cultist slammed Teresa into a stone wall. He loomed over her with both fists ready. Wiping her face, Teresa realized beating someone like this without skills seemed impossible. The man raised his fist and charged, but Teresa jumped back just in time. From the far end of the hall, she got ready to counter. She had broken vase pieces in her hands. Teresa hurled them hard. The shards smashed the chandeliers overhead. The man looked around and said darkness wouldn't save her. Teresa dashed around the corner. The chandelier bulb burst. Pressing herself against a stone block, she thought cutting his vision might help. She tried to steady her breathing and realized she had to take the vase from him, or she had no chance. The cultist's foot slammed against the floor. Teresa looked back. She barely dodged his sudden attack. Staring at him, she wondered how he'd found her so fast. He warned that if he caught her again, she was finished. When he said her shining hair stood out even in the dark, Teresa glanced at her curls. Her long hair was glowing, giving away her position. The urn began to glow, and the cult leader said he'd make her watch the little girl become the vase's next victim. With that, he charged around the corner. The blow sent Teresa flying back. She caught herself before falling, kept her balance, and ran ahead. The fanatic grinned like a madman and praised her toughness. From behind the corner, Teresa heard him say hiding was useless. They would find her sooner or later. Holding her injured shoulder, she thought she couldn't waste the time her friend bought for her, or everyone would die. A shard from a broken vase lay nearby. Teresa picked it up. Meanwhile, the cult leader moved through the hall, praising his god. Then he spotted bright hair sticking out from around the corner. With a smug smile, he offered mercy if his enemy swore loyalty and became a believer. Andrea hugged herself and shook in fear. The fanatic said he'd make her a saint for the Demon King god, and even let Teresa stay with her. Then he charged around the corner, but no one was there. Only a lock of hair was caught on the closet cloth. Using that moment, Teresa rushed in and grabbed the urn. A little earlier, she'd pressed the sharp Voss shard to her hair, deciding it was a small price compared to her friend's sacrifice. The shard sliced off most of it. The cultist stared at the cut hair in confusion. Then he felt someone coming, and spun around. As Teresa reached forward, she noted just how fast he reacted. His fist shot up at once, but a vase smashed over his head. Andrea had thrown it from the top of the cabinet. The fanatic clutched his head in anger. Teresa used the opening to grab the urn. Stopping in front of him, she praised Andrea for helping. The cult leader clenched his fist and demanded to know what she planned to do now. Teresa looked at the urn, wrapped in blue light. Before the fight started, Jinhyuk had raised one finger and cast a spell. Teresa had asked what it was for. When he said it was a rune spell to use at the right moment, she looked surprised. MC just smiled and said his girlfriend would know when that time came. Now, with the urn in her hands, Teresa knew that moment had arrived. She leaned close and whispered the spell. The skull's eyes lit up. The cult leader pointed at her, shocked that she knew the ancient rune language. Holding the urn out front, Teresa thought Jinhyuk trusted her to do this, and said an old man had taught her the spell. Dark energy burst from the skull's mouth and rushed straight into the enemy's body. The cultist broke into tears, unable to understand what was happening. Blood sprayed as the sharp waves tore through him. A notice appeared. The fifth floor's boss monster had been defeated. The urn hit the floor with a loud clang. After pulling Andrea out of the closet, Teresa asked if she was okay, and Andrea said yes. In Teresa's arms, the girl pointed at Jinhyuk. Teresa knelt beside him, begged him to wake up and apologized for following him without permission. Crying, she promised she would never do it again. Then a notification said the Demon King god's influence was gone, and skill restrictions had been lifted. Jinhyuk's hand twitched. Teresa's eyes widened. The sign for heaven's favor appeared, and a notice said it had activated. It could revive the player as long as the death wasn't instant. With a 240-hour cooldown, light poured into his body. Teresa smiled through her tears. The protagonist pushed himself up from the floor. Holding his stomach, he groaned that dying really hurts. Seeing Teresa smiling and crying at the same time, he asked why she was crying again. She said the tears just came out and lightly punched him in the chest, making blood spurt from his mouth. Bending over, he reminded her he was still hurt. Teresa quickly asked for forgiveness, and he asked why she'd cut her hair. Pointing at the empty space where a notice should be, Teresa asked why the next floor message hadn't appeared, if the boss was dead. Jinhyuk pointed at the door marked exit, and explained that clearing the fifth floor meant escaping it. Then he added there was one more special thing here. Andrea looked at him curiously. He walked over to the urn on the floor, and explained that the boss monster's place could be passed to someone else. Picking it up, he said that since the floor didn't require killing the boss, whoever held this artifact would become the new owner of the floor. Kneeling in front of Andrea, he said he wanted to give her the role of ruler. She froze in surprise, while Teresa looked worried. Jinhyuk smiled, remembering his promise to give her a life without the cult leader. Andrea accepted the urn from his hands. Her eyes went wide when he told her that from now on, no one could make her unhappy. The urn began to glow, and a notice announced that the ruler's seat had been transferred. Another message said the new ruler got an instant boost to match her knowledge, and Andrea's hair grew much longer. Light sparkled around her legs. Teresa stared in shock. In an instant, Andrea became an adult. She happily clenched her fist. Then, bowing before Jinhyuk, the new ruler of the deserted place promised that every being there would obey his will, and the system confirmed her oath. More notices said MC was the first player to earn devotion from a boss monster, and had been added to the Hall of Fame. He held out his hand, patting Andrea on the head. He said he hoped her smile would never fade. Andrea looked at him with shining eyes. Throwing her arms around his neck, she asked him to visit more often. Teresa hugged her too and agreed. The girls waved goodbye as a notice announced the sixth floor was open, and there were 90 days left to clear it. Later, on a bus, Jinhyuk stared at his phone while forum users argued heatedly about him. Most said he deserved thanks because he was a real legend. Students nearby looked at the screen in amazement, and one user wrote that after this, all those old guys who acted like gods should stay quiet. Another post talked about a scammer who sold normal stones as return stones, and people blasted him for it. At a bar, people raised beer mugs the owner had given them to celebrate the fifth floor being cleared. A man with a bandaged hand posted that he was one of the survivors who got out of the fifth floor thanks to Jinhyuk. Elsewhere, a man watched a live stream of the boss fight. Then he waved his hand and shut the video off. Pressing a hand to his forehead, Jinhyuk wondered why he still wouldn't let him get closer. A knock made him turn toward the door. Someone spoke from the other side. The next second, the door exploded into pieces. A masked man stood there with his sword pointed forward. Summoning his own weapon, Chun Yo-sung demanded to know who he was. The blonde man bowed and gave his name, Lifting his sword, Chow Yun said he'd expected a lot more luxury in the home of the unknown. Chun Yu-sung raised a brow, confused. Then he remembered Jin Yuk holding up 2 fingers. This whole mess was his fault. Realizing that, Chun Yu-sung gritted his teeth in anger. A huge explosion rang out from the upper floors of the building. Sunlight spread across the city. Jin Yuk scratched his ear while Andrea pointed behind them. Then she pointed at the display case. Smiling, Alice said she would buy everything in the store. The protagonist crossed his arms and warned that she'd cause inflation, but Alice clearly didn't care. Gold coins rained down to pay for Andrea's education. MC decided to let Alice show her civilized life, even if it felt more like punishment. Andrea stood beside the vampire, learning how a boss should live, and even how a boss should stand. She also kept notes in a diary. Holding a staff, the ruler of the 5th floor listened as Alice taught the basic lessons every boss needed. While Alice spoke with the store staff, Jinjik checked his status window, sure he could gain something from this partnership. Seeing his stats rise, he smiled. He was getting stronger and faster every day, and now had 78 points, including the ones from the 5th floor's hidden quest. Comparing himself to other players, he figured even guild rankers who boosted stats through dungeons were only around level 30. None of them matched his numbers. He grinned when he saw the item he got for clearing the 5th floor. A golden mirror shone in the light. The notice said the boundary-breaking mirror could connect the player to any place they wanted within the challenge's first floors. For now it worked up to floor 10, and as the player grew stronger, the floor limit and usage time would increase. Pulling out his phone, Jinhyuk thought about everything he still had to prepare. On a table, a phone began to vibrate. Hyun answered and asked why the director was calling. He smiled, said he had a job for him, and asked if things were going well. Looking out the window, Hyun said the director had gotten so famous that every channel was talking about him now, so work might start slowing down. As he watched store employees carry Alice around on a throne, Jinhyuk asked how many people visited Hyun. Hyun said several hundred came every day, and asked what he needed. Hearing that he'd soon get a list of every item that had to be reserved, the man in the office stared in shock. The protagonist's eyes lit up as he asked to set up a meeting with the Battle Fathers Guild. A sign on the building read Cafe. MC held a milkshake in his hand. After taking a sip, he heard the man across from him ask if his break was over. The man frowned and said he'd been waiting a long time for this meeting. Jongok raised one finger and said this was their first time meeting since the test, and a lot of time had gone by. He smiled to himself. Having power really was nice. Back during the test, the man had been full of himself. Now he was stiff and overly polite. He brushed off the Mandrake incident with a quick apology, saying he'd been too busy clearing the tower. The man forced a smile and said it was fine. Picking up his glass, Jongok said he wanted to revise the contract as an apology. Then he brought up the Battle Fathers' 10 A-rank dungeons on the tower's 3rd floor. Holding up a finger, he asked for just one of them. The man realized this meant giving up 1 A-rank dungeon on the 3rd floor instead of 10 dungeons on the 1st. His fists shook, pointing at himself. He asked if the protagonist was raising the deal, and also refusing to hand over the promised antidote recipe. MC smiled and said yes. He slammed a fist on the table and demanded to know why the offer had changed. Jinhyuk wagged a finger and blamed inflation. Raw materials and labor costs had gone up. Grinding his teeth, the guild member snapped that the Battle Fathers weren't a charity, and he didn't come here to hear nonsense like this. He smacked the table and said this had been a total waste of time. Getting up, he said he'd act like he never heard any of it. But he stopped while putting on his sunglasses. When Jinhyuk asked if his teammate had cleared the Grey Temple maze, the guild member turned back, shocked, and asked how he knew that. He looked away and coolly said a guild master can get all kinds of information. The thought of Medusa flashed through the man's mind. He still hadn't given up on the Grey Temple, but every attempt ended in failure, hurting the guild's reputation, and putting his spot as leader at risk. The protagonist folded his fingers together and offered to clear the maze himself for his side. The man could only stare in surprise. That night, they were in Vienna, Austria. An orchestra performed on the theater stage. When the conductor bowed, the crowd burst into applause. Alice clapped excitedly and praised the performance. A system message said Jinhyuk had enjoyed a masterpiece, and the quest to attend 7 concerts was now complete. Alice pointed at the stage and said she wanted to buy everything there. At the same time, MC copied absolute pitch and tool understanding. A huge spread of tasty food covered the table. Alice waved over the waiter and ordered 2 bottles of the most expensive alcohol. As he speared a piece of meat, Jinhyuk thought they'd finish up and head straight back to Korea. Another message updated his restaurant and food-related quests. Holding her wine glass, Alice asked why they were only relaxing. After swallowing his bite, he said this would help them later, but for now they should enjoy the time they had. She smiled and agreed. He picked up a slice of tomato with his fork. On the tower's 6th floor was a forest watched over by hostile elves, and clearing it meant staying there for 90 days. Most players just left a mark on a tree to count their stay, then went off to level on other floors. But every floor had its own role and rewards, so Jinhyuk decided to prepare properly this time. A video call request came in, and Guide's image appeared above the table, saying everything was ready. Soon, A blue pillar of light rose in the middle of the square. Leaning on his staff, the man said they had arrived. The protagonist thought teleport magic was incredibly useful. This was the third floor's job change sanctuary, one of the busiest places in the tower. Players gathered here for the priestess who guided them, blue job windows spinning in her hands. Hearing someone call out, Jin-hyuk turned. He praised Guide for moving so fast, and Guide took off his glasses, saying there was no reason to drag things out. Then he motioned behind him to the raid team. A man in knight armor introduced himself as the captain of the siege team's second squad. Young-hun rushed over and said he'd watched every one of MC's videos on this YouTube channel. MC figured the Battle Fathers had picked a pretty bold captain. A girl named Haeyong said she was a fan too, and the siege team's main healer shyly asked for an autograph. From behind the excited group, Guide reminded them this wasn't a fan event. Jin-hyuk smiled, thinking even a top guild's fighters turned into regular fans in front of someone they admired. Guide explained that Yong-hwan would stay captain in name, but he would lead the raid and could claim anything he wanted afterward. Clenching his fist, Guide wished them luck. The protagonist smiled to himself. There was no need to kill him anymore. The raid agreed to regroup in 30 minutes after getting ready. Jin-hyuk headed up the temple steps. The priestess closed her eyes and told him he needed a class if he wanted to grow stronger. Reaching out, she asked which path he wanted to choose. Dozens of blue windows appeared in the air. MC looked through them and thought he'd already tested all the famous classes on his alts. So he asked for the least popular ones, and options like cook, analyst, and sculptor appeared. Then he selected barrier master, thinking it was rare and hard to master. The barrier from the museum came back to mind. Remembering the maze, he recalled how proud that guy had been of his skill. Grinning as he gripped the paper, Jin-hyuk decided to crush that pride completely. A message confirmed he'd accepted the job change quest. Then he heard a commotion and looked back. A crowd had formed and people were arguing loudly. A man ran into the square and called out for the leader of the Battle Fathers. A samurai guild member stepped forward to speak, with others in kimonos behind him. Guide frowned and said he wouldn't let them join the Grey Temple raid. The armored samurai replied that people were already disappointed in the Battle Fathers for failing the labyrinth. Resting his katana on his shoulder, he suggested clearing the dungeon together, if their strength alone wasn't enough. Guide clenched his teeth. He could hear the whispers spreading through the crowd. The samurai guild had been rising fast. People said their teamwork and information network were so strong that they might really be able to conquer the Grey Temple. Guide knew the samurai leader had staged this for public pressure, and sweat ran down his face. Then someone came up behind him and called him popular. Jong-hyun smiled, and the crowd's attention shifted to him at once. The samurai frowned, realizing the Korean S-rank player had ties to the Battle Fathers. As he walked past, he said he had a question. Without even looking back, he said the samurai guild blamed the Battle Fathers' failures on weak power, but they weren't much better. The samurai's face tightened with anger. A man in a green kimono glared and demanded to know how anyone dared say that. Another samurai put a hand on his shoulder and reminded him that this was an S-rank player. Then he asked if the protagonist was calling them weak. The protagonist waved it off and said they didn't even meet the basic standard. Yong-hwan and Haeyun looked stunned, feeling like his words proved how lacking they were. The man shut his eyes, let out a breath, and said insults like that didn't matter. Their strength couldn't be compared to MC anyway. Hearing that, he glanced around. A crafty smile spread across the samurai's face. He held up 3 fingers and said their guild had an old man, someone who had reached the 30th floor of the Tower of Trials. The moment Jin-hyuk heard 30th floor, he turned. A dark-skinned young man grinned and said there was someone backing them. Tossing his weapon onto his shoulder, he explained that this old man had made it all the way to the 30th floor of the tower. The protagonist's expression hardened. He turned fully, stuck on those words about the 30th floor. Hands in his pockets, Jin-hyuk went serious as someone nearby said it made sense. The old man's team had grown so quickly, if they'd already reached floor 30. The muscular youth put a hand on his waist and bragged that they knew about lands no one else did, so they could prepare for traps and gather the right force ahead of time. With a wide grin, he added that this knowledge would make them the first heroes to save humanity from the Tower of Trials, and getting rich along the way wouldn't be bad either. MC studied the smiling player closely. His eyes turned red, and the system announced that Greedy Gaze had activated. The dark-skinned man kept smiling. Since what he said checked out, Jin-hyuk realized he truly believed it. As the swordsman stood there, the protagonist smiled to himself, and decided he just needed to find the right person. He frowned, and his red eyes slid to the side. Among the crowd, MC spotted a man in a straw hat, and a broad man with black hair. He turned and looked the other way. There, a young man stood with his arms crossed beside a short-haired girl. Jin-hyuk tried to figure out who was spreading all this nonsense. Then he noticed a man in dark clothes standing quietly with his head lowered. His eyes widened. This was the person he'd been searching for. The man stood with his arms folded. The system identified him as level 27, Yamamoto Teshi Shi, and showed his abilities. A notice for incomplete foresight appeared. Seeing it, Jin-hyuk realized the user could glimpse higher floors depending on their level. He touched his forehead and grinned. This just got a lot more interesting. Yamamoto Teshi Shi parted his lips and sweat rolled down his cheek. Near a chest full of gold, the dark-skinned jock laughed and shouted that his teammate was right. The trap hadn't gone off. As he threw an arm around Yamamoto Teshi, he thought no one knew about that partial foresight skill. If he kept it hidden, the payoff would be even bigger. Yamamoto Teshi frowned, then smiled to himself. As long as nobody knew, it wasn't really a lie. Then his smile vanished when he saw Jin-Yuk in the crowd, grinning for some reason he couldn't understand. With red eyes and a smile, the protagonist said he didn't know the man, but anyone who reached the 30th floor had to be strong. Then he asked if they had any info on floors past the 10th. The dark-skinned hunk smiled and said MC understood well right now, information was the best weapon. Then he asked if MC would join them. A broad man with short black hair suddenly clenched his fist and snapped that he didn't buy any of this. He froze when a hand appeared right in front of his face. Smiling, Jin-Yuk held out his hand and said they should go together, and that was the best place to start. The man stared at his hand, confused. The dark-skinned jock started sweating as he watched in shock. Then he broke into a smile, spread his arms, and said he'd finally met someone he could talk to normally. He walked past the angry Commander Kim and told him to calm down. If they won, their reputation would rise either way. As the jock led the group forward, the broad man with short black hair spread his arms and asked Jin-Yuk why he was letting them come along. Yamamoto Teshi glanced at the angry man. Commander Kim raised his hand and shouted that if the protagonist weren't here, he would have stopped them no matter what. MC wagged one finger and said that wouldn't work, because they truly wanted to become humanity's heroes. With a sly smile and blazing eyes, he let out a breath and said they should get a chance to learn how easy it is to play hero while going after someone else's prey. The short-haired man frowned at Jin-Yuk's wild grin, trying to guess what this lunatic was planning. The blonde young man turned and said they were going too. He moved ahead, while Kim stayed rooted in place with a deep frown. The system announced that they had entered the gray maze. Torches lined the stone walls. A statue of a terrified young man stood there, the player who had finished the maze first. As they passed more stone figures, Yamamoto Teshi said those players couldn't be saved. If you met her eyes, you were basically dead. Grinning, the dark-skinned jock said he was ready, and pulled out Perseus's shield. Jin-Yuk looked at the shining shield with doubt. They had clearly spent a fortune on it, but he wasn't sure the man even knew how to use it. Suddenly, the system said the conditions had been met. He checked the golden screen and saw a second bonus for the first person to conquer the tower. He pressed accept, guessing it triggered because he entered the maze right after taking the quest. Then the system said he had received the lunar seal. A white crescent appeared. The next message said the skill would activate after clearing the profession change quest. The system explained the lunar seal, then added that if Jin-Hyuk gathered all the forgotten languages lost in the tower, he could study the nameless barriers. The protagonist frowned and started sweating at the mention of forgotten languages. He remembered the symbols carved into the stone walls. He had seen them in the tower before, but still didn't know what they meant. Touching the stone, MC realized this was all part of the first conqueror's reward. He smiled. Then Jin-Yuk's eyes opened wide, purple lightning bursting from them. There were still things even he didn't know. Yamamoto Teshi lowered his head, eyes shut tight. Then he opened his brown eyes, leaning toward the dark-skinned man. He covered his mouth and whispered something. At once the players rushed ahead and got ready to fight. A giant red cobra rose over the group. The jock lifted his voice and ordered the main damage dealers to attack. The players thrust out their hands and fired streams of magic. The snake opened its fangs wide, and the blasts flew into its mouth and exploded. The jock pulled out his shield and yelled for everyone to brace themselves. Then he leaped high into the air. He gritted his teeth and swung his shield, striking the snake and slicing off its head. Gray smoke rose as people stared, and someone shouted that the jock was strong. The blonde young man asked the girl beside him if there was anything they could even do. He lowered his head and called himself useless. Jin-Hyuk sighed, thinking these people still had a long way to go, if this alone had already crushed their spirit. Touching his face, he thought Alice could have handled this by herself in a minute. The system announced they were on the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials. A girl with long purple hair held a red spear. Alice held out her hand and ordered her to obey. The girl clapped and praised the vampire. The dark-skinned hunk rubbed his chin and thought hard. The players looked around, unsure which way to go. The jock suddenly grinned, while Yamamoto Teshi stayed quiet. He looked toward the left and thought that side seemed safe. Then he checked the dark corridor on the right. Yamamoto Teshi started sweating. He hadn't seen this in his foresight, and had no idea what to choose. Finally, he looked up and uncertainly told them to go left. Jin-Hyuk gave him a thumbs up, and said that was what he expected from a real veteran. Most people would pick the dangerous-looking right side, thinking that was the trick. With a pleased smile, he added that this maze sends people with that kind of thinking straight to hell. The dark-skinned man and Yamamoto Teshi gave small smiles, so they chose the left path. Yamamoto Teshi walked ahead with his arms crossed, while Jin-Hyuk followed with his hands in his pockets. Looking away, Yamamoto Teshi kept moving, as he realized the man's foresight was even worse than he expected. He chuckled at the choice. Fire flickered in the protagonist's eyes as he thought it didn't matter. There was no safe route here. Both paths led to hell. He stopped when he saw a torchlit corridor and a laser ahead. A beam shot from the wall and moved toward them. The jock turned to Yamamoto Tekshichi with worry, but Yamamoto brushed it off, saying it was just a simple trap. Then another red beam shot from a hole in the wall. Soon the lasers crossed over each other. A web of red light spread above the group. The players raised their shields, and the system announced that mana injection was activating. A black-haired young man screamed as the attack hit him. The jock frowned and roared for everyone to pour in more mana. Still holding his shield, he ordered Yamamoto Tekshichi behind him, and the man dropped to the floor, covering his face. Sweating hard, he clenched up and thought this was all because of Jinhyuk, who wouldn't make it out either. Then Yamamoto Tekshichi suddenly looked to the side, tense. Someone raised 2 fingers, making a space-like magic fog, and the system announced the start of the Barrier Master job change quest. The crowd stared at the countless red lasers. Jinhyuk brought his hands together and formed a glowing sphere. Blue light flooded the area. The system said an imperfect figure had appeared. Physical barrier was activating, and the first quest condition had been cleared. Bands covered in strange symbols wrapped around the group and blocked the laser attacks. The blonde boy and the brown-haired girl looked up in shock, saying they'd never seen anything like it. The lasers slammed into the magic barrier. MC looked up and thought this was his current limit, before getting a class, but that was fine since the first condition was only to activate the barrier. He stepped forward, and told the boy and girl to stay inside the barrier. Grinning, Junk said he was going to grab an item you get by dodging the lasers 300 times. The blonde boy and the girl gaped in shock. He stepped out of the shield and said anyone interested could join. It wasn't as hard as it looked. Closing his eyes with a smile, he said all he needed was the right rhythm. Then, Jinhyuk snapped his fingers. 2 red beams crossed. Jinhyuk leaped up and slipped past the lasers. Still smiling, he said it was easy. The blonde young man could only stare, stunned. Even the samurai tried to dodge the lasers, yelling in pain. Jinhyuk jumped again. He kept weaving through the beams. A grin stayed on his face, though his eyes sharpened. The blonde boy remembered asking Commander Kim and his black glasses if handing everything to Jinhyuk would push them into the red. Without even turning around, the sweating commander said he was still too young to get it. Sometimes you have to accept a loss. Then he added through gritted teeth that if the boy lacked confidence, retreating was a strategy too. Jinhyuk kept hopping through the field of lasers. Watching him smile through it all, the young man finally understood those words. Jinhyuk reached the room beyond the lasers, and the system announced the hidden mission was complete. He grabbed the red crystal with a grin and called it a reward for all that sweat. While the system announced the blazing flame, a loud scream made Jinhyuk turn around. The player with a bandage on his forehead was sobbing, clutching his severed hand. A bald man dropped to his knees, yelling that Yoshida was dead and they needed a healer. Tekshi tensed up. The dark-skinned man barked for everyone to get up and count the wounded and dead. Covering his mouth like he was concerned, Jinhyuk said his barrier only fit 30 people, so he couldn't let everyone inside. The jock ground his teeth so hard, veins bulged in his face and neck, then cursed at Jinhyuk. He stormed over and shouted that Jinhyuk and his people were safe, so he must have known about the trap. Jinhyuk calmly said yes. The jock glared and snapped that people had died. Jinhyuk shot back that he only let the samurai join because the jock kept bragging about the old man who reached the 30th floor. Tekshi lowered his head when Jinhyuk said the jock had no right to act angry. With a hard look, Jinhyuk asked if anyone had forced the samurai to follow him. Then he turned away with a grin, and the jock yelled that the samurai guild wouldn't let this slide. Fire flared up and Jinhyuk smiled, saying this was the wrong time for threats. The system announced that special conditions had been met. Over half the raid had died to traps. Jinhyuk would receive the blazing flame, and the guardian of the Grey Temple was waking up. A red cobra rose up, its skin burning as it opened its jaws. The dark-skinned fighter cursed and demanded to know what that thing was. Its eyes glowed as the system identified it as a fire-eating snake. Jinhyuk smirked and told the samurai not to relax. This was only the start. Raising a hand, he added with a wild smile that the samurai should survive first, before saying anything. The giant cobra moved in. It closed in on the players. The monster opened its mouth and flicked out its long tongue. The system identified it as a level 55 fire-eating snake. One samurai grabbed his shoulder and shouted that they still hadn't formed up. Jinhyuk grinned and told him to hand it over, leaving the man confused. Pointing at the samurai's shield, Jinhyuk said he should give it up since he clearly didn't know how to use it. The man bristled and shouted that only an idiot would hand over an artifact. The snake lifted its head, glowing hotter. Jinhyuk raised his hand and blocks of ice burst from the ground as the system announced glacier creation. Looking back with a grin, Jinhyuk said he'd just take the shield off the samurai's corpse. The man's face went pale and sweat broke out. The snake opened its jaws and unleashed a blast of fire. It rushed at the warriors and they screamed. The muscular samurai clenched his teeth and said there was nowhere to run in a straight tunnel. He lifted his shield and yelled for Yamamoto Tekshichi to stay behind him. The flames hit him head on. The samurai screamed for Yamamoto Tekshichi. While Yamamoto Tekshichi covered his face in shock, his comrade begged him to live, Burned bodies were left on the ground. The golden shield dropped with a sharp clang. The bulky samurai fell to his knees, his whole body scorched black. Jin-hyuk reached for the shield, remembering that the samurai had no idea how to use it. Smiling, Jin-hyuk said an artifact meant nothing in the hands of an idiot. Yamamoto Teshishi stared in shock. The system displayed information on the shield of Perseus. Yamamoto Teshishi clenched his teeth and demanded to know who Jin-hyuk was and how he acted like he knew everything. Jin-hyuk turned and asked with a smile if that famous foresight had stopped working. Yamamoto Teshishi froze, then started sweating. Still on his knees and holding his shoulder, he asked if Jin-hyuk had seen his skill. He pressed on, asking what connection Jin-hyuk had to the tower, because he couldn't see Jin-hyuk's future. Sweat rolled down his cheek as he frowned. Behind Jin-hyuk, the giant flaming snake loomed. It opened its mouth and fired a huge stream of flames. Jin-hyuk touched his face and frowned as the system announced glacier creation again. A massive wall of ice shot up from the ground. His eyes turned white as white magic gathered in his palm. With an annoyed wave, he asked how the snake dared interrupt while people were talking. The monster was sealed in ice, frozen with its fangs still bared. Yamamoto Teshishi could only gape at the sight. Light flashed across the ice, and Jin-hyuk returned to the question of his link to the tower. Lifting a hand, he grinned and claimed he was the tower's exiled god. Yamamoto Teshishi reached toward him in shock, thinking of gods as absolute beings who ruled the upper floors. At last he thought he understood why Jin-hyuk's powers were beyond human. Yamamoto Teshishi threw himself to the floor and cried out that he had committed a grave sin by not realizing it sooner. Jin-hyuk touched his chin and thought with a smile that if he were really a god he wouldn't be climbing floors, he'd just make an elevator. Holding his sword, Jin-hyuk told Yamamoto Teshishi that he had been banished into a human body, and that the samurai's skill would be useful on the upper floors. Yamamoto Teshishi stood up, pointed at himself, and thanked Jin-hyuk for thinking so highly of him. Sitting down, Jin-hyuk asked if he wanted to conquer the tower together. Yamamoto Teshishi widened his eyes, thinking that being chosen by a god was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. He shut his eyes and loudly promised to do his best, and Jin-hyuk rose, saying he'd leave a mark as proof. His eyes glowed as he warned with a mad smile that the mark would burn the samurai to ashes if he betrayed him. The system announced Soul Brand. Yamamoto Teshishi stood again, with a red mark on his face, and said it would be better to keep this secret. The system announced the imperfect physical barrier had ended, and the blue light around Young Won and the girl beside him faded away. Looking at the ice shards on the floor, the young man talked about how Jin-hyuk had beaten the monster alone, the same one that wiped out the whole samurai guild. Young Won stepped up and bowed, thanking Jin-hyuk for helping them survive. The blonde young man looked down and admitted bitterly that it bothered him. They hadn't helped at all. Jin-hyuk turned away and said it was too soon to think it was over. She wasn't the type to quietly accept her beloved pet's death. The torch fire flickered. A green snake slithered across the floor. Young Won frowned and shouted for everyone to get ready and never look directly at the enemy. A short-haired, black-haired player nervously asked what they weren't supposed to look at. Then the predator crawled up behind him. Two green hands suddenly grabbed his face. A scaled creature with red and black eyes stared at him. His horrified reflection showed in its eyes. Then his face started turning to stone. The monster smashed the statue apart with its tail. She faced the players and said they had invaded her temple. Then, furious, she screamed that they had even touched her baby. The system screen identified the boss of the Grey Temple as Jellyfish. The players shut their eyes and screamed as purple mana rushed toward them. Young Won kept his eyes closed and told everyone to stay calm. This was what they came for. The system announced general command as he raised his hand. The raid charged, and the system said their fear resistance and morale had gone up by 20%. A short-haired girl raised her palm and fired a lightning bolt. As yellow sparks flew by, Medusa told her to watch where she was aiming. Then Medusa rushed at them with a scowl. Jellyfish whipped Young Won away with her tail. Gritting her teeth, she shouted, asking if they really thought petrifying was all she could do. Young Won opened his mouth and blood poured out. He collapsed, and without opening her eyes, the girl asked what that sound was. Suddenly realizing someone had been hit, the jellyfish's eyes flashed, and she lifted a hand. She was right behind the screaming girl. Medusa slashed down with her long black claws. Then a golden shield slammed into her face. Jin-hyuk charged the monster with a grin. The jellyfish smashed into the wall, kicking up gray mist. Standing in front of the others, Jin-hyuk told them to fall back. He was taking on the jellyfish by himself. Young Won and his partner quickly pulled away from the fight. Wiping her face, Medusa demanded to know how Jin-hyuk looked straight at her without turning to stone. The system announced Greedy Gaze had activated. A red mark appeared, making Jin-hyuk immune to petrification. With his eyes glowing red, Jin-hyuk smirked and said it was because the jellyfish was weak. She bared her teeth and called him insolent. The system announced the Gorgon's power, boosting magic attack by 30 while cutting movement speed by 30. Then she threw up a purple mist and screamed that she wouldn't let Jin-hyuk die that easily. The snakes opened their mouths and fired purple energy streams. The system also announced Acid Solution and the steps of the demonic Sword King. Jin-hyuk dodged through the room with ease. He grinned and mocked her, asking how she planned to kill him when she could barely move. She lifted her clawed hand and used Poison Strike. With her mouth wide and brows tight, she swung at him. Jin-hyuk raised his shield with a smile. The system said the sacred artifact had answered its master's call. The magic slammed into the shield, and the system boosted his strength and defense by 30. Medusa clenched her teeth in frustration. Even with the Gorgon's power, she still couldn't break through his shield. Jin-hyuk lifted a hand, and magic gathered on 2 fingers. Medusa shut her eyes and tightened her jaw in pain. Jin-hyuk was already behind her. He held 2 fingers near his face and smiled as the system announced the sealed coffin barrier. Trapped inside, the monster opened its mouth and screamed. Jin-hyuk clenched his fist, pleased. To become a barrier master, he needed to trap a boss monster successfully, and now he had. Medusa crossed her arms as chains formed around them and screamed in rage. She lunged forward, shouting that Jin-hyuk really thought he could trap her in that pathetic glass box. Fragments burst into the air, and Jin-hyuk frowned at her. Medusa grit her teeth and swung her long tail. Jin-hyuk sprinted as purple attacks blasted into the wall behind him. He dodged to the side while the jellyfish tracked him. Then Jin-hyuk raised both hands, red lightning crackling from them, and the system announced Giant's Hand. His fingers dug into the stone. Bright sparks ran over his skin. Jin-hyuk grabbed 2 large rocks and hurled them at the jellyfish. She snapped one apart with her hand, teeth clenched. As the pieces scattered, she sneered that this wouldn't work on her. Jin-hyuk just smiled and lifted another big stone. Covered in scales, Medusa suddenly realized he was seriously trying to attack her with rocks. Seeing his sly grin, she thought he wasn't even trying to hurt her. Her jaw tightened, and sweat ran down her cheek. Then a blue light started to form around her. Jin-hyuk dropped to one knee, and said she figured it out too late. Medusa remembered him stepping in blood and realized he'd been drawing runes with corpse ash while distracting her with stones. Her face tightened as a barrier formed right in front of her. Chains and shackles locked her body in place, and she started pounding the barrier with both fists. She threw her head back as the system announced a powerful binding force had trapped her. Jin-hyuk slipped his hands into his pockets and said she'd never get out. He'd put a lot into making that barrier. She screamed at him to let her out, but he raised one finger and told her not to waste her strength. Jin-hyuk smiled at the golden screens showing that the 3rd condition for becoming a barrier master had been cleared. Medusa ground her teeth as tears fell. Jin-hyuk thought about how hard it was to trap a boss alive, which was why most people only captured the 1st floor goblin boss. He tapped the golden screen and considered how much better it was to catch a higher level boss. The system reported that Jin-hyuk had captured the highest level boss monster in the quest. Blue symbols appeared as the system announced his class change to Rune Interpreter, the highest rank of Barrier Master. The main character looked down and frowned. The system then showed details about his new class. A drop of sweat rolled down Jin-hyuk's face. He clenched his fists and shouted in joy, thinking he knew a hidden class would show up. Smiling, he thought the harder the conditions, the better the rewards, and if he kept digging, he could find even more. A blue glow wrapped around his hand. Jin-hyuk looked at his palms as the system announced the moon seal had been engraved, cutting barrier activation time by 25 and raising effectiveness by 30. His eyes lit up as he grinned and said he was already excited to use this to torture someone. Medusa, her hands chained, asked if he was going to kill her. Now, she stared in horror when Jin-hyuk turned away and casually said he could make armor from her skin. She started crying. Jin-hyuk thought killing boss monsters was normal. They gave experience, rewards, and items. He pictured taking the jellyfish's head, but remembered it was useless since outside the temple, it lost its petrifying power. Jin-hyuk then imagined armor made from her scales, which would deal poison damage to whoever wore it. Pressing at the blue screens near his waist, he tried to figure out what she was actually useful for. A pot of pink lotus dropped to the floor. The main character picked it up, stuck a knife into it, and stuck out his tongue a little. He used his fingers to draw red symbols on the ground. A red pillar of magic rose up, and the system announced that a secret communication line had been formed through the magic circle. A man in a hat appeared on the screen, and asked how Jin-hyuk knew about his private contact. The main character tossed the cup aside, and said he only bought whatever he found, so it was just luck. The man adjusted his hat, and said he hadn't shared that contact even with the gods, so he wanted a real answer. Jin-hyuk turned away, covered his mouth with one hand, and asked what this monster was doing here. A live jellyfish sat inside a glass box. Jin-hyuk grinned, thinking the man collected everything tied to Greek mythology, so there was no way he'd pass this up. The man's eyes went wide when Jin-hyuk said he was about to get rid of the jellyfish, and the man could watch if he wanted. Smiling like a maniac, Jin-hyuk said he'd get to the point. The system announced Sword Cemetery. The man frowned and shouted that such a treasure must never be killed. Jin-hyuk turned back as the man said it no longer mattered how he got the contact. He closed his eyes with a smile, and said he'd open a gate to his location so they could talk in person. His blue eyes shone as he added with a fascinated smile that this meeting might get very interesting. Jin-hyuk frowned, not sure what was up with that smile. Yellow lightning flashed in the air. A large portal opened in front of Jin-hyuk. He lowered his head and walked through. A moment later, His eyes widened as he looked around. He saw stone buildings and a statue of Anubis. Rick walked over and said this was the 42nd floor of the test tower, the city of the ancient Egyptian gods. With a serious look he added that this place was called the White Oasis. Jin-hyuk frowned, thinking he didn't expect to reach this floor so soon. It would also be his first meeting with the gods, before reaching floor 100. With his hands in his pockets, he said he thought he'd end up in the Great Library. Not here, then asked if Rick was on vacation. Rick straightened his jacket and smiled, saying he was here for work. Egyptian gods lived here, and Jin-hyuk already knew that. He opened his blue eyes wider and added that they wanted to meet Jin-hyuk too, so this worked out well. Jin-hyuk grinned and figured from the way Rick talked that he had found out about Jin-hyuk's lie involving the blessing of an Egyptian god. People in animal masks moved through the city as Jin-hyuk followed him. Along the way, they gossiped about the people entering the tower. Then Rick suddenly stopped. He raised a hand and asked if Jin-hyuk knew what this place was. A huge crater lay in the ground, and Rick explained that a giant sphinx used to stand there. He smiled and said it appeared after people learned Jin-hyuk had been hiding behind Anubis's name. The wolf-headed creature roared. The main character dropped to one knee, picked up a stone and said he heard the statue had great artistic value. The man frowned and asked if Jin-hyuk wasn't afraid of the absolute beings who ruled the upper floors with immense power. Jin-hyuk tossed the stone behind him and asked if he was supposed to be afraid of them, brushed off his hands and smirked, saying they weren't even on the 50th floor yet. Rick only smiled. Then he threw his head back and laughed. By the giant pyramid, 2 statues stood nearby, and he said Jin-hyuk still hadn't let him down. Anubis's fist trembled with anger as he called the protagonist arrogant. Beside him, Osiris, the god of resurrection, laughed and said Anubis looked ridiculous. Rick and MC looked up. After Rick bowed and gave his name, Jin-hyuk snapped his fingers and said the judge had tricked him. He didn't come here to meet the gods. Anubis waved a hand and called he shameless. As the god stepped onto the purple barrier, Rick quickly said the protagonist was here, as his guest. He placed a hand on his chest and asked if Anubis really meant to break the tower's laws right in front of him. Anubis sat back down with his arms crossed, clearly annoyed, while Osiris laughed even harder. Rick glanced at Jin-hyuk and realized he hadn't flinched once, like he already understood the tower's rules. Showing his teeth, Anubis said that if he couldn't kill MC himself, he'd do it by the tower's rules. A bright-eyed creature rested inside a coffin, as the system announced that Anubis was summoning a warrior. The guide of the dead stepped out of the coffin in golden clothes. Rick folded his hands behind his back and thought this was the strongest fighter a player from the 6th floor could ever face. Looking at him, he was sure there was no way his current stats could win. Now he wanted to see what he would do. Anubis frowned and hissed through clenched teeth that if the protagonist lasted more than 5 seconds against his warrior, he could take 1 item from the treasury. A blue screen appeared before MC. The system asked if he would accept a duel request from Anubis, ruler of the 42nd floor. He grinned and asked if all he had to do was survive 5 seconds. The screen flashed brightly. The system announced that Jin-hyuk had bought royal blood. A gold artifact covered in patterns appeared. The system said he had spent 2 million coins, leaving him with a little over 1,000. The protagonist grabbed the glowing artifact, activated Protection of Heaven, and created the sacred royal blood. Still smiling, he tapped the screen and accepted the duel. MC swung his hand and hit the warrior. The warrior's body turned black and started smoking, as the system warned that extreme stat changes were deadly. Jin-hyuk turned away and said he didn't even need 5 seconds. Anubis stared in shock, and even Osiris was amazed that someone from the 6th floor beat that warrior. He smiled and asked what he should take from the treasury. Anubis shouted that nowhere did they say the attack had to start, only after the duel was accepted. Then someone in a bird mask called out to Anubis. Horus, the sun god, crossed his arms and asked if Anubis planned to break the tower's rules. Anubis slammed his foot down, cracking the floor as he cursed. With both fists clenched, he stormed off and told Horus to do whatever he wanted. Without turning toward Rick or Jin-hyuk, Horus apologized and said he'd take them to the treasury. The place was filled with gold and countless weapons. Horus held out a hand and told the protagonist to choose. The huge sun god said a promise was a promise. Jin-hyuk gave a sly grin. He looked at Horus, who said MC would have ended up here sooner or later anyway. He slipped his hands into his pockets when Horus invited him to become a resident of this floor by choosing one of them. Horus clenched his fist and said that way Jin-hyuk would gain power worth more than all this treasure, and this time he'd truly have their backing. Rick frowned, thinking the sun god was offering a 6th floor player a chance of a lifetime. He smiled to himself, thinking the protagonist had won the god's support after all. Then his hand froze near his face in shock when MC said he didn't need it. He walked past the piles of treasure with his hands in his pockets. Turning back with a smile, he said he was going much higher, so there was no reason to take help from this floor. Then he pointed at the treasure and said he'd made his choice. Horus ground his teeth and called Jin-hyuk insolent. The sun god left the room. Outside, Anubis was waiting. Horus walked up and said Anubis was in trouble again. Same as always, because of his temper. The dog-headed god asked what Jin-Yuk chose. At the railing, Horus answered that the protagonist had picked a black ancient egg. The sun god added that he couldn't tell whether MC understood what he'd taken. Red lightning flashed overhead as Horus said that, depending on what he did with the egg, it could become a huge disaster for humanity. Alice held her phone and asked, confused, about the ancient egg. Looking at it, she said picking wrong could cause a lot of trouble. She poked the egg and asked what they'd do if the city vanished. She still wanted to go shopping. Then the vampire frowned, confused. Jin-Yuk sat on the sofa and told Alice to wait quietly while she was still his prisoner. The ancient egg gave off a purple glow. The protagonist reached out his hands toward it with a smile. He opened his blue eyes wide and focused. Light shimmered across the egg's scales. A man with round glasses smiled as he wrote with a pen, and Jin-Yuk remembered the only thing he knew about the ancients, a line from the Odd Adventurer Faces. With a wild grin, MC recalled the words, "Tasty mana is the key to success." He spun the egg, and the system reported that the fire element was in use. Jin-Yuk flicked his hand and activated creation of glaciers. Then the system announced protection of heaven and the cultivation technique flower of paradise. Light filled the room as the egg pulled mana from the air, with flames curling around the treasure. He thought it was tempting. A bright purple flash burst out. A small black dragon was now sitting on the table. Smiling, the protagonist reached toward it, and guessed it was searching for the mana it had just tasted. He clenched his fist, planning to gather the rest of the mana and give the dragon a stable form. Stretching out his hand, he made a blue orb. Jin-Yuk offered the dragon the clump of mana and said it was its first meal. The dragon stared at the blue orb suspiciously. Then it shut its eyes and ate it. The dragon opened its round eyes and mouth as the system announced MC had earned an achievement that interested every being in the tower. MC touched his face. When the system said choosing a name would, Jin-Yuk picked up the dragon and smiling, said he'd call it Goguma. As Goguma cried out its name, he realized he still didn't have enough mana to feed it. His smile vanished when a blue screen popped up. He got off the couch as the system informed him that Rick had subscribed to this YouTube channel, lowering the commission rate from 90 to 80. Above the city, SWB company head Benchtelen smiled and said Jin-Yuk only had to do a normal interview. He could guarantee 40% of the rating. The protagonist sipped through a straw and holding the papers, asked if managers handled this kind of thing too. Benchtelen said that was perfectly normal, and if MC shared a few cool tower clearing tips, people would love it. The brown-haired girl smiled, thinking about the test tower. Jin-Yuk remembered it was the only TV program still popular these days. He frowned, wondering if Benchtelen was blind or forgetful. Not to recognize him. The man pointed at himself and asked if something was on his face. He said no, then set his drink down and asked about payment, making it clear he wanted magic stones. Benchtelen spread his hands and said a lot of players had been asking for that lately. Jin-Yuk asked how many stones he could offer, and Benchtelen replied that they usually paid by the normal standard. Raising one finger, he added that for a star like the protagonist, they could make it unlimited. MC narrowed his eyes. Smiling, Benchtelen explained that someone wanted to appear with him, and if he agreed, the company would let him receive unlimited stones. The protagonist smirked, accepted, and asked who it was. A crowd had gathered outside the SWB station. A man in a black suit stepped forward and said the day had finally come. Doke walked past the reporters with his hands in his pockets, grinning while cameras flashed and questions flew at him. A woman in a black suit stepped out of a car. Shuhua and Ten stood there with serious faces as cameras kept flashing around them. The camera crew stared in awe, shouting that with a cast like this the show would be huge and crush the ratings. Then another car arrived. Jin-Yuk stepped out with a grin. He greeted Doaki, who smiled, and said he'd been busy rebuilding his image after that awful humiliation. With his arms crossed, he explained that Shuhua and Ten were here because he had to come prepared somehow. MC raised a brow and smiled wider. Shuhua pressed his lips together and glared at Jin-Yuk. Ten furrowed her brows. Then a crew member with a microphone turned around. Teresa stepped out of the car smiling. A frowning man named Zhang Yuan came out too. Doke ground his teeth and tensed up. Chun Yu-sung stepped in through a storm of camera flashes. People immediately asked why he accepted Jin-Yuk's offer, guessing the two were on the same side. Chun Yu-sung snapped that they were never allies. He was going to crush him. The reporter went stiff when Chun Yu-sung glared at him. With Shuhua and Ten Chao behind him, Doke could only think about how Zhang Yuan, Teresa, and now even Chun Yo-sung had ended up backing the protagonist. A smile spread across Ten Chao's face as she and Shuhua started walking away. Doke yelled after them, reminding them they agreed to film with him. Ten Chao looked back and told him their objective was done, so they didn't owe him anything else. Doke Goryong stood there stunned while Zhang Yuan turned and told him that if he wanted to brag about his connections, he should have come better prepared. Doc rushed after a reporter and asked about the interview. Then he froze, staring at the pants left in his hands from the reporter who slipped away. He shook with anger, teeth clenched tight. Inside the TV station, Jin-Yuk was all smiles. Jin Yu-sung shut his eyes and asked if MC was enjoying Doc Po's misery, but MC told him to stay out of his business. Jin Yu-sung balled up his fist and said he lost his home because of him. The protagonist remembered telling the others that Jin Yu-sung didn't know who Unknown was, so he spread his arms and said he had no clue what Jin Yu-sung meant. Jin Yu-sung shot back that anyone who compared the 16 videos he made about MC would know right away that Unknown was him. As Jin Yu-sung glared at him, Jin Yuk realized in horror that the guy was basically a stalker. While the guards checked them, he casually asked Jin Yu-sung how things were going. Smiling, he said he meant the guy who got kicked out of the main association and the fight with him. Chun Yu-sung only frowned and kept quiet. Ka-win grinned with a sword in hand. Chun Yu-sung admitted the man was pretty strong. Still, through gritted teeth he added that compared to fighting Jin-yuk, it had been easy. The protagonist just smiled at that. Chun Yu-sung studied Teresa and asked what she was to MC. Blushing, Teresa said he was the comrade she trusted most. The man folded his arms. He kept watching Teresa as she smiled. 5 guests sat around a round table as the host announced a special episode. She turned to Jin-yuk and asked if, with how fast he clears floors, he had any advice for others. Ben Shin watched the broadcast with a pleased smile. Grinning, the protagonist said the answer was simple: keep trying until you win. As recording began, the program introduced its guests gathered outside the test tower. The host noted Jin-yuk's rising fame from his crazy clear speed and asked if he had tips for everyone else. A man watched the monitors as MC said he did have some advice. Pointing ahead, he said the key was not giving up until you succeed. The host awkwardly called that inspiring, and the protagonist went on, saying they mainly just had to dodge. The others looked uncomfortable when he claimed the 4th floor was also just about dodging. People watching the TV wondered how this was even airing. Adjusting his glasses, the man said skipping even one episode would wreck their schedule and their reputation too. Jin-hyuk calmly sipped his drink, while someone demanded to know how he could come for payment with no shame at all. As fingers pointed at him, he replied that he had done everything the contract asked. The man shot back, asking if MC really thought that excuse would work. His expression turned serious. Then he grabbed the man by the collar. In a low, threatening voice, Jin-hyuk asked if he knew Jong-soo. The gray-haired man went pale at the name. The protagonist smirked and said that man had kept streamers penned up like livestock with slave contracts. He recalled the day the streamers joined forces and came to the office to protest, and he had been there too. MC said that was when he learned a lot about life, like how people wagged their tails just to avoid being thrown out. Sweating hard, the man listened as Jin-yuk remembered what he'd said back when those rigged contracts had people barely surviving. The gray-haired man had only looked on coldly. Back then he claimed there was nothing wrong with the contract. His eyes flashed as he asked if that still sounded like nonsense. A system scan checked the person's eye and confirmed authorization. He pushed up his glasses. Banshin gestured toward the TV company's magic stones. With a smile, he explained that the contract gave Jin-hyuk access to unlimited magic stones, there for 2 hours. When the others stared him down, he nervously insisted it was written in the contract, then added that the protagonist could use them however he wanted. Still, an anti-theft spell was active, so no one could store them in an inventory. Holding the stones, MC realized absorbing them was his only option, but even a weak stone normally took 5 minutes. Banshin adjusted his glasses, sure that in 2 hours the amount Jin-hyuk or could absorb would be tiny. He politely said that if he needed anything, he should ask the staff, since access to the room was tightly controlled. A girl happily filmed the protagonist. MC smiled, seeing through the trap they wanted to ruin his name if he tried to steal the stones by force. Turning away, he said he'd make the most of those 2 hours anyway. Still smiling, Banshin said they'd meet again in 2 hours, and told the others to keep an eye on him. Jin-hyuk stayed in the room with the 2 girls. Looking at them, he wondered if it was time to show them something amazing. They stared at him, confused. A sign near the office came into view. A photo of 2 men appeared, and one was said to regret that the other died in an accident. Then the photo was tossed into the trash. Banshin frowned, saying the living had to move on, and wondered why the dead kept haunting him. Walking down the hall, he thought he had at least cut down the waste of magic stones. But he still didn't know how to get rid of Jin-hyuk, so he decided he could sick reporters on him, and stir up trouble. His eyes moved as he made up his mind. Smiling, he decided to do it once this mess was over, and planned to ask whether the protagonist had used the stones. But he trailed off awkwardly. The boxes were empty, the safes were cleaned out too. The girls stared ahead, full of emotion. They were petting the dragon while Jin-hyuk asked if there were any more stones. His baby liked to eat. The little beast looked totally satisfied. Terrified, the man dropped to the floor. MC grinned, thinking this was fair payback for Banshin's dirty tricks. Since the man didn't know his place, MC planned to torment and use him for the rest of his life. Information about Goguma appeared. Goguma looked full and happy. Its stats were shown next. Jin-hyuk saw that Goguma was strong, but he didn't have enough mana for a real fight, only 80. Looking at the system window, he realized that if he summoned Goguma into battle, it could only stay out for about 5 minutes, maybe less, so he'd have to move faster than planned. He called someone and asked what he was doing. A huge hotel building appeared. The man on the other end was breathing hard. A girl checked the system window and reported that the target was set and had already formed an alliance with key people. The caller said things were moving faster than expected, especially since he thought Chun Yo-sung hated Jin Yuk. Shui answered that Chun Yo-sung reacted harshly, but still followed the protagonist's requests. That alone was enough to count him as the protagonist's supporter. As Chun Yo-sung's image appeared, they added that there was nothing they could do, because everyone was red-listed. That list was shown, and all of them were marked as enemies of China. Chun Yo-sung frowned when someone asked how he was doing. A smiling young man appeared as they revealed that the boundary-breaking mirror could be enlarged, followed by more details about it. Crossing his arms, the guy said Zheng Bao had promised to show him a way to grow stronger, and what he learned was completely monstrous. Looking down, Chung Yu-sung asked why MC had called him. He had planned to climb higher floors himself. He could have done it alone. With an awkward smile, he said it was because he cared. Chung Yu-sung needed to get stronger if he wanted another shot at challenging him. The mirror activated, and they asked which floor they were heading to. Zheng Bao gave Chung Yu-sung a sly look. Both of them looked ready, as the timer showed they were talking about the 10th floor. A huge creature appeared, and they mentioned a warrior's guardian, warriors protecting the boss. There were around 21 of them. Smirking, Zheng Bao asked if Chung Yu-sung could handle that. Chung Yu-sung pointed ahead. Looking at the monster, he said they should try before that thing woke up. The protagonist smiled and asked if this would be enough for him. He raised a finger and said that if Chung Yu-sung beat all the warriors and lasted 1 minute against the boss, he would accept his duel challenge. Chung Yu-sung's eyes hardened with resolve. He drew his sword at once. Swinging it up, he told Jung Yuk to make sure he kept that promise. Then he charged the monsters as the place was called a haven for warriors. The creature spoke in a threatening voice, asking who had the right to be there. Chung Yu-sung threw a punch and told it to move. At a hair product store, a seated man noticed something. As Teresa walks by, she notices him. She lifts her cap and realizes it's Zhenghua hair. He uses a return item. Right away his hair grows back. He nearly cries from joy. Teresa points out it cost a lot, but at least his hair is back to normal, though the curse still hasn't ended. Then Zheng Bao gets a notice that hair is falling out all over his body, and he freezes in shock. He slumps down, and Teresa tries to comfort him. Sadly, he says this curse might be punishment for his sins. Zheng Bao gives a faint smile, remembering when he led the first floor raid. They cleared it, but his greed drove everything, and because of that, many people suffered. He even thinks losing his hair is too light a punishment. Teresa looks at him. With a small smile, she agrees that hurting people through greed isn't good. Still, she gently says risking his life for what he wanted is impressive in its own way. Zheng Bao stares at her in awe. It turns out he's the leader of the St. Teresa fan club. Yu-sung swings his blade, and Sword Song activates. He charges the monster. Broken stones are scattered all around. Breathing hard, he thinks about what's left. Only the huge monster remains. He thinks about what it would mean if he could last just 1 minute. Zheng Bao smiles and raises a finger. If Yu-sung does that, he'll fight him for real. Yu-sung grips his sword, knowing this is his chance. Then he rushes in, ready to risk his life for it. The monster stays completely still. Then its eyes suddenly light up. Yu-sung's eyes snap open. He wakes up confused in a hospital bed. He's in the hospital. A girl peeling an apple tells him that, and Yu-sung realizes she's the servant. She lets out a sigh and calls herself his slave. She remembers the director ordering people to bring him here because his condition was so bad. Digging through her bag, she says the man left something for Yu-sung to receive after waking up, then hands it over. Yu-sung studies the stone and remembers his fight with the 10th floor boss, when ultimate skill invulnerability activated, but the monster took no damage at all. He remembers lying on the rocks, realizing neither physical nor magic attacks worked, and even his attribute sword shattered. Wincing in pain, he recalls Jin Yuk being unhappy with that result. Wearing a mask, MC told him he still had a long way to go. The creature swung its weapon. He braced himself as Demon Sword King's steps activated. He dodged every hit with unreal precision, and Yu-sung saw it clearly. The monster covered itself, and then a notice appeared. The sanctuary was activating. At once gravity increased by 500. Yu-sung felt the crushing pressure, and thought even Jin Yuk might not survive it. At the time, he believed they were both done for. Then magic gathered in the protagonist's hand, and he said he'd been waiting for this. He thrust out his hand, activating the first level barrier and boosting spell effects in the area each second. Clenching his fist, he said it was time for the monster to become real stone, and set the activation direction. The creature was clearly caught off guard. A moment later, it was thrown away. Alert after alert popped up. Even with invulnerability, no damage was being dealt. Yu-sung could only stare, unable to believe it. Jin Yu crushed the boss like he was showing off. That's the last thing Yu-sung remembers before the notice said the 10th floor boss had been neutralized. With his hands in his pockets, MC checks the system window and sees the time left to clear the next floor. More info appears about the immortal stone giant, along with a notice that the condition was met. A glowing effect appears. The invulnerability trait was copied successfully, though its activation time was cut down a lot. Yu Sung holds the stone in his hand. He tightens his grip, thinking Jin Yuk is still messing with him. Now on the 6th floor, the Forest of Elves system messages start pouring in. He smiles. This thrill is why he got hooked on the Tower of Trials, and since he hasn't uploaded to this YouTube channel in a while, he needs to earn back the